going to be honest with you. And Jake Paul's
to...
making an amazing amount of money for fighters too. Like Jake Paul's actually helping a lot of the fight game. Jake Paul's proven that it's really not about any of us doing media stuff. It's really not financially. It's about guys like Aiden Ross. It's about guys like Jake Paul, the streamers, Kai Cenat, Ice Show Speed, and then who's Drewski. Those are like the big five. They make so much money, it's crazy. And they're just regular, average, everyday people. And Jake Paul he's the first to take his celebrity and turn it into major money. And then he's also included some different fighters along the way who have made money. And he's fought Dana White to say, like, he's tried to say, all right, Dana, why don't you start paying your fighters more? Why don't you get them better health care? Why don't you do things like that? But I'm still hoping Mike Tyson absolutely annihilates him. It'll be sad if Mike Tyson goes out on his shield like a Roy Jones Jr., who was one of the all-time greats when he was in his prime, and just a sad spectacle now, just trying to make money fighting people. It's horrible. I think there is, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guarantee Mike Tyson can generate power with a punch. I think there's a chance he could. Is it 3-minute rounds? Do you know what the rounds are going to be like?
No, they were going to go 1 or 2 minutes, but they changed it back to, I think they're 3 minutes. I think they're 3-minute rounds.
You sure it's not 2? Here's the rules. Let's see. They're both going to have 14-ounce gloves. So those are pretty big gloves. They're going to have 14-ounce gloves, which actually makes sense for his level for his age and in his level of expertise, which is more limited. It is a sanctioned fight. Let's see. I don't know. I don't see the other. I can't see the other rules on this one. We'll see how many rounds it goes. I'll dig around. I'm sure I'll be able to find the amount of minutes per round and how long the round lasts. The standard round is, the standard fight would be 10 rounds and 3 minutes a round. I mean, you could say this isn't a championship level fight. My guess is if I had to just guess, it'd be 5 rounds at 3 minutes or maybe 2 minutes per. I don't know that they'll go full 3, John. They may go less. I'll check and see. I'm hoping that Mike Tyson, I'm hoping Mike doesn't get embarrassed. But I mean, everything you see I know what everyone's saying. You're going to see social media just like we are, and you're going to say, Mike Tyson's going to murder that guy. That's what it looks like. Mike Tyson's going to murder Jake Paul. Jake Paul punches hard. I mean, he really does. He's got legitimate punching power. When you watch him knock out Tyron Woodley, it was like, holy crap. It was a shot. And then, but I don't know. I'm hoping Tyson wins this for the old guys and shuts up the loud streamer. I think that'd be good. It would really raise Mike Tyson's. Like, Mike Tyson's had the most interesting career arc probably in the history of sports. I don't know that there's been anybody with a more interesting background. I mean, this guy was a champ at age
8 2-minute rounds.
8 2-minute rounds. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes some sense. That's not bad.
Yeah. And apparently Tyson's been fighting 8 rounds every day. He's been going
yeah.
8 2-minute
rounds. Two gives him a much better chance. I would say that the over-under for this should be, I think, 3.5 rounds.
You think Paul wins it in 3.5?
Well, I'm just saying the over-under. I'm not sure the fight. I know everyone's going to think the fight goes longer, but I think somebody's going to get damaged early on, and I think my over-under would be 3.5.
First, they were going to wear headgear, and at first they were going to go 1-minute rounds, and it was just going to be an exhibition, and then they said, nope, let's go. I think Vegas wouldn't sanction him. Texas did. So that's why it's in Dallas. But a 58-year-old, you got a lawsuit waiting to happen.
We're kind of up and down with our laws, or with what we'll let go on in the state.
Yeah,
some things no good, some things are good. We will take some chances here. Okay, here are the odds. Here are the odds. Who do you think is the favorite, John?
Jake Paul.
What do you think the number is?
I think he's probably 240.
Jake Paul minus, that's good. Make Jake Paul minus 215. Mike Tyson's plus 176. So what that means is $100. You'd have to spend $215 on the minus to win 100, And if you want Mike Tyson, you spend 100 to win 176. I would take Tyson plus 176. Whoever the dog would be, I'd probably take the dog in this fight. So I'd take Tyson there.
Yeah, I don't want to lay that kind of. I don't want to lay over 2-1 on Jake Paul, but
no.
And Mike looks good. You know, I just put something on it just to put it on Mike
just
and
so you
root
can
for
cheer
Mike.
harder. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah,
that's probably what it is.
It probably should be worse than that.
He is a 57-year-old man.
58.
A 58, fighting a guy who's in his early 30s.
Yeah, so
who's going to have tremendous punching power. I think. Yeah, I don't know what to think of this because we've built up this legend of Mike Tyson. Frankly, Mike Tyson was never as good as he was from 86 to really 85 to 88 was when Mike was at his very, very best. He was not when he beat Michael Spinks, that wasn't even the best Tyson. People who watch Tyson coming up like I did know that wasn't even best Mike Tyson. That's when Mike Tyson was already starting to get lazy, was not working as hard. And Michael Spinks was literally terrified. And Tyson cruised. Tyson between 85 and 88 was literally one of the greatest killers in the history of boxing. It was unbelievable. Head movement, foot quickness, punching power, jab. He could jab his way in. He could work the body like there was really nothing Mike Tyson couldn't do. And then he just got lazy. And then he went to prison for rape. Then he was off Broadway then he was on Broadway doing a one-man show on Broadway. Then he did a movie. Then he did this is Mike Tyson's life. Mike Tyson. Oh, you mean Mike Tyson who was on national television getting embarrassed by Robin? What was Robin's last name? She was smoked.
Robin Givens.
Robin Givens. God, she was smoked. Mike Tyson literally had his money snaked away from him from Don King. Robin Givens embarrassed him on national television. Mike probably wasn't real nice to women also. Mike has had the craziest television interviews you've ever seen. There's like whole compilations on YouTube you can watch. Then Mike Tyson put a tattoo on his face. Then he did a one-man show on Broadway. Like I say, he went to prison. Like no one's done more than Mike Tyson. No one. And what brought him back to public consciousness was literally doing Hangover. That literally, it turned him into, Mike Tyson's kind of lovable.
Well, yeah, with the guy with the tat on his face. Yeah, kind of lovable. We got a break. We got to talk about, how about this? Just got from Sean. First of all, there's a new Game Day Men's Health. Angelina has opened in Pearland. It opened this week. How about this? Mentee Clinic. They're doing some great stuff for you, everybody. They're going to give you your initial consultation is going to be $25. A break for you in November so that you can be healthy. Game Day Men's Health is free every day. Every day. It doesn't have to be Movember. It doesn't have to. And, oh, by the way, they've got the lab right there in every single Game Day Men's Health. They've got a lab. So you get your results right away as opposed to waiting a week to find out if you what's going on with your body. And it's free every time. What is wrong with you, Men's Team? You're doing us such a favor. Great. Thank you for that. Free at Game Day Men's Health. Look, Game Day Men's Health is opening up all over the city. Game Day Men's Health was worth it for me to go and get to go there because I'm on the go. I'm here and there. I couldn't be consistent. Now I'm consistent because I'm doing it myself. I'm giving myself the shot today, as a matter of fact. Thursday's my day. You're looking for the best way to get your peptides, to feel better. You're looking for the best way to get your testosterone. You're looking for the best way to solve your ED. They do that as well. All at one spot, Game Day Men's Health. Get there. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you. Opening up all over the city. Game Day Men's Health.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, more than welcome to do that. So I saw a piece about the Cowboys and Texans game. And it was interesting. They were talking about different people that could the Cowboys could hurt the Texans. Rico Dowdle was one of them. DeMario Overshown was one of them. Guys who are in the background that could have an effect on this football game. Guys who are not, have not been in the forefront. By the way, Micah Parsons is back for this football game, so that's interesting. That'll be different. Although the Cowboys have sucked with and without Micah Parsons.
And he rushes off the same side, if I remember correctly, so he's going to be locked up on Laramie the whole game.
That'll be Laramie,
he's going to win
had
some.
His issues last game.
Yeah, he's going to win some, but he's not going to dominate Laramie Tunsil.
No. But who on the Texans? Not a household name. I mean, Mechie stepped up last week. Mechie had his first touchdown of his career. That was nice. I don't know with Nico if Nico does come back. I guess we just keep assuming Nico's coming back. ALB was good. We assumed he was going to be back last week. Now I'm just assuming again that he's going to be back again this week. I don't know that that's the smartest way to go about it, but that's what I'm hoping anyway. If Nico doesn't go, Henderson or Mechie got to step up. They got to step up.
Well, Nico doesn't have any choice. He's got to play.
Nico has a choice. His hamstring tells him what to do, not you.
No, he's fine. Let's go.
That's what you say. That's what you think.
Yeah.
Just let's go.
Really, he doesn't have a choice anymore. We got to have this. We cannot lose the Cowboys. We can't.
No.
Just can't lose the Cowboys. It just can't happen. I mean, they are in. And I don't know what they're doing, Dell. Dell's looking at this. I think they're throwing dice. We're looking at TV shows, a bunch of money on the ground, like a bunch of guys throwing dice. But it involves Harry Douglas and McCourty and Schefter and Dan Orlovsky. So he's like, usually they're throwing pancakes and doing. See, John and I and Dell, we don't do corny stuff like throw pancakes on people or do little dances. I mean, I'll dab occasionally, but that's when I get off a really good line. And you only know it if you're watching on the stream. You'll see me do this. And I don't even do full dabs. A lot of times I just do this. I just do little hand gesture dabs. But we just keep it really
just a little head
like
nod.
this.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just do this. It's
That's
just and that's because we're professional. We don't have to do this foolishness. Now,
if they're throwing dice, I respect that more than
I respect throwing dice, but get down on the ground and throw dice.
Yeah.
Don't just halfway it. Throw dice. If you got money on the ground, get on there and throw dice.
They're rolling bones is way better than that little dance thing they do.
Yeah, I respect the dice game.
But Dell loves that.
He loves any kind of dancing.
When Harry Douglas
all
is
up in the cameras, dancing on your videos.
He's just up there dancing, getting Mike Greenberg and Dan Graziano to do it. Man, why don't you just sit down at the desk and talk football? You don't see Dominic Foxworth doing that.
Yeah.
He tries not to because actually, I never see Dominic Foxworth dance, do his little dances and stuff like that. He probably has.
Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I'll just Google it, but pretty much everyone at ESPN has to do dances at some point and stuff like that. Yeah. Pretty much.
Did you happen to see Caitlin Clark's tee shot?
I heard it was good. I read it was good.
Apparently, she had more fans watching her golf than the tour has used the LPGA usually has ever.
Yeah.
And she hit one, and it went right into the crowd. She hit one left.
It's Tiger Woods. She's Tiger Woods.
Her quote was, "Golf is hard."
Yeah,
golf
it is hard.
Thank you, Caitlin Clark, for your service. okay, to America.
She's Tiger Woods in terms of the attention she gets. It's unbelievable. It's really Tiger was something I'd never seen. I mean, Jordan came after Bird and Magic, so it wasn't even like that with Jordan until later in his career. It's more like Michael Jackson. It's more like Tyson. It was like Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson, Tiger Woods, and Caitlin Clark. They had like this unique juice that nobody else had. It's in their sport. It's just kind of crazy. Did you see that Cam Ward gifted his offensive lineman with personalized chains that he spent $2.1 million on? I am really curious how much money Cam Ward is making on NIL. I never see him. I think somebody's just paying him, and that's that. When do you see Cam Ward on a commercial?
2.1?
Uh-huh. His entire offensive line, personalized chains. He spent a total of $2.1 million. Now that's according to Rap House, but they show the video. You can see the video of it.
That doesn't mean that's the price
with their numbers. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what Cam said he did, but it's like, and it's not the starting five. It was all the offensive linemen on all of them on the roster.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Spending 2.1 on. I mean, do you get to write that off?
As what? Gifts? The other guy, if you write it off, the other guys have to claim it. He ain't writing it off. If you write it off, then you got to hit them with you got to W-9 them, and they've got to come up with that. They got to come up with taxes on it. You can't claim it unless you want the other side they got to claim it too. Now, if I'm Cam, I'm saying, hey, I gave y'all, hey, I don't care. I'm writing this off. What are you writing it off as? As a business expense?
The rumor was his deal was $7 million.
And I'm going to give you, oh, really? I'm going to give you the dirty little secret too. Trump changed tax codes that are much harder for those kind of write-offs. I can't even write the guy who does my contracts. He literally, I have to pay him, the NFL contracts, I have to pay him. For some reason, Trump took that away where I can't write that off. That's literally an expense. My money, I lose that amount of money. I should be able to write that off. And for some reason, I can't write that off. And you can't write off certain entertainment stuff anymore either. So I'm not sure he can write this off, to be honest with you, as a business expense.
Well, probably.
You can't write off tickets
expense. It's a gift.
You can't write off tickets anymore to football game, like to games. You can't write those tickets off. When you give them as a business gift, no more.
Well, that's why America's great again. you people trying to.
I got a higher tax bill. You're welcome.
Circumvent the system. That's what you're trying to do.
You're welcome. My tax bill's higher. Congratulations.
And that's why America's great again.
Yeah. So Cam Ward with and you'll see the video if you look around for it, John. Cam, shout out to taking care of the big man. You got to love it.
Taking care of everybody. Yeah. All right, it's 8:00. It's 8:00. Yeah, it's 8:00 right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We need a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy tomorrow. You play, and if you beat him, you each pick 5 games, and if you beat him, you're going to go to a game with 4 tickets and limo ride there and back. How about that? So we will play that tomorrow morning at 9:30. Who wants to play? It'll be caller number 5 at 8:05. 8:05, caller number 5 is going to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy tomorrow right here. Now make sure that you're available tomorrow at 9:30 so that you can play. Make sure that you are available. So that's what we need you. That's what we need you to do. All right, let's go. Let's get out here and let's get going. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome. Del, I, for some reason, can't get back to – oh, here it is. And right now I'm talking about Doc Linville. Doc Linville is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about hair. I'm talking about face. I'm talking about your eyelids. If they're drooping over your eyes, okay, what? It happens, okay, when you get older. Too much hair. How about your jowls? All right, too much skin. Doc Linville can help you take care of that. And it's not like you're not going to look like one of those women that just do so much facial work. It's not even no one can even see that you got anything done. Okay, your hair. How about getting the PRP? If you're starting to all of a sudden lose your hair, you lose your bald spot is growing or your receding hairline, do it now. Don't wait until it's too late and there's so much work to be done that you can't do it. Do it now. Get the PRP or the neografting and get it now. Do not wait any longer. Do it now in 5, 6, 7 months. It's going to look great, okay? It'll grow in. It's your hair. It's not anyone else. It's not fake. It's your hair. So you're looking for the best way to get that hair on your head or that skin off your face. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
Time to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet has been in Pasadena for 50 years. If you're in business for 50 years, that means you are serving the community and the customers the right way. They've been selling cars to generations of families, so it means they made the dad happy or the mom happy. They certainly made the son happy or the daughter happy. They make sure they get you in a car that you're going to love, and they do it as quickly as possible. They understand you don't want to be at a car dealership all day. You want to get in and get out with your choice, and they make sure that happens. I met Jeff and Chris out there last week, and I'm on a first-name basis with those guys, and they want to be on a first-name basis with you. They want you to understand their family, and they want you to be a part of the family too. So if you need a new car or a pre-owned car, or you are a business owner who needs something for your fleet, go out there. They're the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So I've been out there and I've seen the fleet. It's legit. It's a fleet. Go check them out at 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. Check them out on the website, Monument Chevrolet. The big thing about them is once you see the price on the website, it's the same price you see when you go out there. No hidden fees or upcharges. The price is the price, and they're willing to work with you to make sure the price fits your budget. And if you're looking for a deal, they have their monthly offer right now, which is you get 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. And if you're looking for something electric, they have all new electric vehicles with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Check out the Colorado. Check out the Silverado. All there for you at Monument Chevrolet. It's monumentchevrolet.com. And then go out there, 3940 Pasadena Freeway off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we're back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, another story, the guy that's most likely to get traded by your Houston Astros this offseason.
What's your question?
Ryan Presley.
Oh, yeah, I would say that's accurate. Yeah.
Yeah. And at $14 million might be, well, he's got a year left at $14 million, might be able to help you some of Bregman's deal. I don't know that they have to find money per se, but it sure would be nice. I mean, you're taking a guy out of the back end of the bullpen that really was ineffective last year that you can't trust. You just can't trust this year. You just can't. So you save $14 million, put that towards Bregman. There's also talk that they're going to try to sign Kikuchi.
Why are we not going after Sasaki? If you're going to sign Kikuchi, who has never had one strong full season that you can point to as like, why would you do? Why would I don't mind it, but let's not Montero this thing. Let's not Montero this thing.
Well, is it Monteroing or is it they found something and he's a different guy?
That's what we thought with Montero. Johnny had one full
really
season.
Didn't. I know when they signed Montero, it was like, what are you guys doing?
Now, because the amount,
I never thought
the length and the amount. I don't want Kikuchi for 3 years at a higher than average salary for a starter. That's what Montero was. It was a higher than average salary for a player who wasn't even a setup man or a closer. That's what was crazy about it. And it was 3 years. And he had one outlier year. Kikuchi is not. Go look at all of his numbers. Where's the great year that he's had? And we've suddenly figured him out. We've done this before with pitchers.
Well,
with relievers.
With us, he was really good.
Yeah, same thing. You could say the same thing with Montero. You could say the same thing with the other one, the other guy who came back this year. God dang it. I can't believe I can't. Oh, gosh darn it.
That came back this year?
Yeah, who yells and screams after he gets people
out. I don't know. I don't know.
Dude. Yes, but, you
do. Kendall Graveman? No. Not Kendall
No,
Graveman.
He's a Latin American pitcher. Let me see.
He yells at everybody when he gets.
Yeah. Hold on.
Javier?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yes.
Oh, Neris?
Yeah, Hector Neris. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeez. Like Neris, we thought, we got Neris fixed.
Neris
is good.
Neris was
good. Neris is
he
good.
He was released by the Cubs.
Neris is good.
No,
he's good. He's good. Montero's good.
No.
Yeah, relievers. Guess why they're relievers, middle relievers, because they're not consistent. And Kikuchi, I'm not saying is a middle reliever, but I'm also saying you can't find anything in his background that we can't keep making the same mistakes. Go look for signs. Go look for predictive data that shows he should be on the come up. I don't see that with him. He was definitely better with the Astros, but be careful. But why are we going after that? Why are we not? Jim Crane's got to have his feet to the fire a little bit more. He's been a great owner, blah, 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 and all that stuff. There's no reason the Astros can't be on Sasaki. If it's a financial decision, this guy is going to bring new eyes to your product that you have never seen before. Ask, and I know one's Japanese and one's Chinese, but ask Yao Ming. The Asian market brings tremendous monetary value to an organization. Sasaki will help pay for himself in many regards, but he's also 23. He's 23 and a dominant pitcher. How about getting somebody who could be your next Justin Verlander, but having him from the very beginning of his career? What's wrong with that? Why are we never that team? Why can we never be the team that could potentially be in the running for Sasaki? Why not? I mean, why not? You can move on from Framber if you want at the midpoint or after next year. Move on and pick up draft picks and pick up minor league prospects for him if you want to help rebuild off that. You got Christian Javier. Renel Blanco is a 30-plus-year-old pitcher. He was great this year, but he's older. I don't trust JP France. Hell, everyone's coming off arm injuries. There's no guarantee. What's wrong with getting a 23-year-old that can throw gas? Or is he – yeah. Normally, Japanese free agents don't come until after they're 25 years old. This is a rare instance where he's 23 years old, and it could really – and by all accounts – as Enos Saris detailed in a scouting report, we caught a brief glimpse of Sasaki during the 2023 World Baseball Classic, where he blew away Major League Baseball competition, kind of, with his fastball averaged triple digits. In reality, his numbers are a little down from that in the NPB, between 97 and 98 over the last two seasons, but his arsenal is nonetheless electric. Read the full scouting report here. Why can't we be in this? I don't understand. You can't keep acting like the Astros are pitching strong. We don't know. We got Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and we'll see. And after that, we'll see. We don't know. Why can't Sasaki be here? Beat it, Verlander, Sasaki in. We're moving on from, bye-bye. Well, you can, if you're worried about financially, you can move Kyle Tucker now for young prospects. But, gosh, why can't they be in on him, John? Why are you telling me about Pop Kikuchi and I can't be excited about the Astros potentially getting their hands on Sasaki? If he were a cheap Latin American player, we'd be in on it. If he was somebody we could sign for $10,000 in a batch of Takis, all of a sudden everyone's all in. Oh, yeah, we can definitely sign this guy. Well, how about the more expensive Japanese pitcher who throws 100, who's young? We can't have that. Why can't we have those nice things?
You sound like a Purdue fan.
We get Temu players
who end up being
good. They end up being good. The young Temu guys.
Of course. You sound like a Purdue fan who's complaining why they have no shot at the 5-star going to Ohio State.
We're not Purdue,
yes, you are.
Del. We're
you
the
are.
Astros.
You are.
We're not freaking Purdue.
He's proven.
We're
told
Oklahoma.
You.
We're Notre Dame.
He is scoffing at the possibility of bringing back Alex Bregman. You think he's going to go after the most coveted pitcher on the market?
But he's 23. I think that there is.
Did you see the projection?
Will he take a hometown discount?
Hometown discount for who?
It's going to be his hometown.
Yeah, if you sign here, yes, it would be his hometown.
That's what I'm saying.
But the projection for Alex Bregman is like $27 million a year over 6 years. CBS Sports put that out yesterday.
Us Purdue. That's really sitting poorly with
me. They're
1-8.
I am talking about how he goes after players. He acts like he's Purdue. He doesn't act like he's Michigan or Ohio State. He acts like, the budget's limited. We do what we can to survive. That's what he does.
He's more like Wisconsin.
Maybe. Fine. Wisconsin doesn't get the 5-star either.
No.
Stop. You sound like one of those message boards fans going, hey, how come we can't get the best player in the country?
We should be able to.
You're not going to do it. Forget about it.
We should be in on a few 5 stars. If we're never in on any 5 stars, why can't we be on one 5-star?
You don't even want the homegrown.
Travis Hunter went to Jackson State.
He doesn't even.
Travis Hunter went to Jackson State.
He is questioning.
Explain it to him, Del.
He is questioning whether he wants to sign the homegrown 4-star who's willing to stay home.
And why can't we do that? Why can't that be true?
Why he doesn't? He's questioning bringing back Bregman. You think he's going to have any interest in going after this guy?
Are you saying Jim Crane is too cheap for that?
I know you're trying to trap John into doing it. I'm not
John,
afraid.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm not afraid. Yes, the answer is yes.
Are you saying that Jim? Okay, you said yes,
yes.
John.
That's not their philosophy. That's not that he's too cheap. He pays people. He's been paying people.
He doesn't pay free.
Exorbitant amounts.
Is he paying Bregman?
He will not pay the market price. He will
right
not go to the market.
He's been right at the
Stop with your talking points. He will not go to the market.
He's not cheap.
He will not go to the market.
Philosophy.
He's a leverage purchaser. He will give you money if he's got leverage. And leverage means you're already under contract and he's giving you early money. And that's fine. That's a smart way to run a business. But another smart way is to get an ass-kicking pitcher who's 23 years old and pay him now. You just gave Justin Verlander over $30 million a year. You did that for multiple years. What's the problem here, John? Instead of doing two different contracts where you're paying him that, how about you give him one contract where you're paying that? What's the difference? You gave that kind of money in short term to Justin Verlander. You gave it to Flippy McFlipster, Zach Greinke. I mean, you've given this money before, only shorter terms. How about you actually aggregate that over a 6-year contract? What's wrong with that? Or an 8-year contract?
This kid, the rookie's not taking. He's not taking 6 years probably. And we don't. First of all, we don't do any of the things that you're saying. That's not how we. That's not how we become. It's not how we become the best team in baseball over the last decade.
Well, it's also
not how we do it.
It's also why all your core guys are gone.
They got a process. This is how they do it, and this is how they win championships.
No. Tell me your process. What's the process? Tell me the process.
Process is we homegrown it.
Right.
We take advantage of a lot of contracts. Then we pay some big contracts, but we got a lot of homegrown talent that we fill in and we win.
And then what happens? And then what happens? Where do they go?
And then they move on.
Then they go away. Okay.
We beat it. We use you.
So
how beat it?
So
we use you and we kick you to the curb.
Who's the
Don't
star?
Call us. We'll call you.
Who's the star player?
They treat their players like a girl they meet at the bar?
Yes.
That's right.
Who's the star player that came up from the minors?
Jeter sending them home with a
Who's
baseball.
your new homegrown guy? You got Yainer Diaz. Is there anybody else who's homegrown?
Yeah. Jeremy Pena?
Yeah, he's
Kyle
fine.
Tucker?
Hunter Brown, but he's leaving, so we can't keep saying him.
Well,
what
do you mean? That's a
who's
homegrown guy. That's
the new
how
Kyle
we won a
Tucker?
championship.
Who's the new Kyle Tucker? If you say we're homegrown and stuff, who's the new
Bryce
Bregman?
Matthews?
Who's the new Bregman? So you got Bryce Matthews, Shea
Whitcomb.
Okay, maybe they'll be the new. I'm willing to be hopeful. Who's the next? So who's the next stud pitcher? Young stud pitcher.
Oh, somebody will come up. I mean, look at what we did. I mean,
they look good this year.
What we do.
Yeah,
we just got Eric Getty came up. You didn't even know who he was a year and a half ago.
Eric Getty is not going to be Sasaki.
Eric Getty is a beast.
Eric Getty's cheap. His
Eric
nickname is Spaghetti Eric Getty. That's not cool. We need a Japanese.
Cool.
Why can't we get a Japanese pitcher?
Because
we have Kikuchi.
You're so anti-Japanese.
You have
He's
Kikuchi.
gone. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. As soon as he asks for more than 2 years, he's out.
We had anal fissures. We get Japanese.
He wasn't pitcher. That was
you're not getting. You're not getting a star level Japanese pitcher.
You're not.
Just cut it out.
Stop.
You're not. But
right,
I know I'm not. I know I'm not. But you know what? I'd like to be able to have some level of excitement that maybe my owner will surprise me and go in on a guy that he thinks is special.
He hasn't surprised you enough.
He hasn't surprised
you enough.
John,
you're Gilbert.
I'm done.
You're the Gilbert of this show.
This run is done.
Hey, give me a steak and French fries.
No, you can keep saying, you know what? I take it back. I got what I deserve, and now I'll sit back quietly.
Yeah, you got your 2.
And I'll just sit back quietly and take it.
You got your 2.
You can do whatever you want.
No. Here we go.
I'll just put my legs up here, and you can do whatever you want.
Oh, this is not good.
Go ahead.
His legs are up when he's supposed to be talking about Zadok Jewelers.
Is
that what he's doing?
It's a real shame.
You know what? I can't have an opinion about trying to actually build a baseball team because you had your run. Now shut up and take it.
You took
Now shut up and take it.
You had 2.
You got Eric Getty. Be quiet.
Before Jim Crane got here, what did you know about winning titles?
Yeah.
Good.
Jim Crane never surprised you with Justin Verlander?
Let's keep going. Are we at the finish line?
Yes.
Can we shut the organization
down? You had
down
a decade of success. It's
Why
a reboot.
can't we keep going?
Because generally,
it
doesn't go past a decade.
This mindset, I tell you what, Dana Brown better pull.
It's a reboot.
Some absolute. See, both of you are pissing me off. Dana Brown better pull some absolute magic out of his ass.
You think
some magic? Shea Whitcomb better have magic gloves and magic bats coming out of his ass.
You think you're going to get 15, 20 years of Astro success? You got a decade. Relax. Yeah. A decade.
It wasn't a decade.
From 15 to 24.
I count 15.
You made the playoffs.
16, you didn't make the playoffs. No, it's 17 to 24.
No, 15 counts. 15 was the start.
You made the playoffs.
What did you know about it before then?
What about 16?
Then you missed, and then you came right back.
You hit reset after 16.
You made 9 out of 10 years, and you're complaining.
I'm not complaining. What are y'all talking about? It's like you're at an endpoint. You do know that the organization runs every year. You do know baseball's
understood, but
right?
At some point,
I don't know. Y'all dumb.
And I want French fries, and I want corn on the cob,
and fries.
I'm gonna talk about Gallant George. I got too many dumb
fries.
people saying things. They're either pissing me off or they're historically and generationally stupid.
All right,
it's one of the two.
He can't even hear us.
So I'm going to talk about something that will make me happy.
He took his headset off.
And that's watches from Zadok Jewelers. Watches from Zadok Jewelers. I can buy, I can sell, I can trade. I can have nice things with Zadok Jewelers. You know why? Because they're willing to bring you quality. They're willing to bring you the unique timepieces and the unique treasures that can be yours. They don't get all, well, let's just do something on a budget. Let's just do something real tight. It won't be high quality. They're going big. They're going big all the time. The Breitling Texans watch, it's awesome. And they've got watches there, and only 104 were made. Exclusive timepieces can be yours. And as I said, buy, they sell, and they trade. And they do it with the nicest things on the market. Watches, bracelets, wedding rings, diamond rings, pendants. It can all be yours. Stop in at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok.com.
All right, Houston. Nico's. Opa! So they've got an app, and it's called Opa, O-P-A. And it's a game changer. You download it, get 100 free points just for joining. And then every bite you take at Nico's earns you more points for free food, drinks, desserts, even meals. What's better than that? Nothing. Opa. Let's go, baby. It's Opa amazing. Here's the deal. Nico's is awesome. Nico's is our Greek restaurant here. I don't know that there's another Greek. If you like Greek food, Nico's, and it's fast. I mean, they do a great job, but it's quality Greek food. The Greek salad is awesome. The gyros are fantastic. You're looking for something a little bit different. If you haven't had Greek food in a while, they got real Kalamata olives with the seeds included. I said, hey, why don't you get the seeds? Because they're not as good, John. That's why we do the seeds. You can tailgate with it. Your holidays are coming up, and you want some food to celebrate. You want some food to entertain. Why don't you do Greek at Nico's? Go to catering at niconicos.com, catering at niconicos.com, or you can call them 713-528-0966. 3 locations now. They got the one in Woodlands. It's right off I-45 in Research Forest. They got the one, obviously, at I-10 and the Beltway, and then the one that's been there forever at Montrose and Westheimer. You're looking for the best Greek food in the city. It's not even close. Nico's.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Did you guys finish Disclaimer?
I did.
Yes.
I'm on the last episode 7.
Told you it gets darker.
It changes.
Yeah. She sat down at the kitchen table, and that's the last one I saw.
The last episode ain't fun.
It ain't fun?
No, it is not.
Oh, she sat down. Has she already started talking?
Well, she like the final scene of like that episode is like she's pretty much saying it's my turn now.
Yeah,
and then the last episode is her telling her story.
You can see it coming in episode 6, but you got to watch the whole thing. I don't want to ruin it for people. What makes the show good is it's got a great twist. That's as mad as y'all made me in a long time. John knows better.
He threw his headset.
You just say stupid stuff like we're Purdue.
Well, you're more like Wisconsin, but he acts like he's Purdue when it comes to, hey, we can't compete sometimes. Go out there.
You said he should be Penn State.
He should act like he's Clemson. Like Clemson does. In fact, the comparison is Clemson. They've won a couple times, but they do it a certain way, and that's the way they do it.
Actually, you're right. They don't do NIL. We don't do free agent. We don't do paying market value.
That's Clemson.
That is
because they won titles. Yeah.
Clemson is actually the
and they're steadfast in the way they do it. And they believe it's the right way, even if things are changing.
Yeah, it's Clemson.
So to think that Clemson would be involved with this type of recruit, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I know they won't, but I wish they were. I know they won't. I know in my heart they're not going to be. I know, but that's what bothers me. Let's say you are. We're going to make an aggressive offer. Just lie. You don't even have to. Drayton would have lied.
Not going to.
We have our eyes set on a little Japanese man who can throw it about 100. Throw it about 100. I'm not letting you do it a second time. I'm just telling you.
You're so entitled. You've won for 10 years now, and you're like, we don't do anything. We won't
go after top flight talent. We won't. If you don't grow, if you don't grow it at home, they don't go
like
after.
Justin Verlander.
When's the last Verlander
or Jose Abreu? Okay. Yeah.
I mean, if we're doing this bit where we piss them off, you got to be at least credible. You can't go with Abreu.
Yeah. I know that immediately took me off the hook. And I got somebody arguing about the dome. Like, I got to be careful because right now I'm a little on the edge.
Yeah,
why are you against the dome?
Why would I be for the dome? I grew up here, John. I went to the dome. I went to events and all that stuff.
In 100 years, the dome, that's going to be a tourist attraction here.
Oh.
It is.
John thinks the Astrodome's the Parthenon.
Let me ask you something.
It is our Parthenon.
It's nobody cares about that stuff anymore.
It's the first ever.
But no one cares.
First ever.
When's the last time you took somebody to go tour the dome?
Well, you can't now.
When's the last time? Okay, when's the last time somebody said, "Hey, I want to go see the dome. Take me to go see the dome." When's the last time somebody said that?
Yeah, well, you can't. You can't go see it.
So you want taxes to be raised so that they can dress up the inside of the Astrodome?
It's private money. You didn't see private money?
What private money wants to dress up a dome?
$750 million.
Now, we'll see if that. That's been out there before, right? Multiple times, and then everyone goes,
Yeah, no.
If you want
to
take it and turn it into, we've already had this discussion. You want to turn it into a hotel? You want to turn all this? I'm all for that. If you're just going to keep that big hunk of junk up, and you're just going to, and I have respect for it, but no one cares about the first dome stadium anymore. Nobody cares. Honestly, the only people who care are getting older, and they're going to die, and then no one's going to care, and you're going to be left with
Parthenon.
the ash. It's not our Parthenon.
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Our Parthenon, the Astrodome. We make jokes about rat piss and cats in there.
You don't think they had that at the Parthenon too?
That's
you don't think they had that at the Parthenon? What are we going to do with this? Oh, let's just tear it down and we'll put up a Denny's. No, they didn't say that in Italy. You know what they did? Okay.
You know, it'd be great.
Greece.
Yeah, I think it was Greece.
I think there's more people in Houston.
I'm talking about the Coliseum.
Yeah, the Coliseum.
What do you want to do with
Pantheon?
it? We can't, it's all it is right now. It's just an abandoned building. It's like anything you'd see in the middle of Chicago, somewhere in a poor district or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's an abandoned building. You can tell me about all the history. It hasn't had history in it for 3 decades.
Well,
what's the?
I don't know what you're talking about. I believe we call it.
Do with it?
Gulf Coast Stonehenge, I think is what we call it.
Yeah.
Neither did the Coliseum or the Parthenon, or they had nothing. And they were World War II. It was bombed out. The Parthenon was bombed. What happened?
When was it built?
Let's just get rid of it.
When was it built?
Tear it down.
When was it built? Since it's historical.
If you tear it down, it doesn't. You can't ever see it.
So it's right there. No one wants to see it now.
In 1,000 years,
when are all these people want to see the Astrodome?
To answer your question,
nobody's going to care.
The Parthenon was built in 432 BC.
Oh, yeah. When was the Astrodome built?
And in 2,000 years, what's going to happen?
When was the Astrodome built? In 2,000 years, we're not even on the planet. This place is
planet's done for.
We're done. Society's cooked. It could be any number of things will cook us. It's not going to be 2,000 years. I don't even give us 300.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This planet is great again. Okay, so I'm just
so robots now are going to back off. AI's backing off. Okay,
robots are going to fix it.
They're going to fixing it by removing us from the planet.
Okay, you know what? I wish they'd bring a bunch of robots that would dismantle the dome.
Ooh.
And just take it off quietly.
Wow.
And I grew up here, and that's great. And I know it's got the history of Billie Jean King against Bobby Riggs, and it's got Lou Alcindor versus Elvin Hayes, and that's great. And it's got a bunch of Oiler failures in it. It's got Houston Cougar football losses that
Astro failures
upset me. It's got Astros failures in it. Y'all didn't grow up here to see all the failures in it. Mostly, it's a house of failures. I know that it's historic, but no one cares anymore.
Oh, really?
You know what they want to go see? The nice ones.
The Coliseum was a bunch of failures by guys who got eaten by lions.
When's the last time you went and visited?
They didn't tear that down.
When's the last time you went and visited visited Yankee Stadium, the original Yankee Stadium? When's the last time
you
went?
Oh,
they tore it down. That's right. Yeah. And that had a billion times. What about Polo Grounds? What's your favorite thing to go see at the Polo Grounds right now?
I can't. I would love to.
I would
love to go to the
because
Polo
they
Grounds.
move forward. Nobody cares.
I would
go
love
to Cooperstown. It's all in Cooperstown. Go take the Astrodome, put it in a big ass truck, and take it to Cooperstown. Get it out of my city. I'm done with this piss factory. Out of here. I'm done with it. And stop arguing with me. You guys on Twitter. You save this history. You go down there and take people when they come in town. You guys want to drive down and go check out the Astrodome? Go check out the Astrodome. It's really cool. You're going to love it. Trust me. No one wants to go see the Astrodome.
So
you know where they want to go see? New stadiums or things that have real history. Real history. As a Houston sports fan, that's one of the things that hurts this whole city. We don't have great history. We're making it right now with Astros, which is I like to keep winning, but you guys can be losers. That's fine. But I'd like to keep winning with good players. But that's just me. I like to win. And we're making history with guys like Jalen Green and Olajuwon was history. Jalen Green is history. He had a 30.
Oh yeah, that Jalen Green, that Japanese player that you acquired or you drafted. That's why you drafted him.
He's Filipino, and is that a problem for you?
Okay.
His Filipino heritage?
Oh no,
okay.
But you drafted
I was just making
him.
Sure.
You drafted him. You didn't sign him as a
He's
free
a
agent
young star player.
Money.
We need young star players.
Oh, my God.
Star is doing a lot of work there.
Right.
Star.
Do you remember when he averaged 30 a game a few years ago in that month?
Yeah, and I remember the month of October going into November what he's doing right now.
Averaging over 20 points a game. It looks good.
No, it does not.
Everything looks fine.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it looks great.
The
look
8-4 Rockets. Sorry, my 8-4 Rockets aren't good enough for you guys that you want to just keep re-signing Kikuchi.
The 8-4 Rockets are doing it in spite of Jalen Green.
Kikuchi was great. I don't even know. Roki has never faced a major league
favorite Kikuchi playoff moment. Well, you go first, John. Go.
Well, he didn't get in.
The Astros failed Kikuchi. They didn't allow him the opportunity.
That's right.
So the same people who failed him, you expect them to make good moves now?
Yeah. Yep. I expect. Okay, here's what I expect. I expect us to try to get back on time.
Good luck with that.
Good luck.
We got John Chill coming up at the top of the hour, and you got John Daspit right now.
Good. I'm glad I got John Daspit. I'll get him to tear this stuff down. That's not really what he does. He's a personal injury lawyer. So, and actually, if you got injured trying to do something like that, then he might be able to sue. But I will tell you this, John Daspit, his level, the different features of law that he works under is, and that he works inside of is pretty crazy. You always think of car wrecks. I think of refinery explosions. Those are some of the major ones that he does. Things that injuries, offshore accidents, things that happen along the coastline. But he does much more than that. You'd be shocked. I found out about a case that he just got settled for about 10 people here in Houston, a group that he was representing, and got a really good settlement for them because of something that happened during Hurricane Beryl. And it's something for all of us to keep in mind, is that when you have negligence that has hurt you, and it can be physical or it could be substantial property loss, things like that, you need to make sure that you keep John Daspit in mind, because John Daspit is going to go out there and fight for you if you have been wrong due to someone else's negligence. Keep that in mind. 713-CALL. 713-CALL now. 713-CALL now is the phone number. Go to the website at Daspit Law and just look up all the elements of what it is that John Daspit will do for you, how the different elements of law that he works inside of so that he can find the justice that you have coming to him. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL now.
All right, so every time we talk about Republic Boot Company, we talk about the smell. And when you walk in there, you're going to know what we mean, okay? Because it's awesome. It is awesome. And all along the wall, I mean, I bought a suit jacket there, and it was, a sport coat. I bought a sport coat there, and it just was, I was like, I have to buy this. It just can't be a better sport coat ever. And then the wall has all the 1836 stuff and custom, they're custom boots that are already made, which doesn't make any sense, but they customize every boot to your foot. and hats. They can customize the hats that are already made. Now, if you want to get something really custom, I mean, the workmanship there is incredible. You can design with all of the different leathers. You can pick exactly what you want, and people do that. But it's just a fun place. I mean, they got a stage there where they got bands on Friday afternoons, complimentary beer there, and alcohol behind the bar. It's all free, So get on over there and have yourself a great time. Get yourself rodeo ready right now. There's one place to do it. It's Republic Boot Company, 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, just off 11th and Studewood. It's Republic Boot Company, republicbootcompany.com. All right, I'm looking at a list of the on-target percentage by pass depth. On-target percentage by pass depth. Who do you think is the most accurate, no matter what depth? Who is the most accurate passer in the NFL?
Is it Goff?
It is not Jared Goff. Jared Goff is actually no.
And he was like 78% before the Texans.
Well, he's 76.8% right now. That game the other day, he wasn't very accurate.
Something was wrong. Every ball was coming out low.
Yeah,
it was just really weird. You know who's going to be higher than this may be a trap. Is it Lamar Jackson?
It is not Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
No, Lamar's not up there. The most accurate passer in the NFL is Joe Burrow.
Oh,
82.8.
And what's 82.8 for what? It's not overall accuracy.
Overall
it's
total.
Wait, right now he's 82%?
82.
For the year?
Accurate, not completion. Accurate.
Okay, well, explain what it is again.
On-target percent by pass depth. 5 yards, he's 90%. 6 to 10, he's 82%. 11 to 15, 71.
Wow, 11 to 15 is 71?
Yeah.
God, that's super high. You look for 60%.
21 plus, he's 56. Justin Herbert is 73% on 21 plus. That's the best in the NFL.
I'm going to tell you what, Jim Harbaugh is probably the coach of the year for different reasons. Justin Herbert, who, and frankly, with this show, the three of us have taken our shots at Justin Herbert just because he seems to get, and really maybe we're the ones off, but because NFL people all love Justin Herbert. Everyone, it's kind of unanimous. And yet, I know none of the three of us see this individually. We certainly don't see it with Trevor Lawrence. But with Justin Herbert, I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's been a little bit overrated. But, man, have you just took a look at what the Chargers are doing now? Now that Jim Harbaugh went in and made no secret about it, I'm going to draft on the offensive line. We're going to get our offensive line going. We're going to run the football. And look, and we're going to make sure that that we are physical up front. Have you seen what Justin Herbert's doing now? He's got 11 touchdowns, 1 interception. Now that you're not asking him to carry the offense, now that he didn't have to carry the offense, look at how much better he is. They're winning games. Yeah. His completion percentage is good. He's not turning the ball over. It's amazing what happens when you ask a little less of young quarterbacks.
And when you're running the football, guys are breaking. He doesn't have any wide receivers either. They're breaking free, and Justin Herbert is hitting them. He's the best on 21 plus. The best on 16 to 20, you will not guess. You will not never get this. Trevor Lawrence, 79.2%. The best on 11.
What?
Trevor Lawrence.
11 to 20. How many passes has he thrown?
16 to 20. 16 to 20. He's had 24 passes, and he's 79.2%. 11 to 15, the most accurate in the league, Jalen Hurts, 88%. 6 to 10, the most accurate in the league, Derek Carr.
Jacob hates this list.
85%. The most accurate, wait till you hear this one. You would never get this one in 100 years. 5 plus, Will Levis. 92.4%.
Wait, what does 5 plus mean?
5 plus to 5 to 10, 5, just 5-yard passes. I guess 1 to 5.
Will Levis.
Will Levis.
Shout out to Will for making those dunk and dinks.
Yep. And then he's one of the worst in the league from 6 to 10. if not the worst. No, he's the worst in the league from 6 to 10. Best in the league at 5 yards. Worst in the league, 6 to 10. But he's 9th overall. Where do you think CJ fits in out of 34 quarterbacks?
To which distance?
Overall.
General accuracy. He's still pretty. Out of 34 quarterbacks, this year I'll say 13th.
What do you say?
13th?
No, lower.
Lower meaning like 15th
Worse.
in that direction? Oh.
Worse.
This is general accuracy, right? On target accuracy?
Target accuracy.
I mean, 15, or you're going to go way low on me. This is going to freak me out.
Keep going.
18?
Lower.
21?
You're not going to get it. He's 31st. 31st. 69.6%. Worst in the league is Caleb Williams, 67.6%.
My God.
Okay.
Is
so
this
the
accurate?
worst,
Are these numbers accurate? Who's the data source?
The data source is.
Where does this come from? It's probably accurate because this next gen data is readily available to everyone. So I'm sure it's accurate.
Sportsinfo _SIS.
Yeah, they're a legit data source.
Yeah. So the worst in the league is, and Caleb Williams' accuracy is the worst in the league over the last. I just saw a stat. He's 468th out of 468 over the last 20 years. So Caleb Williams is the worst.
So can we say, is there a chance that C.J. Stroud is hurting Bobby Slowick? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what I'm saying.
It's C.J.'s poor play are hurting Bobby Slowick's play calling because good plays, C.J.'s turning good plays into bad plays. Is that what you're saying?
Do you know who's more accurate than C.J.?
Who?
There's only 3 guys less accurate. Caleb Williams, Dak Prescott, and Jordan Love. More accurate, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, Deshaun Watson.
No.
Yes.
All right, we're done
Bryce
with this.
Young, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels.
That's one of those you leave out because it hurts your cause when you mention
Drake May, and Trevor Lawrence. Way more accurate. Way more accurate.
I see what you're doing. It's a racial thing for you. Oh, look at all the accurate white guys.
No,
I saw what you just did. Okay, who's the ones less accurate than him?
Who's
less accurate than C.J. Stroud?
Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams.
See? I see what you just did. Pretty sneaky, John.
Matthew
I thought we
Stafford
lived in a post-racial society, and you're sitting here trying to say, oh, look at this, Matt Stafford, Derek Carr.
And if you dive even deeper,
good ones.
And if you dive even deeper, John went after light-skinned quarterbacks.
I saw that.
How about
I recognized it.
The next at 30th is Matthew Stafford, 29th Brock Purdy. Both, I think, white guys.
Yeah, who are better than CJ.
Better.
That's the point.
Oh, so the bottom 4 in the NFL.
So I'm not sure. So we got Matt Stafford, who I think is really good. There's actual good quarterbacks down there at the very bottom. What are we to take from this statistic? Who are the top 10? Tell me the top 10.
Top 10: Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Derek Carr, Geno Smith, Justin Fields, Tua, Will Levis, Andy Dalton.
Yeah, this stat, you literally just made this stat irrelevant. Listen to all the guys in there who can't play.
Top 4.
Yeah, but top 10, you wouldn't take half the guys in the top 10. You wouldn't take over the guys who are 30 through 34.
Right.
You would take Jordan Love,
Caleb
Dak
Williams
Prescott, not Caleb, but you'd take CJ, Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy.
Prescott.
You wouldn't take Dak Prescott over Andy Dalton?
Yeah, okay, but I wouldn't take him over Tua.
Would you take him over Derek Carr?
I don't know.
Yes, you would. That's the ultimate sign of disrespect. Derek Carr is the losingest. Do you know I saw this stat. It's incredible.
Dak sucks, dude.
Yeah, he does. But the Carr brothers, do you know that the losingest for years so Derek Carr, so David Carr is the losingest quarterback in history for the first 6 years of a player's career. It's like year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. And then at some point, Derek Carr takes over as the losingest quarterback for 8 years as a starter, then 9 years as a starter, 10 years. He needs, I think it's one more loss to have the most losses for a player, a starting quarterback with, I think 10 or 11 years under his belt. It's all the Carr brothers. It goes right from David Carr to Derek Carr. It's incredible.
Well, the Zerline-Granado combo is the losingest combo radio host forever hitting a break on time. So
that's overrated. Who cares?
Well,
no one cares about that.
You know why? Is because Lance talks. But here's the deal. I want to talk right now about GiveMeTheVin.com. How about this? They've got a new one. GiveMeTheVin, CC.com. GMTV, GiveMeTheVin, GMTVCC.com. They love buying collector and classic cars. So that's GiveMeTheVin, CC.com. GMTVCC.com. You can do it all online. It's easy. You can seal the agreement online. They'll come and pick it up. They will come and they will bring you a check for whatever it is. They love classic and collector cars, but I mean, obviously your car as well. For over 30 years, John Clay Wolf, his vision has remained clear. Make car deals simple. Give Me the VIN, revolutionized online car buying. It's now they're targeting classic and collector cars and that market. They've established an entire website just for that. You're looking for a great way to get rid of that. If you've got a collector car or a classic car and you want to sell it, John Clay Wolf is here for you. All right. And he's going to say, again, he's going to set the market. He's going to set the market on what that vehicle is worth at GiveMeTheVin.com or GiveMeTheVin ClassicCollector.com, GMTVCC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, by the way, for those of you that were wondering, Lance did find out the name of his assistant coach back in the day. It was Coach Rude. Coach Rude. Okay, so there you have it. So, yeah. Oh, Jackie says, yeah, Lance, he's so cheap. The fifth highest payroll in baseball, Astros. Mets 305, Yankees 303, Dodgers 249, Phillies 243, Astros 236. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Yep, fifth highest paid payroll. Yeah, you're one of the poors. Right, you can't get anybody. Jim Crane never surprises us. He never does that. He doesn't spend any money. What the?
Better give that money to Alex Bregman.
Well, go ahead.
6 years, you know the projection, 6 years, $27 million a year. That's not too much.
It isn't too much. 162. That's the thought.
Because third basemen, the last several who have been up for deals, aren't breaking the $30 million barrier.
But we had it higher than that, I think. John, you thought it was going to be 30 plus, or what was the number we settled in at? We did this the other day.
Yeah, but when you look at third baseman, Anthony Rendon is the outlier getting, they just don't get big money. It just doesn't happen. Other than San Diego, Anaheim, it's funny. Third base for whatever reason. Bryant was at third baseman, but they moved him to the outfield. Colorado gave him stupid money. It was the most ridiculous contract ever, and it can't be worthless. It's worthless, that contract. But third baseman, for whatever reason, just don't collect. And the thought is that Alex Bregman might have to move to second base if he goes to New York or even Boston. He's going to have to because, they're not moving. What's his name? The lefty, the really good hitter. Anyway, Boston's going to put him at second base. So, and I think Boston is probably the place. Either that or New York. New York's got to have somebody.
It may be time. Alex Bregman may just want a change of scenery. He may want to live somewhere else.
I don't think so.
Like
no,
he left, but
he left
to New Mexico.
Well, no, he left to Arizona.
Oh, is that Arizona?
Arizona, but I don't think so. But people that are close to him, he has told them, "No, I want to stay. I would like to stay." I think he was pissed off.
Isn't that a bad sign when a guy literally says,
but he still wants to come back?
Just take Astros off your bio like everyone else does. Just scrub some pictures. Everything will be fine.
Alex Bregman ain't a teenager that's going to say.
Instead, he's going to move his house?
Well, yeah.
That's a more drastic move than taking a team off your bio.
No. He bought a house, and I'm not sure that he still doesn't have a house here. Hey, don't worry, Alex Bregman's got enough money for that. Okay. So I know he bought a house in Arizona.
Try to get away from our cold winters.
Well, apparently it's going to be cold next week, right?
I don't know. I woke up, it was 59. It was a blessing, and then it's going to get to 80.
Well, I'm coming. Yeah, but apparently next week we got a real cold front coming in. When I come in and I'm going to play golf.
I'll decide if we're going to do that. I haven't decided if I'm going to let it be cold. I want it to be cold, but I doubt it will be. Right now it's 63. It's literally perfect right now.
63 is perfect?
Yeah. Let's see.
That's freezing.
It's not freezing. It'll be 80, 82. Oh, you're right. It does get down to our high. It's going to be 60. Yeah. Next Wednesday, we got a 47 is the low. 45 low, 49. I mean, it's going to be 67, 60, 65, 67. It's actually going to be great. It's going to be great next year. You're coming back at the perfect time. You're going to wear your little quarter zip.
Or a vest.
A quarter zip and a vest over the quarter zip.
Yep. Perfect for you.
A Stanley Cup.
You'll have it all, John. Maybe a pumpkin spice.
What I don't need is cold weather. That's what I don't need.
You're not going to get it. You're going to get the 60s. It's going to be fine. You'll have a glove on your left hand anyway. You're going to be fine.
Oh my God.
Nice and toasty.
Yeah.
Did you guys see OG Anunoby crush Anne Hathaway's popcorn?
Yes.
I mean, that's
very hateful. Just because she hasn't done anything in a while doesn't mean you got to do that.
Well, we got to go. But did you see RJ Barrett? He was playing in L.A. against the Lakers for the Raptors. He gets an and one, and he's like falling towards the Toronto bench, and he does a double take because he sees Jamie Lannister in the crowd.
Yeah.
He was like,
who did that?
RJ Barrett. He looks, and then he turns like, Game of Thrones. He goes, Game of Thrones.
That's one of my favorite actors. He's in a movie called Headhunters.
He's in a Shot Caller, too. Shot Caller's
great. Yeah. Have you seen Headhunters, Del?
No.
It's in his native language where he's a respectable businessman, supposedly, but he's actually an art thief. He goes in and steals art and replaces it with fakes. And he steals Jamie Lannister's I can't remember what the guy's name. And the guy finds out that he stole it. You know, he figures out that he stole it, and then now he's out to get him. And it's like, oh my gosh, there's a scene in like an outhouse where he has to try to hide. The one guy has to hide in like an outhouse. Where would you hide in an outhouse?
Is he Norwegian?
Something like that. But that show Headhunters is really good too. Good movie.
You know who's great to talk to? And who's John Chill. Yes, and he's coming up next.
John Chill.
You know who's great to talk to as well? My man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. He's the best. If you got to talk mortgages, I'm going to tell you this. Like Lance asked him, and I asked him. I was sitting with him at lunch, and he said like 20 things that I didn't even know what he was talking about. This is how deep you can go and how complex mortgages can get. You don't have that, okay? You don't have that ability. This dude does. This dude, and I say he nerds out. I mean, he geeks out on it. He loves this stuff. He loves to save people money on their mortgages. He really, really does. Hey, I can save you here. I can save you here. 1,400 mortgages. You think he doesn't know every single thing about it? You think that he hasn't really got down and saved people? He literally saved people thousands and thousands of dollars at signing, plus over the life of the contract. So if you're going to do your mortgage, if you're going to buy a house, I'm telling you, you have to call this guy, because I'm telling you, he really, really loves this stuff, and he loves the 97.5 listener. He's been listening to us forever, and he's going to take care of you. I promise you, he's going to take care of you. Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626 or 975loans.com. Brokers do it better. Get there. Get to see Kent and tell him you're right here, 975loans.com.
When it comes to your not gambling, when it comes to your plumbing problems, there's one of two things you can do. You can wait and try to remember some catchy phone number, which I originally did one time for an issue I had, and it ended up costing me thousands because the service was so bad, the prices were so high. This is before I knew Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and once John and I met Billy, once we had the work at our homes, it was very easy for us to get on board and say, yeah, we want to speak for Billy, because Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company do things the right way. They're very transparent. They are very fair with all of their pricing, and they just get it done. Like, they don't charge you to come out there and diagnose the problem. It's important. They say, look, we want you to use our business. We want you to use our company, but we're also going to tell you exactly what's going on, and we're not going to expect you to pay us to tell you what's going on. We'll expect you to use us, and if you don't, you don't. But we're going to be honest with you right up front. And they're ready for commercial and residential. So if you own a business, if you own a property, if you want them to work on your commercial property, they certainly do that all the time. But the residential is what we focus on, because our listeners need somebody that they can trust when it comes to making sure that the small things and the big things get the same amount of attention, the same fix at a fair price. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, or simply give him a call today, Billy Brown, at 281-488-6238.
All right, welcome back. Time to bring in Golden Nugget CFO John Chill. Talk about what's going on at the Golden Nugget DraftKings Sportsbook. And how much action did you get on our Texans on Sunday night? And I would imagine most of it was Lions?
It was interesting. We started to see some late Texans money late. It was probably getting a little bit even money, 50-50 at the end. And, it started out with Detroit, but I think maybe the locals started playing Texans a little bit.
Well, where was your number? That's the important thing, because the Texans lost by 3. The number was supposedly around 3. Like, did you ever have variations of that number where you were able to make money or lose money? Did it get off at 3?
So it closed it at 3.5. So, you got the hook. So if you were Texans, you were good at the end. So that was, it seemed like, the national was Detroit, but we saw some local Houston money come in. So, so if you had Texas or the Texans, you were good.
So I'm a stockholder of DraftKings, right? And so they've been going up. They just had an earnings report, and one of the things, initially they went down and then it went up. But one of the things that came out in the earnings report, it said, it was kind of flowery language, but it said DraftKings, the general public has had more favorable actions than the sports book. In other words, they were saying the public is winning this year. The public has been taking it to the books this year, which means the favorites are winning. Have you found that to be the case where you guys are?
Yeah, especially not last week. We were not as bad as we were the prior 2. The month of October was a bad month for us. College wasn't too bad, but as far as the NFL perspective, it's definitely a bad month for the books. We, a lot of favorites hit. I believe it was over 60-some%. I believe the 1 week there was over, I think, 11 favorites. So, when the favorites hit, yes, definitely the books do bad. So saw a little bit of a rebound, like I said, last weekend. We had more dogs than favorites hit. So hopefully for the books, that rebounds a little bit here in November.
Well, we're about the people here, John.
Yeah,
you know what? Right. Okay. And so the people won, and that's what we're about. Okay. And you like to give out winners too.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're allowed. So
what kind of are you seeing any early? What are you seeing college football
wise?
Yeah,
it's college. Action? Yeah, college. It's an interesting week. Not big marquee games. There's some out there. Some of the ones I'm looking at, and it's interesting. Ohio State is seeing a lot, over 80% of the handle against Northwestern, and that's at 28.5. And who'd ever think late in this season that it might be a look-ahead game for Indiana? I think Indiana's on a bye this week, so that's interesting that we're seeing so much, money on Ohio State right now as far as that scenario. Locally, LSU, they're seeing over 80% of the handle right now, and we're still recovering from Saturday's beating. So it was interesting. Yeah, I think LSU against Florida, I think either they rebound or, do they pack the season in after what happened to them last Saturday? But we're seeing a lot of action there. We continue to see some line movements on some of the lower games. Hawaii has become a trendy pick right now against Utah State at -2.5. I kind of like them as well. I think Utah State's defense is ranked 132. Their offense is in the upper 80s. Hawaii's defense is pretty solid, not the offense we're used to seeing from them. So we're seeing some action there as well. The game I like to watch, we're seeing from Texas. They're over 70% of the handles there as well. I think they got ripped a little bit, as far as the playoffs and who they played, and Arkansas coming off a bye. So I think Texas might be a little hungry this week and at 13.5 and see what they can do.
Be careful. Arkansas take care of Tennessee.
Yep.
So
but Arkansas got smashed a couple weeks ago against Ole Miss. Arkansas has been so up and down all year long.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been unbelievable. One game, I think we talked to Josh Pate about this. What in the world do you make of Georgia versus Tennessee? Yeah. Now, Tennessee's starting quarterback may not play, but what do you make of a Georgia team who has showed you almost every week that they're not the same Georgia team that you thought they were going to be, except for against, up until last week, their 2 best opponents, Texas and Clemson. They had really good games against both of those teams. Then they get whipped, and I mean whipped by Ole Miss at Ole Miss, and now they're laying a really high number. Like I can't, against the team's got a pretty good defense in Tennessee. I just can't figure this game out. I don't know. It feels like the number's a little high on that one, John. How do you have action coming in?
I'm with you. Yeah, I was going to bring that one up where I just don't see Georgia laying it. I mean, their offense has sputtered here, like you said, against Ole Miss. Tennessee have slowed down a little bit as far as offense, but their defense, I believe, is still, one of the top defenses up there. I'm with you. If I had to play this one, I would definitely take the points. I like the under in this game. I believe it's 48 and a half now. But so I just see a defensive battle. Like you were saying, I think Georgia struggled on offense. They haven't really, a couple games here or there, but yeah, I can't see the 10 points.
I don't know what to do until I know what's going on with the Olaleye. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Right? Because if he's playing, they're a different team. But if he can't go, go, then you don't. Same thing. Well, Nebraska's at USC, but Raiola is hurting. So USC has really been hurting. By the way, Miller Moss has been benched, and so they're going with the backup at USC. We'll find out whether or not he gives them a boost. Maybe USC is a play, especially if Raiola is hurt. What other games anything else, John, that's sticking out as far as where the money's going?
NFL's interesting. We're seeing the Falcons. I think they open up as a 2-point favorite, and then we're starting to see a lot of love the last couple of weeks, and now the Falcons are a 2-point dog, so we're seeing a lot of movement there. I was looking at the Green Bay game. This is an interesting stat. So road favorites against divisional opponents after a bye week are 33-16 against the spread. So, and it's Chicago. I think that's just become a mess.
They're a mess
each week. Yeah. So I kind of like Green Bay -6 in that one. Steelers, Ravens. That's getting 3 at home. Tomlin at home. I think he is 12-4-2 against the Ravens as a dog. But for me, the Ravens, their offense. I mean, they could. It's. Pittsburgh's gotten by, being a Steeler fan, but it'll be interesting to see that game. We're seeing even money on the Bills Chiefs. That's a big game too as well. Kind of like them to tease them, tease the Chiefs up to 8. Dolphins, I think, are -7 against the Raiders. Tease them down. I like KC and Dolphins -1 as far as the teaser play there. But the big line movement's Atlanta. Atlanta's been hard to figure out all year. I mean, for me personally, I take them, they don't do good. And then when I don't take them, they end up doing well. So that's a hard team to figure out. And that'll be an interesting, it's interesting to see that there's a lot of money on Denver right now.
Are you seeing any money on the Texans yet, or does Monday Night Football come later?
We're seeing, 80% of the handle so far is on the Texans. So, I mean, it's at -7.5. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see.
It's up to 7.5 now. That was 7. So that's moved a little bit. All right.
That's moving. Yeah, we got that.
What do you got? You got any tips for UFC this weekend?
You know what? I mean,
wait, what about the fight, John? What about the
what about Tyson?
Yeah.
I wish Louisiana would bring it back. I grew up watching Tyson, and I hope it happens by the second round. I want to see Tyson, and I'm at 2-1 odds. I would love to see him.
Are you taking action on it or no?
We can't in Louisiana. They took it off the board after the first cancellation, so we can't take
Wait, you can't. And why in Louisiana specifically?
The gaming board just took it off the board. I don't know
even
why.
though it's back.
It was interesting.
That's interesting. They may think, because Tyson, I guess, it was a medical issue. And so maybe they think it's that's interesting. Louisiana takes it off the board after that and won't bring it back on, even though the fight's back on. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. But I'm waiting for Tyson. Hopefully he becomes victor. And but the John UFC too. Big favorites. I think these are ones you look at. For John Jones, if you want to try to get the even money, if he knocks him out, it's +120. If he does it by submission, 200. Stipe, he's at 7-1 to knock him out. I think that's the only chance he beats John Jones if he knocks him out. So you can get 7-1 odds there to see. There's a lot of favorites on the board. So I think, as far as UFC, if you're playing them, I would look at, different round, try to get lucky on the round matchups and try to predict those, for a card. But it should be a good card. It looks pretty good Saturday. So we should be busy, and, lots of good games. The playoffs are coming. Interesting what came out Tuesday. And, Georgia, like we talked about Georgia, getting shunned out now. They might be hungry. Maybe that's why it's -10.
Well, they got to win. They got to win.
Yeah.
If they lose, they're out of the playoffs. So,
yep.
And if they win, they're the first one out. So, if they win, they might be back in. So we'll see. We'll see. That's John Chill. He comes every week right here to talk about what's going on over at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook, 12,000 square feet of premier sports betting. John, as always, man, we appreciate it, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Over 3,200 square feet of LED screens at that sportsbook. Bar, grill experience. You can play blackjack while you're watching the games. All right. Full-service restaurant. It's really good. The wings and the pizza and the dogs and the nachos and everything else. But you also got, you got shows there. You've got, it's awesome. 12 restaurants, golf course, pool, beautiful hotel, Las Vegas-style casino. There's nothing bad about it. The Blue Martini Lounge is awesome. Been there plenty and had a great time there. They've always got a band in there entertaining. It's just a great place. It really, really is. And if you want to get your sports betting on, it's there as well. So there's nothing negative about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. One of my favorite places to go. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. How much time do you save not going to Vegas? You're there at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, GoldenNuggetLC.com. So you've got a backyard. You don't know what to do with it. I know who will know what to do with it. They'll make a design on the laptop of exactly what they're going to do. When you see the workmanship, when you see the quality, when you see the I don't want to say extravagance, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, it just doesn't. It's different with Hogue. It's different. Your backyard is different. You want to put in that putting green. You want to put in that basketball court, pickleball court. You want to put in that swimming pool or that pit, that fire pit, or outdoor kitchen or lounge where you're watching your games. I'm telling you, they just do it different. It's just better. They're exterior designers. They're not just coming over to cut the lawn, trim them, and trim the trees and do that stuff. They design, but they also do that stuff. They'll come to your home and they'll cut the grass and trim the trees and prune the flowers and do all the stuff that you need done. They do that too. and they'll take care of whatever they build, okay? You're looking for the best way to get your backyard looking something special. HOGUELS.com, Hogue LS, Landscape Services, HogueLS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, I want to clean something up a little bit with Sasaki, the Japanese pitcher who is going to be hitting the market. He's 23, he's not 25. So he's considered an international amateur. So because of that, he's not going to have access to a true free agency contract. He's going to be bound by the international pool. And so when he signs this year can be, I guess he needed to be posted, which he's posted now, and he can sign by December 15th. He cannot be given a massive contract per the rules. In fact, while Corbin Burns may make $200 million, it's possible Sasaki could actually get $2 million or less per year. Right now, the teams that have the international amateurs during the signing period, they're going to be available, and teams have a certain amount of money from the international pool. It's meant to kind of level the playing field with international players. According to the AP, the Dodgers have the top remaining international pool amount at $2.502 million. The Orioles next at 2.1, the Yankees at 1.48, and San Francisco at 1.2. Since that's the case, I mean, first of all, he can go where he wants to go. And the thought is always going to be you're going to be in the coast. If you're an Asian player, the thought is you're going to play on the coast because it's it's more heavily Japanese. Japanese is not a heavily populated in New York.
Well, it's not that bad. It's not that hard to get back home.
Right. New York is not heavily Japanese. You have a heavier Japanese concentration in Los Angeles. I've done this I got into this rabbit hole one time.
Well, the Yankees have had Japanese players.
They've had, no, that's what I mean. Coastally, yes. Yeah. If you're on the West or East Coast, you've got the best shots. If it turns into
what about the Gulf Coast?
Well, I'd like for us to become a big Japanese hub. I mean, Hidden Omakase got recognized by the Michelin Guide. So, in a way, we're coming up on the Japanese side. In a way, I'd like for us to get bigger into the Japanese pitching market. I would like for that to happen with this young guy. But if this is going to be about your international pool and he gets to just truly choose just based on, hey, all things are relatively equal, but these guys can pay me a little bit, because it's really not going to be about his initial salary. It's not. It's going to be about marketing opportunities. It's going to be about fan bases in the city. The Astros probably don't have. I mean, they really don't have a chance. They actually have no chance. We do not have a robust, huge Japanese population in Houston, although it doesn't matter. Our fan base would love him regardless. It really doesn't matter. We got a diverse fan base. I don't think a Japanese fan base should matter. All of your viewership, a lot of it's going to come from the international market. And so, I mean, we would get him on the show. I could probably get John Daspit to give him a couple $100 a week to do a radio show with us. So that's additional money. Like, that's found money for him. So
we want John Daspit
marketing.
To give
yes.
Roki.
So
$250 a week to come on for one segment.
How much is Daspit paying the translator?
We'll pay him too. We'll get him $100.
So
$100 a show.
A total of $350 per show.
Yeah.
To
make more money.
Hear the pitcher talk to the translator, and the translator talk to us.
Yes.
And then the translator translate your question back to the pitcher.
Well, I'm trying to make him more money so he'll come here. I could get him a deal, maybe doing Gulf Coast Chevrolet commercials.
Well, why don't you do? I know you don't like producers having spots. Just take Sean's Prize Picks away and give it to the pitcher.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
I don't think a major league pitcher can do a Prize Picks commercial where you go higher or lower on your statistics. We've already done that in basketball accidentally.
True.
With Porter with Jonte Porter.
Well, I do Aqueduct Plumbing. I'm
great.
sure you can take that away from me and give it to the pitcher.
We could take.
Yeah.
He could say, "Hey, this is Rory Sasaki for Aqueduct Plumbing. My friend Billy Brown is great." Yep,
you can do that too.
Give him a new car. Monument.
I didn't know you would chime in, considering how proud you were. But I know Lance is of the opinion.
John is a proud boy.
Is of the maybe Lance is of the opinion that producers / hosts shouldn't ever do spots.
Well, host should.
I said / host.
But if you're a producer,
but I am a host,
because then it turns into you
listen
don't
to him. He just
place.
Ignores that part of it.
Yeah,
I don't know my place. Is what he just said. Well, Sean is a host as well. He does the bullpen on the weekend. So, are you okay with that?
No.
See, there it is. You're a bad
because
person.
Then you just get too full of yourself.
Okay.
And then so we guys got to keep you at a certain humility level, and we got to find money for this Japanese pitcher because clearly we're not.
We have to keep you at a certain level. He just said.
I heard he wants to have
kind of a glass ceiling.
He wants a ceiling.
Yeah.
What were we back in the 1800s? We got to keep Dell at a certain level.
1800s.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't have to go that far back.
The ceiling existed like 4 years ago. What's he talking about?
The ceiling. Certain ceilings are a little harder to break than 18. Well, ever since 1900s got here,
everything's been
great. Really great.
Everything's changed. Everything's equal.
Once we finally made it to the 1900s. Once we made it to the 1900s, producers could do advertising spots.
And that is a sign that things are okay.
That's how I judge it. Yeah. That we're making progress as a people. So yeah, Sasaki is not. He's going to be really good for LA. The LA super team is going to be absolutely terrible, John. You picked a good time to move to LA because they're going to win 1 billion titles in a row. They're going to have the best players. They're going to have, they've already got Mookie, Ohtani. They'll get this guy. I'm hoping that he goes to the Giants. Just kill him off with the Giants.
Yes, that'd be great because no one would care.
No one will care. Yeah, kill him off. With the Giants.
He won't win anything. He won't bother us in the least. That'll be fine. Go to the Giants.
John, you see Concept Mayhem. Tony says, I constantly marvel at the restraint it must take for you guys not to make Dell play Sarah McLaughlin's Arms of an Angel while John Chill is recounting how tough the house has it. It's another bad week for the home team. Really bad for us.
Oh my God, Lance! Like the number of people that are behind me on the dome and behind you on the dome. It's like Trump versus Harris. Okay?
What do you mean?
I'm destroying you. People want the dome.
Did you do a poll?
Yeah, it's on my Twitter feed. Yeah. That's right.
What's the numbers look like?
The numbers are it's a landslide. Okay, they're all in favor of keeping the dome.
Let me see.
A landslide.
Most people aren't. Okay, watch this. 713-780. Oh, what do you think Gilbert says? Keep it, or I'm saying keep it. Gilbert's on the line. Gilbert, keep the dome is going to be.
Well,
I'm going to say -5. No. He's going to be -500. He met Cheryl Teagues there probably.
Cheryl Teagues.
Yeah, he probably met Cheryl Teagues there, or one of the Charlie's Angels.
Oh God!
You don't think that happened? You don't think he's met a Charlie's Angel?
Yeah, Cheryl Ladd. You think she was ever there?
Kate Jackson. I'll bet he's met Kate Jackson.
I wasn't a big Kate Jackson guy, but I'll bet you Gilbert was.
You know what? The least shocking thing is that he wasn't a big Kate Jackson fan. Of all the Charlie's Angels,
she didn't have a nasty vibe to her. She seemed like a regular run-of-the-mill good person.
Yeah, I don't know.
She was always trying to run around, trick out the choo-choo. As some people would say. I wouldn't say that.
No, you're the only one who says that.
Yeah,
I've never heard anyone else say that before.
No one's ever said that but you.
Trick out
the choo-choo?
You're the only one who's ever said that.
Just forget I said it.
Don't even know what that means.
You've had
you know what? I want that one back.
You've had a day. Oh, you want it back, huh?
I've had a day.
You've had a day.
All right,
yeah,
let's let Gilbert decide the fate of the Astrodome. Okay? Gilbert, do you think
how are you doing today?
We're doing
all right,
good,
listen,
gentlemen.
Gilbert, listen. Do you think we should keep the Astrodome or tear it down? Which one?
What'd you say?
Do you think we should keep the
Astrodome?
Gilbert,
did he put us on mute?
Should we keep the Astrodome or tear it down?
What'd you say again? I can't hear you anyway.
Just turn it. Hold on. Turn. Turn your volume up, Gilbert. Okay, can you hear us right now?
I'm at the nursing home anyway.
No, I know. Can you hear us right now?
What'd you say?
Dale, are you hitting a hot
Apparently
button?
not.
Are you hitting a hot button?
No.
Oh, the only one I got
Gilbert.
right now is
Answer try.
Gilbert, can you hear us right now?
What'd you say? What's that again?
this is a bit. There's someone who's. We sure this isn't a
Somebody's got
Gilbert impression?
soundboard. No,
Can
somebody's
you
got
hear
a
us?
soundboard.
What'd you say?
It's a prank call with a soundboard.
Can
Yeah.
you hear us? What'd you say?
Yeah. What'd you say, Gilbert?
I'm hungry anyway.
We
Can
know.
somebody never go give me something to eat. I'm real hungry.
Do you think he did that just to get away from answering any questions and getting straight to the point?
I don't think so.
What'd you say? He just didn't want to talk. He just wanted to tell us that he was
All
hungry.
right, Gilbert, we're going to work on the food thing, but we need.
No, but it's already done, right?
I don't know if that guy's going
Reagan
to do
was
it.
buying.
Yeah, but the other guy, I forgot his number. Dell gave me his number.
Yeah, I gave it to him.
I mean,
Tiger,
you
who
were
called in
starving
yesterday.
over there and you lost the number.
I gave it to
I
you.
accidentally threw it away.
What?
Yeah, I did.
Wait a
But
minute.
Reagan knows that guy. Reagan,
Nope.
listen, if you're calling, call that your friend Tiger or whatever.
Okay, Bell. Okay, you're drowning. Who do you want to throw you a life preserver? I lost it. I don't know.
I forgot.
What I did with it.
No, he
Gilbert is literally starving.
The man says he's starving.
And Lance says, I don't know what I did with the number.
And you were the one who goes, hey, make sure to get that guy's number. Get the number so you can help out Gilbert. And I handed it to you and you threw it away?
Yeah, I didn't look at it. I just knew I had a piece of paper folded up in my pocket, and I just went, what's this trash? I thought it was a receipt or something.
What a bad person.
I know. And it's going to be 10 years bad luck for us. Oh, actually, I'm going to cause us to lose this game.
Dude is literally starving.
I know. Gilbert, let me ask you a quick question. And if you answer this question, I think we'll be able to get you food by the end of the week. That's how you have to do this. Carrot or the stick. So do you think they should should they keep the Astrodome in its rat-infected status or tear it down and do something else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Answer try.
Just put it on hold. Put them on hold. We can't do that.
What is going on?
I don't know. It's a sound. It's definitely.
I mean,
it's definitely a soundboard that somebody's prank called us, and they're firing off Gilbert sound.
I'm going to ask Alan. How did he say I'm Gilbert? I want to talk to the guys because he had to at some point have to talk to Alan to get on.
No actual interaction with this. It was just Gilbert phrases.
That's all. He just said, "This is Gilbert. I want to talk to John Lance," and that's it. That's all. He didn't have to hear anything.
Alan said, "This is Gilbert. I want to talk Texans." That's what he told him.
That's it.
It does say Texans up on the board.
Yeah, so he did
but
go
Gilbert
through the process.
What'd you say again? What was that again?
He didn't have to hear anything.
What'd you say again? Or what was he saying?
No, put him on.
I put him on one more. Put him on one more time. One more time. Just one more time. Because this could be a troll farm somewhere just trying to trick us. Hey, Gilbert?
Yeah.
Do you think they should tear the Astrodome down or keep it?
They should. They should tear up the Astrodome anyway,
Yeah!
So what was the first 5 minutes?
I don't understand what the first 5 minutes was.
Did we just give the troll farm time with the AI to answer the question?
I don't know.
Because we hear that beep. Is he on a machine? Could we hear that beep consistently every time we ask him a question?
I don't ask questions when I hear a beep in the background.
Yeah.
What is that beep, Gilbert?
What?
Well, I mean, I don't think they're going to approve. I think they're going to get sued by the Sports Authority and
Oh, okay.
We're talking.
The Houston Livestock Show people.
Okay.
They're going to prevent for the game that the Astrodome remodeled.
Okay. Well, John, I was sorry to see your Pantheon get torn up, but looks like Gilbert said tear it up.
Pantheon and Parthenon.
Yeah, whatever. I mixed them together. Don't care. Right. Tear them all down.
Sorry.
No, don't tear the originals.
Gilbert has final word. Astrodome.
Oh, now you want to save those? They're really, really old and useless. But now you want to save
historical things. Real history happened.
So is the Astrodome.
Well, look what happened. This history that you hated. A woman beat a man in tennis.
Mm-hmm. That's great. UCLA versus University of Houston. Lou Alcindor. Yeah, we just tear that down. Okay? Yeah, nice job, Lance.
Babe Ruth's place got torn down.
Mickey
what are we
Mantle.
talking about? We
Mickey
tore his
Mantle
places down.
Hit the first ever
We
home
tore
run
all of them down. All Mickey Mantle's home runs got torn down. What are you talking about?
Neil Armstrong was there. Oh, my God. I mean, you're the worst. You want to tear down all history.
Chicagoans can't tell me about my history. We have very little history.
Okay, forget about it. Just tear Wrigley
You got
Field
Gilbert's
down.
fries or not, John? He's done talking about the Astros. He said tear it down.
And French fry.
And French fries. Yep.
Do you have the number, Lance, to get him his food? Oh, yeah, that's right. You threw it away. Just like you threw the Astrodome
Yeah, you
away.
Can't win this one. You threw that paper
I
away.
really did.
Just like he throws the Astrodome
and I
away.
realized it last
night.
night.
Like a piece of paper where everybody's hungry and wanting the Astrodome, and Lance has just thrown it away.
Nobody wants the Astrodome.
Yeah,
you and your friends on Twitter, y'all just got done up by Gilbert. You got to try to run up, you'll get done up. That's what Gilbert said.
Yeah. All right.
And French fry.
Hey, I've been working with Chastang Ford. I'm bringing my I love my electric truck, and I'm bringing it here. All right. It was a big decision, but I'm doing it, and everything about it, the Chastangs have been fantastic with me. I'm a client. You'll be a client, but your family. That's the way the Chastangs go about it. The Chastangs make you feel like your family. They're going to bend over backwards to make sure that everything is perfect for you. I bought multiple vehicles from them. I know people like Matt Hogue, who's got Hogue LS. He's bought 15 or 20 of his vehicles, and he's bought them all from Chastang Ford. You know why? Because he knows he's going to get the square deal every single time, that the Chastangs are going to work to make sure that that it's customized perfectly for him, and that it's the best deal that he can get. Why do businesses all go to Chastang Ford? Why is that? I'll tell you why. Because it's about the bottom line. They know they're going to get the service. They know they're going to get the best price. And they know that it's going to be customized perfectly for them. And it's the same with you. You pick out what you want, not what Chastang wants. You pick out what you want in a vehicle. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. It's the perfect place to go get your vehicle. Whether it's business or personal, it's all right there for you at Chastang Ford. You're going to love them. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Hey, let's talk about the difference that Maestro Dobel is going to make on your liquor cabinet and your shelf. I don't know what you have. You've got, for a lot of us, you got a vodka there, a bourbon, a scotch, a whiskey, a gin, whatever the case may be. Maybe you got a collection of them. Maybe you've got several bottles. Like I know a lot of people, there's really two, bourbons and tequilas. People will do several types because there's a lot of different flavors, a lot of different types of flavor profiles that you enjoy, and that's fine. And I understand you're going to buy some other tequilas. I want my guys over at and my people over at Maestro Dobel to get a shot. I mean, if you've never tried Maestro Dobel, I promise you're going to love it. It's going to be one of your everyday sipping tequilas. Whether you get the Reposado, whether you get the Añejo, the Cristalino is the one that I think you're going to lock in with. It is a blend of 3 different tequilas. They charcoal filter it for clarity, and then they age it. And the distilling process really brings to life a lot of amazing flavors. And it's a great sipping tequila. It really is. Now you can have it to make cocktails with, but it really does incredible just by itself. So if you are looking to pregame, you can pregame with it. If you're looking to enjoy yourself on a patio with this beautiful weather, it's great for that as well. But I promise you, Maestro Dobel is one of the tequilas that absolutely should be on your shelf. It's at a very reasonable price, and it is an upper echelon tequila, no matter which bottle and which type of Maestro Dobel you prefer. Maestro Dobel, wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, cleaning it up. Remember I said Caleb Williams, the lowest completion percentage in the past, it's 15 years. He's got the lowest completion percentage of any quarterback in the last 15 years, 468th out of 468.
Who does?
That's bad. Caleb Williams. Did you see?
He's lower than Richardson? Oh,
yeah.
Well, there's got to be you have to have a certain amount of throws or something?
I think he might be lower than Richardson anyway.
You said completion percentage?
Yes.
That can't be true. I think Caleb Williams is much higher than Richardson right now. That you must have a different stat. He's at 60% right now.
Caleb Williams?
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's in the 40s.
Well, this is I don't know. That's a stat. Okay,
it must be there's some kind of indicator, some kind of filters in there that you're not mentioning, because Caleb is right now completing passes at
there's a filter.
Okay.
15 plus yards.
Oh, okay.
15 plus yards.
Well, and that matters because the dink and dunk stuff can trick out your that's why your throwing percentage, your completion percentage, you got to really watch that, because that is a data dredger. You've got to check on what the throws
15
are.
plus yards, though, is, that's throwing it, but if you got to throw the ball down the field, and he's the worst.
Explosive plays.
Worst.
It's explosive throws.
Yeah. Per NBC, Texans-Lions was the most watched Week 10 matchup for Sunday Night Football in 5 years. 19.3 million viewers across the network.
They saw that disgrace of a finish.
Did what?
19.5 million people saw the Texans, or they tuned into a game at some point and witnessed part of history. A five interception performance, and a team still wins. 5 interceptions and 15 plus point lead, or was it 16? It was 16. 16-point lead and 5 interceptions. It's only happened 2 times in the last 54 years. So You're welcome for the history that we're giving you people.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Top selling jerseys according to the NFL. Number 1, C.J. Stroud. Number 2, Caleb Williams, Pat Mahomes, Aiden Hutchinson, Jaden Daniels, Amon-Ra St. Brown, C.D., Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, and Max Crosby. C.J. Yeah, maybe he can't hit Tank wide open, but he can sell a jersey. That's right. Maybe.
Our guy's fine. He's going to be fine. He's a little rushed.
I'm so pissed. In my other fantasy league, you have to bid for players. I bid for CJ for the next 3 games. I wanted to have him because I think against I think he's going to
wait. Hold on. You bid for him, but CJ was a free agent?
CJ was just dropped the week before.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, no, I actually makes sense from a fantasy standpoint.
No, he's been bad.
It blew me. I was like, what? And then you start thinking, bye weeks and stuff like that. I could actually see it.
Yeah. And he went for way more than I thought, and so I wanted to get him. I think these next 3 weeks, CJ's going to go off. CJ's going to be great.
I think he'll be good. I think getting Nico back is going to be important.
Yes.
We'll keep our eyes on injury report lists for today, especially today and tomorrow are going to be massive. If you don't get Nico back, it hurts, but let's face it, Dallas stinks. Dallas's defense is typically not good. They were a little better last week, but they're typically not very good. But Micah Parsons is coming back, which really, really helps him. It's going to be a good we're going to get a good look. We're going to get a good look at the Texans bounce back this week. I mean, Dallas stinks. If you somehow lose to Dallas, you have a real problem over there with those boys on Kirby. It's a real issue if you lose to this Dallas team. This Dallas team has bad quarterbacking. They lack talent. They have terrible team chemistry. There's nothing to play for. They're in disarray from the top down. You cannot lose this game.
In his return last week against the Eagles, Micah Parsons, 2 sacks.
Yep. He was getting after him. And they, like I said, Cowboys were, I mean, defensively they were better, at least for the first 3 quarters. Offensively, they were atrocious. Just so bad. So bad. They are so bad. You cannot, and they throw a lot of interceptions too. You got 3 ball hawks out there because Caden is a ball hawk. You've got Lassiter's a ball hawk, and then you've got obviously our boy who dropped an interception, Stingley, he's still a bona fide ball hawk. I'm saying the Texans should get at least 2 interceptions.
Well, I think if we go by what happened on Sunday night, we're only seeing 2 of them.
Well, that's right.
Lassiter with the concussion.
Yeah, and rarely do guys come back the next week with concussion. It's pretty rare.
Thanks, Jimmy Ward. Thank you. Thank you for flying out of control again.
Well, it's kind of what he does now.
Oh, gosh. No, oh, my God. So Stingley is going to have to go wherever CD goes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he has to. He has to travel.
Well,
will they travel
in theory? But
yeah, they will. See,
he's done it before, but they don't always do it.
D'Amico said before Sunday Night Football, he was showing a clip of one of the plays, and he said the reason that I can do this is because of 24. And then he said, well, will he travel? And he said, yes, he will travel.
Oh, he said that?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he travel on Sunday night?
Did he have to?
I mean, there is Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No, you may not have.
Yeah, but Jameson Williams as well.
No, but
this time he has to travel.
CD is their size match. This one makes perfect sense to travel.
No, he has to. They don't have anybody else.
They don't have anyone else, yeah.
And the Texans don't have anybody else to cover, and the Cowboys don't have anybody else to throw to.
But Kalen Bullock, I mean, this is one of the things that impresses me about him is Kalen's is able to range and play kind of a little bit of a center field so far, and it hasn't really burned him too much. And when if you're traveling, meaning no matter where the wide receiver goes, you don't just stay on. When we say travel, it means you don't just stay on one side of a field. You just follow the wide receiver, because that's not necessarily the norm in the NFL, actually. And it also puts you in a position where you're very predictable that you're playing man-to-man. And defense coordinators don't like for you to just recognize their defense easily. Sometimes that's why they don't like to travel, is because it's too predictable. So I think they'll do a little of both. But having Kalen Bullock and I guess you're probably not going to have Lassiter, but having Bullock out there to kind of ball hawk anything that tries to go over the top is going to be good, because you have 2 guys who don't throw the ball downfield well. One doesn't have an arm and one doesn't read defense as well in Rush and Trey Lance. So it's still a big advantage for the Texans, especially. It's a great matchup just from a pure X and O standpoint. It's going to be fun watching if they do try to lock up Stingley on Lamb. That's going to be a fun football matchup to watch.
Yeah. Speaking of matchups, this is this week, first time since 2020 and only the second time in a decade, 3 matchups in which both teams have a win percentage of 70% or higher in week 11 or later. Chiefs-Bills, Ravens-Steelers, Commanders-Eagles tonight. We got a good game tonight. So this is going to be fun. This is a good weekend. Chiefs and Bills. Who you got?
Bills.
Ravens, Steelers.
Ravens. And Lamar has historically played poorly against the Steelers. I think that's over now. I think he'll be good.
Commanders, Eagles.
Ooh, that's a good one. Where's that game?
At the Eagles tonight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, another good Thursday game. I'm going to go Commanders.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go Eagles on that one.
I'm going to go Commanders, a little bit of a little mini upset here. Although I did have the Eagles winning this when I made my predictions the other day for NFL.com, because I had them overtaking I had them overtaking the Commanders for this very reason because they get to play them twice. So
I got one more. It's less than stellar. Lance versus Breaks. Who wins?
Breaks win.
Breaks win?
Yep, Breaks win.
Well,
Lance wins.
Lance always.
Breaks win.
Lance has won again.
Breaks win.
Lance won again. I win again because of Coors Light. This break, we're talking about Coors Light, I win. Because I'm a Coors Light enthusiast. That's right, I am. And I'm going to admit it. I love me some Coors Light. I'm going to love me for some Coors Light for the rest of my life. Okay? And I'm not ashamed of it. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the person that I've been with Coors Light. My friends all love me when I'm drinking Coors Light. Dell loves me when I'm drinking Coors Light. Everybody. I mean, I'm just such a better person because of Coors Lights. Be a better person. Keep Texas. Now look at how cold it is because of how many Coors Lights I've drank. Are you doing your part? Are you keeping Texas chill? It's going to be cold. So here's the deal. You are going to love cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. I know it's a little cold out, but that doesn't mean you still don't want to be refreshed. What do you want when it's cold out? You want to be not refreshed? Of course you want to be refreshed. You want cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light? Climb on, brother. Be like me, all right? You know the song Be Like Mike? No, be like me and drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
Another winner with Underdog yesterday. Another winner. They've got this cool game where you get to pick who is going to score 20 or more points in basketball. And they give you an entire list, and you just go through it, and you decide. You actually get to swipe left if you don't want them, or swipe right if you want to keep them. And I put 4 in there. I put higher than 19.5 points for LeBron, for Jalen Green, for who else was on my results? I got it right here because all I'm doing is just getting dubs. Let's see, Jalen Green, LeBron, Jaylen Brown, and Victor Wembanyama. He only had 50, so no big deal. I mean, LeBron hit his number at halftime. Jalen Green with 21. It's so easy. It's so easy. And I was able to make a play. All 4 of those won. They were all expected to go over or to go higher than 19.5, and it was a winner. And this is what they have in the cash. This is what I'm telling you guys. Underdog has so many options in their cash game where you get to pick higher or lower for statistics, and they have profit boost. They have free picks where you just go higher than 0.5. The profit boost give you a chance to make more on the plays that you have, and sometimes you can pick as little as just 2 players. And, you can go with a max play, you can go much higher numbers or much lower numbers and just keep it fun to have something to do while you're watching the games. You can win 1,000 times your original play. That's a big deal. But you have to download the app and use promo code Lance because they will give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash. But you must use promo code Lance. Do it today. Reach out to me in the direct messages. I'll tell you what I'm looking at for you, and we can roll together. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, I don't know if you guys know about this. So you guys, how would you spell come and go? How would you spell it?
COMEANDGO.
Well, not in the Midwest. They have a bunch of convenience stores.
I've seen
gas
them.
Stations.
I've seen them, and I've taken pictures of them.
KUM and go. KUM and go. When I go to see JT from the airport, there's always a couple of come and goes on the way, and you just give a little chuckle. Well, you're not going to be chuckling anymore. They're going away. They've been bought out, and they're going to rebrand, and there's no longer going to be come and go.
So you say on the way home from the airport, you see a couple come and goes?
Right.
What if there's a place that was just called FOH? Would you stop there? I would stop there on purpose.
Where? At come and go?
No. If it's just called if you rebranded the come and go to FOH.
Oh, I would too.
Bleep out of here.
Or GFY.
Yeah. Or EAD. I would go into any of those places just on principle alone. Like, I respect this. I respect.
What are
the
they
name
selling
of your
in
place.
there? Is it like just a convenience
regular
store?
Stuff?
Okay.
Yeah, regular stuff. But they sell hats and merchandise.
With
And if you live
across?
by where I live, you still have bootleg CDs in there also.
Oh.
Which I didn't even know you could still sell bootleg CDs, but they've got Ice Spice bootleg CDs in that place over there.
Would you wear an EAD shirt?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I need to make
for you.
Yep.
There's an AI tool that sounds like an elderly grandma to waste phone scammers' time.
I love
How
it.
about that?
I do it myself, though.
If I need to do an old woman's voice, I just come in with this here. Excuse
how about
me, but
Gilbert's
I don't
voice?
have enough money.
How about we
that.
have Gilbert do it?
That would be great.
That would be awesome.
Oh, can you imagine a phone scammer calling Gilbert?
Hello?
Oh, my God. I would pay so much money to hear that.
What? Iran has set up a mental health clinic to treat women who refuse to wear a hijab. Do you think that women who don't wear a hijab have mental health problems?
No, I think women should have the choice whether they want to wear a head covering or whatever.
Look how brave you are, Del.
That's
standing
right.
up for that.
Yeah.
What a brave person you are.
Women should
standing up for human rights.
Their bodies, their choice,
including wearing
whatever they want to wear.
Yeah, they're really doing. I think a lot of this stuff going on right now is really going to hurt their tourist industry.
They're not really thinking it out, are they?
Yeah, no. I mean, they get so much more tourism if they were not quite as aggressive on that front.
Well, I don't think they're going to change for tourism.
Maybe if they had their own Astrodome, people would come visit all the time to come look at it.
Maybe.
It's such a big tourist attraction here.
The Tehran.
It will be in 1,000 years.
Yeah, if they had their version of the Tehran Parthenon, it would be great. Just like we have the Gulf Coast Parthenon here. They need one.
Yeah.
That's right. A marble bust that was bought for $6 and used as a doorstop could sell for $3 million.
Where's it from?
A sculptor bought. It was a sculptor. It was made by French sculptor Edmé Bouchardon in the early 18th century, and depicts the late landowner and politician John Gordon. Unfortunately, no one knew this. It was used as a doorstop, and now it's going to sell for more than $3 million. Why can't your kids find something like that, Lance?
And you know the person who used it as a doorstop never knew, and somebody bought it from them and then immediately sold it.
Right.
Some art lover saw it and he goes, "Hey, how much do you want for that?" And then
I want a doorstop.
How mad would you be if you found out that somebody took one of your things that you thought was junk and turned it into $3 million and they didn't tell you?
Right. People are begging Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to appoint Pitbull to the U.S. Senate after Senator Marco Rubio was named Secretary of State.
I just tell you this. There's a shot. I would say it was off the board previously, but I'm going to put Pitbull on the board now in Vegas. I think anything's possible now.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked at all if Pitbull was the senator from Florida. We're done.
I yield my time to the senator from Florida, Pitbull.
I hate to waste Dale's time.
He's not going to go by Pitbull. He'll call himself Mr. 305.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's
true. His name now. Dell, listen, we're wasting your time like I did yesterday when I called your show.
John called. Lance, don't go anywhere. You got a live during the break.
Oh, okay.
John called in to test a connection, and he just wanted to hear what it sounded like on air. He just called in. Hey, and I was like, "Are you calling just to do this?" He goes, "Yeah, I don't want to do it on my show because it's boring."
He treats your show like batting practice.
Yeah.
Your show's basically spring training.
Hey, beat it, Lance McCullers.
Pitchers and catchers report to your show.
Oh, look, Lance McCullers, another bullpen session. John, that's how John treats my show.
John treats your show like long toss.
I had to test it.
It's a game of fungo for John.
Call in the Gallant George if you want to do that.
No,
game of pepper.
They got 3 hours.
Your show, that's all. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I'll tell you about an air conditioning company.
I want to tell you about Gulf Coast Windows.
Oh, okay. You go ahead first.
First off, Gulf Coast Windows.
Selfish.
The place to go. I got to catch a plane. You don't. Gulf Coast Windows is the place to go get your window on. All right. The best window in the market? Not even arguable. I am telling you, not even arguable. You're looking for the best window, period, exclamation point. Jim Fiumi's been doing this forever. He's been doing this for over 30 years. Jim Fiumi knows the window business better than anybody. He knows the door business as well. I tell you, I've been talking about Jim Fiumi for years and years and years, and now I've just started up again. It's the best. It's the best you'll ever get. With the installation that's second to none, with the product that's second to none, the warranty, everything about it, you're going to find the best. So if you want to save money with your electricity, if you want to beautify your home, add to the value of your home, one place to go, GulfCoastWindows.com. That's GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim Fiumi you heard it right here.
Hey, let's talk about a chance for your air conditioning company / heating company to do their work. Yeah, that's right. Cold front's coming next week. It's going to be down as low as 45 degrees. So you may need to have the furnace on. Have you had your furnace checked out? You know, there can be concerns about carbon monoxide poisoning if you have any failures there. It's a real thing. It can be a real concern. So get it checked out. Call them today. Call my friends over at Vanderford at 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL. And they'll come out and give you a checkup on your entire system. They get it knocked out. They make sure that everything's working properly with the furnace, and you're in good shape. And while they're at it, they'll go through all of your air conditioning system, make sure everything's good. If you're good, they give you the clean bill of health. They give you a write-up on everything. They'll tell you about things that either need to be corrected or that may need to in the future in a year or two. But it's a great way for you to go about making sure that you have everything taken care of for your AC and heating system. And it's all done through my good friends over at Vanderford Air. Call 281-557-COOL.
Welcome back, or at least welcome in, to the show. And watching the game last night, that'd be the Rockets game. The one guy I'm going to credit first is Alperen Sengun. He had a 2-play sequence that would make you think, okay, that's what the Rockets see. That's why they gave him his money. That's why they think he can be a star. And he did it on both ends of the floor. The Rockets were teetering, man. They had made the Clippers quit pretty much because Tyronn Lue benched James Harden. He benched Norman Powell. He was going with like Jordan Miller, who was a second-round pick, I think, last year. Guys who get little time, at least in meaningful games, and they were making a comeback. It's what the Rockets do. They go long stretches without scoring because if you get them in a half-court game, it's tough for them to score. They score a lot on second chance points. I think they lead the league in second chance points. They want to get out in transition. They didn't force a lot of turnovers yesterday. It felt like it because they had the Clippers scrambling, but they forced the Clippers into bad shots because of the way they get into guys defensively, and it leads to open court situations for them because of long rebounds and guys not getting back, and that's how they score a lot of their points. But at the end of the day, that was still a ball game because you can't trust them in the half court. I start with the positive because there was a negative of your backcourt continuing to kind of kill you, man. Whether it be Jalen Green or Fred VanVleet, late, those guys could not make open shots. Jalen Green started out great in the first quarter. I think he started out 4 or 5. He was hot. It just did not last. But the 2 plays from Alperen Sengun, the plays from Tyrese and Amen Thompson saw the Rockets through. So they're now 8-4. They get the Clippers on Friday in the first game of the NBA Cup for them. I mistakenly said yesterday, wasn't until Sean corrected me. Friday, NBA Cup action. Maybe that's what Tyronn Lue was saving his guys for. Can't put too many minutes on those legs because the NBA Cup is far more important than a regular game on a Wednesday night.
I do think that there probably was a little bit to that.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Just like, or not even specifically NBA Cup, just like, hey, we're literally going to play these guys again on Friday. Like, and at that point, like you said, by the end of the third quarter, it did seem like this was going to be a coast to a win type of night for the Rockets. I think that's why I saw Jalen Green played 21 of the last 24 minutes. And it's like, well, yeah, because they're building it up to be, empty the bench, yeah. Jayshawn Tate time.
We're getting there.
And the Clippers scrubs just said, no, we're not doing that.
Bones Highland was running off.
Bones Highland, man.
I don't think Bones Highland made a pass.
No.
That's the end of my sentence.
Yeah, I don't think he made a pass.
Yeah.
I don't think he passed.
There were opportunities for Bones Highland to give it up for an open shot. Then he realized, wait a minute, I'm Bones Highland. I'm never really in situations where a shot I make can affect the ball game. So he made a 3. Didn't make anything else, I believe, in his 5 minutes. It was a short stint for him, but I don't know if Coach Lue thought to himself, we got the NBA Cup on Friday. Let's pack it in. But it didn't matter because, as Sean said, the scrubs for the Clippers kept that game close until Sengun had his spurt to put the game away. The dunk on where one of the Clipper scrubs overcommitted because he thought there was going to be a handoff, and Sengun turned and made a quick move and got down the lane for a dunk, and then he blocked Jordan Miller, who was another Clipper scrub since we're doing this. Keep him from laying it in. That 2-play sequence put the game away, kind of removed all doubt, and the Rockets get the win. 8-4. They've taken advantage of what has been maybe not soft. Maybe soft isn't the word, but an advantageous start to the year. Haven't left the state of Texas except twice, and I think it was on the same trip. They played in Oklahoma City, then they played in Detroit. Those are the only 2 games they played outside the state of Texas. It's either a home game or they were traveling to play the Spurs up until the last couple games. They came back, obviously beat Washington, beat the Clippers, and now they got the Clippers on Friday. So they got a chance to be 9-4. And divisions don't matter, but with Memphis losing yesterday, they're the top of the Southwest Division, which means they're playing pretty good basketball. Memphis is banged up a little bit. They lost in LA last night, but 8-4 for the Rockets. Nice start for them. I don't know how. I don't want to say sustainable because they can play defense, and that can work. You can continue to play defense, and that can keep you in games. But
defense travels still.
That's what I've heard, or at least I've been told. But can you continue to win games when your backcourt is as inefficient as their backcourt is. They're getting great production from their backup wings. Tyrese and Amen Thompson don't have plays run for them, and they still score in double digits. That's part of their hustle. That's part of getting to the boards on the offensive end, getting out and running when they get a long rebound or forcing a turnover when they're picking up guys at half court. But the one thing that has not changed from last year is the fact that from night to night, you can't get good performances from your top two backcourt guys. And I don't know how long that can go on and still win basketball games. We see what happens when they played, let's say, good teams. They played the Thunder. That was a road game. No one expected them to win, and they got their doors blown off. In games where they're playing not so good teams because of their lack of shooting, that keeps those teams in games. Like, can I get average? Can I get league average from Green and Van Fleet? If I got league average, the Rockets would be one of those teams like they're really scary. Right now, I'm like, they're interesting. They're interesting, but they're not scary. If their guards were better, they'd be a scary young team. I know some people gave them the Thunder comp last year, trying to give them the Thunder comp because the Thunder were a play-in team, and then they shot up to 50 wins and were the best team in the West. I don't think we weren't talking best team in the West for the Rockets.
No,
but there are some people thinking this team could be pretty good because that month from Jalen Green. And once again, we're going to refer to that month. It feels like to the end of time because it'll be the one thing that we hold out hope for. Because what if he's like that? Except every other thing we've seen from him is he's the other thing, where he's not even an average shooting guard in the NBA. He's a below average one. And then you throw in the below average point guard when it comes to shooting. Come on. Give me league average. I'm trying to think of a player I can comp them to. I don't like the fact that I can look at Dennis Schroeder and be like, I'd rather have him playing point guard than Fred VanVleet right now.
Give me Mike Conley.
Yes, who's not going to take a lot of shots, understands that, Ant Edwards is a guy, but that's what Jalen Green, he's supposed to be the Ant Edwards. So I get Fred VanVleet taking shots because it's not like the two guard is going to be a knockdown guy who's going to take over a game. So we're kind of stuck. We're stuck with the talent of your front court, if you can include Tari and Amen Thompson and Şengün. Jabari Smith can vary. Your love of him can vary, I guess. But
does the love of Jabari Smith vary?
I think it's probably pretty standard that, okay, Jabari's getting his starters minutes. Can we get to Amen and Tari?
I will say, and so that is some of the improvement of even if you kind of get this or this adjacent stuff from Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, there is some low-hanging fruit of just play the Amen and Tari combination either more or play Jabari less and those guys more. And that is just such an easy way to improve your team. All the on-off numbers are they're kind of a 500 team with Jabari Smith on the court, and they're immediately plus 12. They go from an even team to plus 12 by taking them off the court and putting in one of Thompson or Eason.
Well, Tari and Amen played 26 for Tari, 34 for Amen. They both put up 18 points. I don't think one play was run for either one of them.
Yeah, 18 points and 10 rebounds.
A double-double, 18 and 10, 18 and 11.
Both of them.
And plus 19, plus 17, and not a play was run for either one of them. And that's how productive they are.
Yeah.
And they depend on Tari to be an outlet for Jabari for jumpers. He's the guy who's supposed to be taking the wing threes and the corner threes.
I have a stat for that.
It can't be a positive one because I've seen him play all year.
No, it's not. It's this is from Stat Defender on Twitter. Now, this is from before last night's game, so I don't think anything got better. But
he was 1 of 4 from 3 last night.
It depends if it got better. Worst 3-point percentage on wide open shots, which is defined as 6+ feet from the closest defender. Worst in the NBA. Any guesses?
Considering what we're talking about, I would assume it's Jabari Smith.
Jabari Smith Jr. at 15% on wide open threes.
He is taken to, when he finally makes one, throwing up his arms, and they're like, "Yes, that's not a good sign." When you're guy who's supposed to make open threes, because that's what he's getting. That's really all he's taking. Is relieved when he knocks one down and letting everyone know it's been a bad run for him.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 guys in your starting lineup who you can't count on to make open shots.
Yeah. Jalen Green is also on this list at 10.
That's certainly.
But he's at 24%.
He's not Jabari bad,
which is crazy because that means his percentage of contested ones, he's shooting 40%.
The man does
he loves a step back.
He does love a step back, and
he
those
should
go
honestly. When the ball swings to him and he's wide open, he was wide open at the top of the key late in the game. He could have iced it earlier than it was eventually iced.
Yeah.
He honestly should just put it on the ground, take a step back.
He's a better he's a better off the dribble shooter.
He obviously feels more comfortable with that than a standstill wide open three.
Yeah, the step back is more to get him in rhythm than anything else. I mean, he doesn't shoot off the catch. At least he's certainly not doing it this year. Didn't matter last night in terms of winning the game, but it does matter because that game should have been long over. The Clippers wanted it to be long over, but the Rockets' drought let that become a game. But Şengün put it away, and the defense from Amen Thompson and Tari were enough. So 8-4, nice start for the Rockets as they go forward. And we get excited because it's NBA Cup night on Friday. And if it is anything like Tuesday night, there's a lot of excitement. We'll see if the Rockets can provide some on Friday. Okay.
I
was going to try to get the break at a reasonable time, considering when we always start this show, but you got one more thing.
One more thing. To add in even more stakes to Friday night's NBA Cup night. This is the chance for the Rockets to be 5 games over 500 for the first time since 2020.
What?
5 games. Now, they've only been 4 games over 500 twice.
And they couldn't get over the hump.
Right now and last year when they were 13-9.
Everyone forgets the 13-9 start. Remember they were great at home last year to start, and then it all fell apart.
Also, like all their bad shooters were great shooters for the first 20 games.
And Dylan Brooks was nuts early.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is kind of the opposite. Where all the bad shooters are now good shooters, and all the good shooters are bad shooters.
True, and the bad shooters who are playing better are ones who are taking shots. Well, in the paint, like Amen and Tari. Tari will knock down a jumper. Amen will knock down an occasional one. But the fact that those guys, like I said, can be so productive when I don't think Ime Udoka's calling anything for them is a credit to them. And it just begs the question, can we get the guys who actually are supposed to be the creators and the initiators on offense to raise their level just a bit? I'm not asking you to become all-star level guys. Be average. Be average, and then we have something here beyond the 8-4 start. Okay, let's get the break, and we'll come back. We'll talk about a potential landing spot for Alex Bregman. Busted Only has thrown it out there. According to a rival exec, there's a place for Alex Bregman that would fit much better than Houston, at least. We will see if we like the destination. It kind of fits the profile. If he's going to leave, at least it's not to one of the teams we really don't want him to go on. And this team doesn't make that list. So we'll talk about that when we come back. Some college football stuff to get to as we get closer and closer to the college football weekend. It's an interesting weekend. And mostly I'm going to look at the weekend in terms of what will make me laugh the most, depending on the result. So we'll get to that. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, we have to clean something up. And we've done this before, but someone who has already played Beat the Warehouse Live guy called in and won the chance to play again. And I think it's the same guy who did it the last time. I remember Paul calling in, and we had to scrap him because he had already played, and he did it again. So we do need a contestant for Beat the Warehouse Live guy tomorrow. If you don't know what that is, it is a game where you pick games, NFL games, against Justin, who is not only John's friend, but the owner of Warehouse Live. And if you beat him, you have to beat him. You can't tie him. You have to win more games than he does. You get a limo ride to a game in the city. We're in basketball season, so it'll probably be a Rockets game. I don't know if he gives away Texans tickets. So you get a limo ride there and back from home to the game and back. Justin picks a game you go to. But you have to beat him, and we do it every Friday. And it's a 5-game contest. I would say probably have 7 on hand because Justin gets first choice. If he goes first and he takes your game, you gotta adapt. So let's go caller 5 right now. 713. Actually, X that person because they called in before I gave the announcement. All right. Caller 5 right now. 713-780-3776 wins the chance to beat Justin tomorrow and Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Beat the Warehouse Live. Game, whatever it's called. You have to be here and ready at 9:30. We'll call you. Be ready to answer the phone. You can go odds or over under. Those are your choices. Have a couple extra games ready and see if you can beat Justin. And please, if you've already played, don't call in because I do have a list of people who've played. And if I recognize your name and number, you're out. And I don't want to have to do this again like I have done it twice because I believe Paul has pulled this thing or pulled this stunt before. Paul, you played already. No more. Call in for other things. Like tickets to concerts.
You should have just cold called Paul Gallant. Make him do it.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have enjoyed that.
Double banger.
Looks like we have our winner. Hopefully you haven't played before because if I recognize your name and number, I'm going to cut you from the game, not with a knife. But depending on how pissed off I am, maybe with a knife, I guess. But thank you. We had a influx of calls. Looks like we have our winner, and you'll be ready to go tomorrow. Got a chance to win a great prize. Justin's not great. He won last week by winning 2 games. You guys can't win more than 2 games out of 5. Trust me, he's an easy mark. You can get it done. In fact, I would just go Oppo for the fun. Actually, fun of it, for the double banger fun of it. But maybe you want to be. Maybe you just want to actually pick games because you think you know more. You can do that too.
I was gonna say, like you said, it's smart to have like 7 to come in with in case Justin takes one. I would walk in with 5, and the second he starts taking mine, just Oppo his.
It's not a bad one. I mean, the double banger was the deciding game as far as giving Justin the tie. So that came in handy for him. So it's not always guaranteed that he's going to miss, but it's pretty good. It's a pretty good bet. Good bet. All right. So there that is. That's out of the way. Appreciate everyone calling in for that. It's a fun contest to play in. John's going to ask you what you do for a living. It's always an odd thing. Hey, what do you do for a living? We get interesting answers. So if you want to lie about what you do for a living, just be ready for that. Give him an answer he's not going to expect. Add some fun to the game. Okay, we move on from that. If I'm thinking about where Alex Bregman should land, if it's Philadelphia, I mean, I got no love for Philly, that dirty ass trash ass city, according to Javon Wims, but I'm fine with that one. That one's fine. And this is from Buster Olney. The most interesting prediction heard from a rival evaluator. The Phillies land Alex Bregman. His swing translates in that park, strong defense, lots of postseason scar tissue. That is a team who has been in the playoffs consistently over the last couple of years and has not gotten it done. Having another guy who knows what that's all about and advancing deep would make some sense for them. It is acceptable if he's got to go. We had this discussion yesterday about why he shouldn't go. The numbers, the projections seem reasonable. Get it done, Jim Crane. Look, you're fifth in salary, but I don't want to hear it. Justin Verlander's off the books. Who are your high priced pitchers right now? Fromber and McCullers is high priced, relatively speaking. He just doesn't pitch, so I can't even consider him one of your pitchers.
Hader.
But as far as starters, it's Fromber. Hunter Brown's cheap. Arrigetti's cheap. Christian Javier's not so cheap.
Yeah, Christian Javier's kind of not cheap, but also not super expensive. Yeah. But also probably not going to pitch for you for the majority, if not the entire.
You have already said don't expect Christian Javier to pitch
how
next
these
year.
Things go.
How, particularly for the Astros.
Yeah.
We talked about it. I don't want to do the who's going to be our everyday third baseman thing. I did it last year with first base. I'm going to have to do it this year with first base, most likely. Get the Bregman thing done. I don't want to draw it out, but we did it we did it yesterday. But the Phillies are a team that you should be on the lookout for and obviously anyone who has a hole at second base, because Boris told everyone Bregman is willing to play second. Great. Just give him more options. Appreciate you, Scott. Thanks for that.
Scott's like, I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, I don't want you to do your job so well. So cut it out. Do your job. Do your job for others.
Oh, yeah. Hey, focus on Juan Soto.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey.
Blake Snell. Figure that one out.
Yeah. Look how long it took you to get Blake Snell a job last year. Let's not do that for Alex Bregman. They need to slip Scott something on the side. Scott, make him feel like Houston's the place for him to be. And then you got to convince Jim Crane to meet a number that's reasonable. $27 million a year, reasonable. But we know that's not going to be handled till like at the earliest mid-December. But I wouldn't be concerned if he went to Philly, just because National League Baseball doesn't exist for us until the playoffs, or in this case, when the Astros are out of the playoffs. Not even then. I mean, if the Astros make the World Series, then National League Baseball exists again. So out of sight, out of mind, unless he's coming back for an interleague game, or we go there for an interleague game.
Yeah. No, there's really not a National League team that I would get too bent out of shape about.
No,
Bregman going to.
Unless it was the Dodgers, but he's not going to be a Dodger. Right?
Right.
They don't have enough. They don't have that much money, do they? Right?
Right. I hope so.
Yeah, that would be the one that would anger people if he wound up on a National League team. But they don't need it. They don't need Alex Bregman.
Right?
How many positions is he willing to play? Because I'm sure they could find a spot for him.
They could probably put him at second base. Yeah. They had Mookie playing second base.
And they want him. Did I see that he's going to move back to the outfield?
Actually, he might be moving to second base
permanently. Okay, so then that means there's not a spot for him, right? Right.
Who's their third baseman?
I don't want to consider it. Now I got to go through.
Is Max Muncy still holding down third?
Now I got to go through the Dodgers lineup and see where Alex Bregman would best fit. No, Philly. I come to the realization that Philly would not bother me. And of course, USA Today has a new article about the best fits for Alex Bregman. He's getting a lot of mentions. Of course, the Astros are on it. The Mets, the Yankees, the Nationals, and the Blue Jays. Yeah, send him up there with Vlad and Bo Bichette and George Springer. Although, that would be more concerning, mostly because the Blue Jays would be better.
Yeah. Mookie Betts is likely to move back to the infield, meaning second base or shortstop for 2025.
Oh, so go to second, Mookie. I don't think anyone's thinking of moving Alex Bregman to shortstop. That would just to remove the Dodgers off the list.
Yeah.
Not that they have any interest, but let's not pretend like they couldn't if they wanted to.
I feel like we've spoken it into existence.
Well, you did. Yes, you made it seem like it was real.
I mean, kind of is.
It's not. It's not real. It's not happening.
If they have any money left over after signing Juan Soto this winter,
and
then maybe they'll.
And now, when they eventually get the hotshot Japanese pitcher, that's an international pool thing. It won't cost them It won't cost them as much as you would think because it's an international pool type of deal. They won't have to like shell out a groundbreaking deal to get him. So
this isn't like Yamamoto last year or Daisuke back in the day. This is like he's coming over basically as a. Like at a young enough age to where he can't sign like a 10-year, $300 million contract.
Yeah, some rumors say that Dodgers are the odds-on favorite and like it's a done deal. That started from the very beginning. Soon as he was available,
yeah,
everyone's like, Dodger. There's a pushback on that particular reporting. We'll see, but it feels like that man is staying on the West Coast, no matter where he goes. But Jim Bowden doesn't think he is a lock for the Dodgers.
You said West Coast or Gulf Coast, right?
No, I did not say that. I did not say Gulf Coast. He's not a. I mean, if he was a Latin player that they could get on the cheap, yeah. I think the Astros would be deeply in the process of trying to secure Sasaki. But no, not this.
Okay, so Sasaki, no. But if he was from the Dominican Republic,
there's a
maybe.
Dominican Sasaki, yes. I think the Astros would have their foot in the door looking to make a deal, but not this. I imagine the Dodgers would just get stronger. Look, they won a World Series off the backs of like a broken down Freddie Freeman. I don't need it. I don't need a Dodger dynasty. They've been flirting with it. They just haven't been able to complete the deal. I don't want this one of those things where they see the ball go through the hoop and then they never lose anymore. It was fun laughing at them for when they lost. Now it's like, oh, we got one and a real one. I know the 2021 no one thinks is real. Now this one is like, oh, they got one. Dodger dynasty.
And they keep signing awesome players.
Yeah. It feels like it feels like we're getting pretty close to just a big Dodger run. Like Clayton Kershaw's running out there without a shirt on, celebrating after doing nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say they finally don't have Kershaw playing playoff games.
Yeah, so ruining things for them.
Now they're running up World Series.
Yeah, cool.
They don't have a guy to blow every big spot anymore because Clayton Kershaw sucks now.
Yeah, they don't have to. Well, we got Kershaw in Game 5, and the opponent's like, yes, it's Kershaw in Game 5. They don't have that anymore. At least they didn't have it this past year, and they went on to win. Cool. Sasaki, Bregman. What else can we give him? Where's Kyle Tucker gonna go in 2025? Since Sean is putting.
Do they need it? Well, maybe they move Soto to left field.
No. Of course. I forgot they're getting Soto too. I forgot all about that part.
And then Tucker to right field.
Yeah, all the money in the world in LA just for the Dodgers to spend on Astros players. That would be cool. If they had any standards, and I'm talking about Bregman and Tucker, they'd wipe the Dodgers off the list. Not those guys. Anyone else but them. But they don't think like us.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like us.
They're not like us.
No, in a lot of ways. So there we are. I started being very comfortable with him being in Philly. Sean has made it which I think is an improbable situation. Now I think it might come true. Or he's playing for the Dodgers. He's wearing Dodgers.
Alex Bregman Dodger. I just need one reporter.
No rumors. The thing is, I have not seen one report that would suggest he would be the Dodgers. Not even on any list. But if that pops up somewhere, ESPN 97.5 Sean Mapes suggests that Alex Bregman and the Dodgers would be a perfect fit. It'll be attributed to you and no one else.
Good. Get my name out there.
Understood. Aggregate that. Clickbait it, whatever you have to do. Is that our clip for today? Alex Bregman to the Dodgers?
It can be. I can send it. I think tomorrow is actually our day, but this is pretty evergreen unless he signs
today. Yeah. Which
we've had that happen before. With a clip where we were talking about the Texans trading for Deontay Johnson,
and
then after the segment ended, I was sending the stuff to Sam. And then Deontay Johnson got traded to the Ravens. I was like, actually, never mind. Hold off on that.
We'll do something else here. So, because of how baseball operates, it might be forever evergreen as far as the hot stove is concerned. But Alex Bregman to the Phillies is a possibility if you go by what one rival exec is giving to Buster Olney. We're still a long way away, it feels like, from a decision being made. Although the Alex Bregman rumors are popping up more and more as far as fits for him. Not really anything about him having discussions with teams. All right, we move on from that. We'll get to some college football stuff because it's an interesting weekend. There's some big SEC games, as there always are. And we can decide whether, or at least the weekend will decide who will still be involved in the playoff. We didn't really give you a complete rundown of who's in the top 12. We kind of gave some of the bigger issues regarding the SEC and the Big Ten having 4 of the top 5. So we'll get more into the CFP and how this weekend will affect it. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. You go to Aqueduct Plumbing if you have any problems with plumbing. You don't know what to do. You're just at home hoping the water turns on every time you turn on the faucet. And if that doesn't happen, or it's brown and it smells, that can affect you taking a shower, the water that you wash your clothes with. All of that can be a disaster unless you get someone out there to fix it. So just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and check out all the services they provide, from repiping to leaky faucet to tankless water heaters or the standard water heaters. They do it all. They can replace them. They can fix them. They're the place you go to if you have any problems with water in your home. And if you need to call them, do that. 281-488-6238. You call them, you get them out there, you get that free quote. You don't want people to come out there and then you get charged for them figuring out something. If they can do the work, you'll pay them, but you don't want to pay them for just looking things over. You don't have to do that with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. If you need a contractor, you need leak detection, it's all there for you. And they have experience, excellent contractors that have been servicing the community for years. So experience and excellent. What else do you want from a plumber? Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The CFP rankings came out a couple of days ago. There was some change because of the upsets. Georgia Tech beating Miami and then Georgia getting smoked by Ole Miss. So those two weren't punished in the same way. Georgia fell down 9 spots. Miami fell down 5. So the top 5, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana. That's pissing off SEC people. That many teams from the Big Ten in the top 5. The Penn State name was the one that upset Paul Feinbaum. He was outraged that Georgia was so low.
What do you call it? It was like
a travesty.
Travesty.
It was a travesty.
It's like it was a word that only gets used for like actual bad
awful
stuff.
Things happening. Yeah. A travesty that Penn State was for. And you can't complain if you have 2 losses. If Penn State had 2 losses and Georgia was so far below them, then complain, because Penn State's resume isn't great. But when you have one more loss, you give the committee the opportunity to drop you, particularly when they have to move Ole Miss up, who beat you. If they thought Ole Miss is at 11, so you can't have Georgia above Ole Miss when they both have 2 losses.
And you can't have them above Alabama, who also beat Georgia. So that's why they fell so far. Yeah. It's just because you can't put them, even if you wanted to put them right below Miami, you can't do that. You can't do Miami, Georgia, and then 2 teams that have the same amount of losses and also beat them.
And beat them. So that's the reason. So I don't know what Paul Feinbaum wanted. Did he just want Penn State to be lower, or was he just upset about Georgia? If you're upset about Georgia, then be upset about Alabama and Ole Miss, because they lost to Georgia and they had to go someplace too, and they both have 2 losses. So that's just how it goes. They're trying to make sense of this. And right now, the most sense means you can't be above 2 teams who beat you, who both have the same amount of losses. So that's where that goes. As far as the weekend is concerned, nobody in the top 12. There's only one matchup between 2 teams in the top 12, Tennessee versus Georgia. And I'm approaching this weekend thinking, what would be funny? What's funniest? Georgia losing to Tennessee is the funniest thing. It'd be funny, because if Georgia beats Tennessee, now you just have 2 more SEC teams in the mix, continuing to be in the mix. If Georgia loses, that's an SEC team out, and all the hand wringing is very stupid.
I don't know if they're out.
With 3, Heather Dennett says 3 loss SEC team shouldn't go anywhere.
It's a travesty that they're 2 losses in number 12.
They're out if they lose to Tennessee. At home, you lose to Tennessee at home, you're out.
Probably.
That's a 3rd loss. Beat it, Georgia.
I mean, you're probably right, but I don't think it's like put them in the dirt kind of over with. Oh, they finished with Georgia Tech. Ooh.
They don't have.
Watch out.
Well, the problem for that is Haynes King will be more healthy, so he'll be able to throw the ball, and then they'll be able to defend him.
Okay, got it.
Or just Miami had that issue, and other teams wouldn't, defending a guy who can't throw a football more than 5 yards down the field. But that's my misery to deal with during the bye week. Okay, so you do have South Carolina versus Missouri. Those are 2 teams in the bottom part of the rankings. South Carolina 21st, Missouri 23. We know how dangerous South Carolina is. Just ask Texas A&M. They beat Vanderbilt in their last game, so they're 21st. Not really a contender for a playoff spot with their 3 conference losses, but they can muck up things. A guy who still thinks his team is in a playoff, could be in a playoff position, is Eli Drinkwitz. And you say, how? We saw that game against Texas A&M. How could that team think they still have a shot? And then after barely scrambling by Oklahoma, they needed a scoop and score off of a sack of Jackson Arnold to beat Oklahoma. That game would have gone into overtime, most likely. Eli Drinkwitz still selling the dream, particularly right after the game. Here's Drinkwitz after the game.
What does this do for your football team moving forward? I know you know about your team. You know about their demeanor. What does this do for you moving forward from now?
It gives us another win, keeps us in the playoff hunt. That's right, I said it, playoff hunt.
Thanks.
MIZ.
Thanks, Coach.
There's no one on the earth other than Eli Drinkwitz and people in that Missouri program who think that's a real thing. Now, logistically, they are 7-2, 3-2. So logistically, they could make their way up. They could be 10-2, and I guess if the committee deluded themselves into thinking that Missouri was one of the top 12 teams in the country. They could get up there, but they don't have much on their plate. South Carolina, Miss State, and Arkansas. Is there a path for Missouri to get into the conference title game? Sure. You would need a lot of teams to lose games that no one expected them to lose. Like, for example, Texas would have to lose to Arkansas this week. And then A&M, who has only one loss, would have to lose a game, then lose to Texas in the final game of the year.
Yeah, you need them to lose to Auburn and then Texas.
Yes. So, sure, Eli, there is a path, an unrealistic one, but no one's putting Missouri in as an at-large. You have to find your way into the title game and win it. And that's why I'm picking the funnier scenario of him getting his ass kicked by South Carolina the week after saying this.
Just every good team they play, they just get their doors blown
Yes,
off.
that has been the case. Now, South Carolina
is the least good of all
except they beat the team that blew their doors off. South Carolina blew A&M's doors off, and A&M crushed Missouri.
That is true.
So if we're doing that transit property thing that doesn't really work in college sports,
should win by 50.
They should win. They should have a running clock in the second half. That's how that game should go.
Yeah. It's gonna get ugly.
If we're going by the transit property. So that's my funniest outcome of the week. Eli Drinkwitz saying that, thinking he's still in the playoff chase, and then South Carolina going, actually, no.
Have you seen the point spread for that game?
I have not looked at it yet.
Okay. What do you think it is?
So Missouri hosting South Carolina? Is that what it is?
Or no, it's in South
Columbia?
Carolina. Well, it's in Columbia no matter what.
Yeah,
South Carolina.
That is one of the quirks of this matchup. It is the battle for Columbia. Not Bogota, but Columbia.
No hippos in this one.
No,
no
not
cocaine
that.
hippos.
Well, I don't know what they do in South Carolina.
Yeah, you know what?
You never
or
know.
Missouri.
Yeah, the Ozarks. Isn't that close enough? Cocaine was a thing in that show. I'm going to go South Carolina favored by 6.
13.5.
Oh, well, they feel like I do about Missouri. I was trying to give Missouri some credit, but yeah.
I also am not sure if...
Is Brady Cook playing?
I'm not sure.
That might be one of the reasons why that spread is so large. Yeah, it makes some sense. South Carolina has been impressive, particularly when you got to go to their building. LSU barely escaped with that win, and then we saw what happened to A&M. And it's not at night, which helps Missouri a little bit. It is a 3:15 game on the SEC network, but yeah, South Carolina should win that game. Relax, Eli Drinkwitz. No one's looking at you as a playoff team, and in fact, it would be a reason. That would be my reason. I have been all in on the 12-team playoff. If somehow Missouri sneaks in, too many teams.
You'll be radicalized.
There are too many teams. If that team can get in the playoff after what we've seen from them throughout this year.
Yeah, Brady Cook listed as doubtful.
Yeah, okay. That 13 makes sense. So I'm looking at the potential Missouri Tigers as a playoff team and what is their best win. Vandy very early, yes.
Hey, a lot of good teams have
struggled or lost to Vandy.
Vandy as their best win. A lot of good teams.
Interesting that you would point that out.
They're no slouch. All right.
That is actually true. Vandy is not someone you can just assume you're going to walk over.
But if should still beat them, but
sure. But if you're Missouri, you can't have a 41-10 loss to A&M and then have Vandy be your best win and think you're a playoff contender. No matter what your coach says.
And also 38-0 against Alabama?
34-0, but yes. At Alabama, they got smoked. So they have a couple embarrassing losses against the best teams on their schedule. That's a problem. If you go across the country, I'm trying to look at spots where other funny things might happen. Oregon's not losing at Wisconsin. UVA's not beating Notre Dame on the road. I mean, if Clemson lost to Pitt, that'd be funny.
Yeah, Pitt Clemson's funny.
I
mean, LSU Florida's funny.
That'd be funny too. DJ Lagway apparently is going to try to give it a go for Florida. Clemson losing on the road at Pitt is funny because it is like the eliminator for the teams who need help to make the ASCC title game. They don't control their destiny at all. But this game needs to be won if you want to get in. You need one of those other teams to slip up. Well, Pitt would need Miami to slip up because they don't have the tiebreaker versus SMU because they lost to them. They would need SMU to lose 2 more times. Clemson would have to hope for Miami. I don't know what happens if SMU loses. That has to do with your record against common opponents because because SMU and Clemson have not played. But to stay in it, this is the one I'm going to look at and go, Clemson losing is funny because I'm sure Dabo is selling. Hey, we're still in it. We got a shot. Pitt beating Clemson is great for them. That makes their year. Clemson going on the road and losing to Pitt at 11 a.m., best thing that could happen in that window. Give it to me. I would remark that Texas going to Fayetteville and losing would be funny, but you're on the show, so.
No, I mean, you can. It would be funny.
It would be funny. I don't think it's going to happen.
I can say that I would see why you would find it funny.
It would be funny.
See why people out there would find it funny.
But I don't think that one's likely.
I mean, it's always, even when Texas was bad, it was funny when they lost. They'd find funny ways to lose.
Yeah, yes. In the game itself, they would find really ridiculous ways to lose football games. They don't do that anymore. The one game they lost this year, they simply just got beat up on the offensive line. And despite Carson Beck being what appears to just be what Carson Beck is, they could not take advantage of it. So it's not a great slate, but you can find some things. Utah going to Colorado and winning. It's not happening.
It's not happening. Like Utah just the fact that they were crying about the BYU game for so much, and then they had to turn around and play
noon,
Colorado.
That's a big noon kickoff game.
Yeah,
as well,
it's just such a tough turnaround for them that
because
it was already going to be an upset. I have so little faith in it happening.
They have trouble putting on the gloves because they've been drying their tears with their hands.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's been very difficult for them to practice this week after their AD
in Boulder too,
crying about a couple holding, or at least one holding call in particular, and then another call he didn't like. So you can find some things to look at. Just look for the funny stuff. The weekend itself isn't going to wow you as far as ranked versus ranked. Like part of it is the SEC weekend where they play teams that can't really compete against them, like Alabama's playing Mercer.
That'd be funny.
It'd be very funny. Mercer's apparently a very good FCS team. They're 9-1.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. That's not usually the case.
I was going to say, I'll take your word for it. 9-1.
Yeah. Okay. When I said they were pretty good at FCS team, it's usually like Alabama playing a team who's not even good on the FCS level. They're playing a 4-5 football team at home in their game between their last most important game and then the Auburn game, which they always treat it that way. It's not the case this weekend. Mercer's pretty good, but that should be an easy Alabama win.
Mercer has some crazy scores looking at their schedule.
Yeah.
They beat Chattanooga 10-3. But then the next week they beat the Citadel 38-21.
And Wofford 22-3.
I can't have such a weird
I can't
variance.
speak to the level of opponent, but their only loss is to the great Sanford Bulldogs.
55-35. What a crazy schedule.
And
these guys, no one believes in you, Mercer.
You're leading the Southern Conference and no one believes in you.
Mm-hmm.
Go get it done, Mercer. Alabama's going to be on a high from beating up on LSU.
Yeah, they're playing for clicks. You're playing for wins, Mercer.
Well, and the money you're getting paid to be there.
You're also playing for the money.
The AD's like, for wins and money. It'd be great to beat Alabama, but I think the Mercer people are like, we already won. They're paying us what to be here?
Yeah, the check cleared. All right, we won.
Yeah, Alabama doesn't have any funds, a fun problem. So I'm sure Mercer got their check and they've already deposited it. Or maybe that comes when you actually play the game. Maybe as soon as I need check exchanges. Can we get
after
that?
The game?
Can we get can Kalen DeBoer hand the Mercer coach the check and go, appreciate you coming out?
The funniest thing about this is you have to set it up to where they do it win or loss.
Yeah,
they
course.
do it win or loss.
Of course.
They have to sit there and write it. They actually have to sit there and write out the check and hand it to the coach.
Yeah, you know how for big games they'll follow the teams out from the locker room, the walk down to the entrance. That should be done. They should follow whoever signs the check. I don't know if it's the AD.
I think the athletic director,
treasurer, whoever signs that check. We need to see that from the minute that's signed. They rip it out of the checkbook. I'm sure it's like direct deposit, and then they hand it.
This is ceremony, Dale.
So it should be a giant check, like a sweepstakes check.
No, because writing it out. I need them to have to sit there and write it out.
Okay.
Really think about what they did.
And then once the camera's off, they void the thing because they've already made their deposit. Yeah. But yeah. We need a check exchange at midfield after the game. I don't care about the handshake. I don't care if Kalen DeBoer's giving a handshake to the Mercer head coach. Give me the check exchange.
Yeah.
The AD hands it, whoever the AD is at Alabama right now, hands it to Kalen DeBoer. He hands it to the Mercer coach. They shake hands. They dap it up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, they stop for a picture where they're like handing it. Both hands are
Instead
on
of jersey swaps.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of a jersey swap. Yeah.
I love these. I love the late season pay for play games. They talk about how great it is for the program. It funds the entire program for the year. No, doesn't matter what the score is. So
like you could also do this in September.
It is done in September. I just don't know why the SEC always does it this way.
No, I just do it all in September.
Why put all your money games in September?
Yeah, what are we doing?
But they want that buy that's not a buy. It's the game to get your younger players time and not have your older stars lay their bodies on the line in a game that means something because you have your rivalry game the next week. It's been done for years, and they'll continue to do it even with the expanded schedule. Okay, done with hour one. Look for the funny this weekend because the games themselves on their face aren't that great, but you can find stuff to laugh at. That's kind of what sports is sometimes. So we'll get to hour two. We'll play some sound that I alluded to yesterday. It was about Shaq talking about Embiid never winning a title. We'll hear that from Shaq. Shaq is a known big man hater. If you don't fit a certain profile, he's going to get after you. I don't think he's gone after Şengün yet, but trust me, if the playoff failures come and Shaq still has a mic in front of him, Şengün's going to catch it, but not now. Şengün had a great sequence yesterday that we'll get back to as the Rockets get to 8-4. Playing pretty good basketball, and they get the Clippers tomorrow in the start of the NBA Cup, at least their start in the NBA Cup. Okay, hour one done. We'll get to hour two when we come back. We start hour 2 with some ugly numbers for the Texans offense, and they're just going to match. The numbers are going to match what you've seen from them. And really, this is all since about week 7, about where the run started of them not being able to score in second halves of ball games. Since week 7, the Texans ranked 24th in EPA per play and 30th in success rate, while C.J. Stroud ranks 29th in EPA per play for all quarterbacks with at least 50 snaps. So those are analytical numbers. Expected points is the EPA thing. And the Texans either rank in the bottom 3 or the bottom 8 of the league. It makes sense. Now, that's a Nico Collins thing. That's an offensive line thing. That's a C.J. Stroud thing. And, of course, it's the Bobby Slowick thing. I don't know if he'll be available today because they play on Monday. So he might be available. His maybe availability might be tomorrow.
Friday's news dump.
Yeah. Stick him on Friday afternoon after all.
That's when they should have trotted out Strauss.
Well, they did what they could by making sure no one could film his face. So they did what they could. But at some point, he had to answer questions about how poor his unit is played.
Answer for your crimes.
Strasser. Now, it's Bobby Slowick's turn, but it might be tomorrow. So you might not get your pound of flesh until Friday afternoon, and maybe some of the afternoon shows might have some sound from him as he explains what the issues are. The Texans, particularly D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, talked about the adjustments things because that's what we lean on. Adjustments. How come you guys can't figure things out? And they have kind of let you know that these things happen throughout the game. It's not just a second half thing. It's not a halftime thing where you fix issues. But the numbers tell you they've been bad relative to the rest of the league, no matter what half it is. Those are awful numbers for a team we thought would be pretty damn dynamic offensively. The Cowboys are bad, but they do have an elite pass rusher in Michael Parsons. He had 2 sacks in his return. And the Eagles are considered a pretty good offensive line. They have one of the better offenses in football. A lot of it is like, hey, Saquon, make a play, or Jalen, make a play with your legs, or just simply throw it to A.J. Brown, and he'll make a play. It's a lot of that. Go ball. A lot of the Philly offense is go ball. We'll see that tonight against the Commanders. But Michael Parsons found a way, and I don't think he'll have as much of an issue against the Texans. They were better on Sunday night, but not good. If you go by the sack numbers and the pressure rate and how the game played out, don't let Michael Parsons wreck the game. He's the one guy. He's the one guy on that defense who should cause you problems. Find a way. But then I think to myself, they let James Houston in a big moment make a play. Other anonymous Lions make a play. Can they keep Michael Parsons in check? I guess it all depends on what you think in check is. A sack and a half? Can they? What the over-under, Sean? Michael Parsons, sack and a half.
Sack and a half?
Sack and a half. Under or over? He's coming off 2 in his return.
I gotta go over. If he was just an edge player, like if he was one of the guys who only comes off the edge,
yes,
then I could maybe see a world where it's under just because it's like so uncompetitive that the Texans aren't really passing that much, and they're not doing any games with them. But like, it's Michael Parsons, like they can just line him up over the center. They can.
True.
They could just do that,
or they'll loop him,
or have him stand up in the middle. So there's just so many ways for him to attack, and I have no faith in Chris Strasser or the offensive line, but specifically who's coaching them.
2 sacks is a lot in a game.
It is the 2 sacks is a good game for any defensive end.
Yes, no matter who you are. I think the question will be, will the Texans offense have played well enough where he doesn't get enough opportunities later in the game?
Like that's what it is.
Like if it's a full-on fourth quarter game, then 2 sacks is a real possibility. But if we're talking about Cooper Rush has been terrible, like I think the game needs to be where they have benched him because of how bad he's been. That's how well the Texans defense has played. But if it becomes a thing where it's like 2017 and you're really just trying to survive it and you don't want to drop back, and then I don't know. I think 1.5 is not a bad number, and I think 2 is a real possibility if the game is competitive. If it's not, you can run the ball, get out of there, and maybe Michael Parsons doesn't play because the game the game is
Yeah.
no longer in question.
I think
can play a
that's
part
of
too.
it. That's part of it too. If you can get up 3 scores by the fourth quarter, Parsons probably not playing.
Yeah,
so and you're just running the ball. So there's a lot of ways for
that not to hit. But.
Yeah, it just depends how much you believe in the Texans offense to really, because to blow a team out in the NFL, like, you need the offense to play well. And they can win on defense. Like, there really shouldn't be a way that Cooper Rush in this offense goes on a sustained drive against the Texans, or goes on sustained drives against the Texans.
The one fear is, like, you just got a game with 5 interceptions. The regression would say you're not going to be as productive turning them over. So now you're just hoping to get stops.
Yeah, but last week they had, 40 passing yards?
They're bad. I'm not fighting you on that. They are bad.
I'm not even saying you need to turn them over. They'll just turn it over on downs or punt it back to you. All you have to do is make sure that Zeke Elliott and Rico Dowdle don't run all over you.
Ooh, what a scary combo.
And then wait for 3rd and 8 for Cooper Rush.
Yeah, the third Nate Cooper Rush experience can't be a great one for Dallas fans.
Just double CeeDee Lamb
or travel Stingley, however you want to do it. There's some thought of what they're going to do to defend him. Considering the lack of weapons for the Cowboys, will they just, because CeeDee Lamb moves, he'll be on the slide, he'll be on the outside. They move him around quite a bit in motion. So will the Texans?
Let's not have Petrie matched up on him.
Well, I'm sure the Cowboys will try to isolate Petrie on Lamb through formation.
Don't let him.
And motion.
Don't let him do that.
Well, yes. I would ask that you don't let that happen.
Don't do that.
Petrie on Ferguson, I don't want either. To be fair, I don't want Petrie covering anyone.
Just nickel blitz the entire time.
Zeke Elliott ain't got no juice left. If he wants to go out for a route, put Petrie on.
Yeah, do they have a different, who's their backup tight end? Put a Hendershot? Is he still around?
I'm sure he is.
He isn't.
He's not. Where's Hendershot now?
On the Chiefs.
Oh, Peyton Hendershot's on the Chiefs?
Yeah. Go get a ring, young fella.
Tommy Townsend got 2. You can go get 1. Or maybe 3. I don't know how long Tommy Townsend was a Chief. But this is a game where the Cowboys have limited options. You should be able to slow them down offensively to a point where even some of your starters aren't playing. Forget about Micah Parsons being out of the game because the game's not competitive. You can get snaps for guys who haven't got a lot. And anyway, at corner, that's going to happen. We'll find out, I guess, today the prognosis for Kamari Lassiter, but the concussion on a Sunday night, he will have that extra day, but generally, the guy gets a concussion, he's not playing the next week. That has generally been the case this year in the NFL. So I wouldn't expect Kamari Lassiter to play. Maybe it's a Jeff Okudah joint. Yeah, I know it don't feel good.
I know.
It doesn't feel good to say that.
Can it not be a Jeff Okudah joint?
What you signing for if you're not ever going to play him now that he's back off of IR?
That you know what? That's fair. But
he was signed as a potential solution to their cornerback issues. Now, of course, we can talk about how silly that felt, even in the moment, and he has been injured. But he came back last week. He actually practiced all week, I believe. Nico's the one who didn't come back till Friday, and they held him out. Him and Jerry Hughes was back out there after coming back off of IR. So is this a week where Okudah gets some snaps?
Gosh.
You scared? It's still Cooper Rush.
This is
a game to get Okudah in. It's still Cooper Rush.
It's still Cooper Rush.
I don't think we should worry.
No, but now I'm thinking about all the guys that I don't want defending CeeDee Lamb.
And Cooper.
And there's really only one of them that I would want on CeeDee Lamb.
Stingley. There's no other player in that secondary.
But they
currently.
don't travel. They don't travel the corners, Dal. That's not what we do here.
I know, but I brought that up this morning, and they're John and Lance were just got to happen. Why does it have to happen?
Yeah.
What about D'Amico says that has to happen? They don't travel corners that way.
Oh, they did it one time last year.
Yeah, but it's not standard against star players. And they did it because Amari Cooper destroyed them in the regular season game.
I was going to say, it was the second game they played against the Browns.
I think we've actually talked about it on the show. They don't play CeeDee Lamb twice a year, so even if they get a lesson taught to them, they won't have to deal with it again. So the lesson will be learned, but they won't implement anything they've learned in the next game because they don't play him more than once, every 4 years. Maybe next time they see CeeDee Lamb, if he roasts them, even with Cooper Rush throwing the football, they'll figure it out and go, okay, this time we're traveling
in
Stingley.
2028
when Stingley's like a $28 million cornerback 4 years from now, then they'll say, hey, you travel with CeeDee Lamb. We remember what happened 4 years ago. Get on them.
When they're playing the Raiders and CeeDee Lamb's on the Raiders in 4 years.
Well, then more recent than it won't be 4 years.
Then it'll be like 2 years.
Yeah. So there it is. So if we're looking at their cornerback situation right now, is it Chris Boyd? Is it Okudah? Is D'Angelo Ross? Is he still around? I know they just got rid of Desmond King.
Give Chris Boyd a shot.
I don't. Ex-Texas. I'm stopping there. Not great, not legend, just ex-Texas. Chris
Texas
Boyd,
player,
Texas
starter.
player. Yes, ex-Texas starter Chris Boyd. Do you think he should get a shot? The pure special teamer at this point.
We're talking about Jeff Okudah. D'Angelo Ross. Why not? Have some fun. Let the boys play.
Is that fun? Are you gonna have fun watching Chris Boyd try to cover CeeDee Lamb?
Oh, don't put him on CeeDee Lamb.
Oh,
God,
okay.
no.
You just want him out there, but not on CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I don't know. Who's Jalen Tolbert?
Yeah, that might be fun for Chris Boyd to try to physically manhandle Jalen Tolbert at the line.
Or Brandon Cooks, washed up Brandon Cooks. Oh, he's hurt.
See, you want to take that back? He's not washed. He's just injured.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been washed for years too.
So. I'm just glad he finally gets to play for a winner after spending so many years on the Texans.
He played for the Patriots.
Yeah, but he won an opportunity to win. That's why he left.
I do remember that. He pretty much called this place a clown show. He wasn't wrong.
Well, he was fine with it before they fired Jack Easterby.
Well, that was the most clownish thing about him. They fired Jack Easterby.
Obviously.
Yeah. The one serious thing they did before they hired D'Amico was fire Jack Easterby, and Brandon Cooks had a problem with it. He was the one holding everything together. The great Jack Easterby. Texans, Cowboys, Monday Night Football. I think you're going to be able to hear it here, right? Are we carrying? Because we carry Cowboys games. We don't know. We'll look it up.
I can
look at it on the grid and make sure I'm not saying something wrong.
I'm pretty sure we are.
We'll figure it out. We'll tell you when we come back. But first, let's talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. Maybe you know more about the Texans-Cowboys matchup than we do. Maybe you know that Jeff Okudah can't cover CeeDee Lamb. I think we also know that, but you might know that too. You might feel even more strongly about it, and so you can go to Prize Picks and put a couple mores on CeeDee Lamb's either receiving yards, if you like him to score a touchdown, or maybe just total receptions. You just think, who else is Cooper Rush going to throw the ball to? Of course it's going to be CeeDee Lamb. You can do that on Prize Picks. If you don't think, if you're not interested in the NFL, maybe tonight you want to get on the NBA action, college basketball, college football action. They have it all. They have hockey, soccer, anything you want on Prize Picks. You can win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with just as little as 4 correct picks. That's right. 4 correct picks. You can do that in 60 seconds, and you can win 100 times your money on Prize Picks. What you have to do is you download the Prize Picks app today and you use promo code MAPES, M-A-P-E-S, M-A-P-E-S. When I kind of slurred that a little, to get $50 on your first $5 entry. That's right. Code MAPES to get $50 on your first $5 entry. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Confirmation that we will not have the Cowboys-Texans game on.
Oh, okay.
But if you were getting a little nervous because you were looking forward to the Buzz Williams show, still going to be a thing on Mondays.
There you go.
It'll be there.
Okay.
We're not preempting the Buzz Williams show.
So just listen to the Buzz Williams show.
Yeah. Yeah. Watch the game, listen to the Buzz Williams show.
Listen on mute. Listen to Coach Williams.
Yes, Buzz Williams. Then we have our regular ESPN national programming. So we will not have Cowboys-Texans here on Monday. But Buzz Williams is better. The Aggies should be pretty good this year. They did, the last time I paid attention to them, they were getting their ass kicked by the Cougs in an exhibition game. But still, supposed to be pretty good. The Cougs, they did lose that game to Auburn. I just love the fact that the Auburn kids were celebrating, doing airplanes on the court after they won. You don't know that story. A couple Auburn players got into it wouldn't be called a fight. They got into a altercation where the plane that was bringing the team to Houston had to turn around, deplane, and leave those kids at home. And then they got back on another plane and flew into Houston and beat the Cougs on their home floor. And in celebration, they did that thing that Santonio Holmes used to do as a Jet, where he used to fly around the field after scoring touchdowns.
Jason Terry.
Yeah, all those. Yeah, his nickname, the Jet. He used to do that. It was that, except it happened on the Cougs floor, unfortunately. Bruce Pearl, look at that. Still a good basketball coach.
Yeah, still can unify the team after
that fight.
After they had to turn a plane around because they're getting too rowdy.
And of course, he didn't want to address it. People asked him about it after. He didn't want to talk about it. But hey,
coach, I got a question.
Yeah, you know how that Giant story about how you guys had to go home and then come back because two guys on your own team got into an altercation?
Yeah. Hey,
you want to talk about it?
I know you just beat one of the best teams in the country
on their home floor. Yeah.
But I have something else I want to ask.
Yeah.
Something way more embarrassing.
Well, apparently it wasn't too bad. Those guys are back at practice. So all is well that ends well for the Auburn Tigers basketball
Maybe brought
program.
them together.
Yeah, maybe Jabari Smith had a word with them. Said, hey, guys, that's not how you represent Auburn basketball.
Right.
What?
I'd be like, you know how you don't represent Auburn basketball? Shooting 1 for 5 every game?
Nah, you can't do that to a top 5 pick. He still has that.
That's why he should be shooting
He represented Auburn in a way that made him a top. He was there for like 4 months, but he represented Auburn in a way he was a top 5 pick. You can't tell the top 5 draft pick, hey, shoot better.
Hey.
Besides, these guys don't even start for Auburn. They're backups. They definitely can't say
they
it.
also come off the
They
bench
definitely
for
can't say that to Jabari
Hey,
Smith.
Torrey Eason's better than you.
Well, that'd be true, but you can't say it.
I can.
We're allowed to.
I can say whatever I want.
That's kind of what our jobs are. We
But
have
These
to
random kids that fought on an airplane can.
look. You can say whatever you want. I just say kind of know where you stand. And if you fought on an airplane and you got kicked off the plane, you couldn't even go on the trip, don't criticize Jabari Smith. Us, stupid radio guys, what else are we going to do? Jabari Smith has not shot the ball well, but he's a fine cog in a Rockets machine that gets after you defensively and is now 8-4. If you missed the game last night, I would say start paying attention to Rockets basketball. It's not going to be so aesthetically pleasing if you love good offense in the half court, but if you like guys who get after it on the defensive end, cause chaos, get second chance points, we'll hit the boards. That's what they do. That's how they win
rebounds,
games.
Deflections,
all that, all the stocks, that stuff, those stats.
Yeah, if you're a big stockhead,
if you've got a Twitter account called Stock Muse, the Rockets are for you. Steals, blocks, deflections. They do it all, and it helps them win ball games because they don't shoot well enough to rely on that. But defense and all the other things, the little things, you like that in basketball. The Rockets provide that.
The funniest part about their profile as a team is that they're a very good defensive team. Not surprising. A little surprising considering that all they play are 25 and under.
The fact that all those guys
are good defenders, that's a little surprising. But when you watch the games, that's not surprising. The surprising part is that they are basically the entire season been between 10 and 15 in offense in the NBA. All of that comes from the fact that they do two things super well. They do not turn the ball over, so they're always getting shots, and then they offensive rebound. Basically, every other stat for the Rockets on offense is not good.
If you want a college football comp,
they're the best team. They're the best at those two things. The hidden yardage.
Yeah, they're like a vintage Iowa team.
Yes. Yeah, hidden yardage.
Yes, they're going to win special teams, maybe get a punt return, a big punt return. They're going to play defense. They're going to make it hell on you to score, and they're not going to make mistakes. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to complete a lot of passes down the field. That's just not what they do.
No, but they'll win the Big Ten West.
Yes. And then if they see a really good opponent on the other side, it's not going to go well for them. That's Oklahoma State. I mean, excuse me, that was Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City. That was Oklahoma City. It didn't go well for them. They saw a good opponent who is at the top of the league. They didn't perform well. But
not there yet.
Yeah, but the Clippers, Michigan State out there, beat up on Michigan State and Wisconsin. They'll take care of them.
If all you need to do is outwork and out athlete
a Clippers team,
Rockets can do that.
Yeah. Yes.
Make enough shots and then
there's just
outwork.
A giant difference when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the other side.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a problem. And the Rockets will play games where they'll keep bad teams in it, and sometimes they bring good teams down into the muck where they're in it. That's just the way they're going to play, and it's been good for them so far at 8-4. They play hard. That is the one thing you will get pretty much every night from them. They're going to play hard, and they're going to be aggressive, and they're going to make the other team really frustrated to play them.
It was really driven home last night, considering who they were playing on the other team with James Harden. But if you did not like how the Rockets played basketball with James Harden on the team, you'll like this team.
Yes.
They do not play anything like the James Harden Rockets.
No. Man, there's some embers of it when you watch Jalen Green and his isolation stuff.
Yeah, but like everyone takes step back.
But everyone does that. Yeah. But as far as how they win their ball games, it's completely different. No. It's a completely different experience.
What if you build the whole plane out of Trevor Ariza and PJ Tucker?
Yes, but you do it when they're a decade younger.
Yes.
Yes.
And faster and better athletes. They're like Amin Thompson, like one of the best athletes in the league.
They're the super serum version of those guys. They all got injected with super serum, and you see them out there. Yeah, you got.
I mean, Dylan Brooks basically is doing
he's
PJ
much
Tucker.
PJ Tucker.
He is basically doing a PJ Tucker impression.
He definitely is. I don't know who has a better shoe game, but it's probably PJ. What am I saying? Of course it's PJ Tucker. The man, his other identity is the shoes he wears or doesn't wear and lets people see what they are. And he's floating around, not playing on the Clippers roster. Did they send him away because he wants to be someplace else?
I think he is currently not playing on the Clippers.
Well, I know he wasn't playing last night, but I think he is a Clipper. They just say, hey, stay away.
Yeah, he wants to get traded. They
don't mind not having him around.
Yeah, they're just fine because their owner's the richest man ever. Not true, but he's a very rich man. Is okay just being like, whatever.
Hey, you put all that money into an arena. You don't want some guy moping.
No.
Did PJ get into any of the promotional material?
Probably not.
Did he even show up to media day?
That's something where you don't even bother.
Yeah, like, you don't even ask.
We don't want to have to edit him out of the, starting lineup. Announce the little video they play where it's like, L.A., this is our house with fire behind them and stuff. Yeah. Let's get loud.
Whatever.
Like, no, don't even bother.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he was at media day for any of that stuff. I'm sure he has a locker. Maybe it's in the building. But so PJ Tucker wasn't there last night. He won't be there on Friday. The Rockets have the Clippers again for the second game in their set, but the first game of the NBA Cup as the Rockets try to win it. And the Timberwolves last night was an NBA Cup game, but the Timberwolves have already lost one.
Yes, they lost by 14 to
They've been beat
Blazers.
That's two. They've lost to Portland twice in a row.
Yes, but only one matters.
Yes, well,
the NBA Cup one.
Well, let's ask the question. There's no real stat behind it, but if you lose to this version of the Trailblazers, twice, does that immediately eliminate you from title contention? Like it's just you're
NBA
out.
Title?
Yeah, you're out. You're
NBA
not winning a title if this happens. You lose to the Trailblazers 2 games in a row. You're out of NBA title contention. It means you can no longer win.
That's harsh, but I think it's fair.
Like
I want to give them. So the reason I push back. It's the same reason I'm kind of not worried about the Knicks right now. It's just they both made such
Big
a
moves.
massive trade
Yeah.
with like best players or, second best player moving, where I want to give them a little bit more time.
I understand.
A little bit more time to figure it out. But on its surface, losing twice to the Portland Trailblazers is not something you should be doing.
Yeah. The Blazers into that 2-game set 3-8, leave it 5-8. And it's like,
Playing? Definitely not the plan. They're not making the plan.
No. The fact that the Mavericks and the T-Wolves are the 11th and 12th seeds right now probably tells you the West is a little too tough for the Blazers to get into the play-in. Maybe
if they're in the East. If they're in the East, they'd be like the 6th seed.
At 5 and 8. Give them a little credit. At 5 and 8, they'd be tied for 10th.
They'd be tied for 10th. Okay.
Yeah, so not the 6th seed. The Bulls are like, excuse me, at 5 and 7, we're the 6th seed.
Yeah, they also would be playing more East teams, so they probably would be like 7 and 9 or something.
I don't know.
I like how I'm just turning the NBA West into the SEC, where I'm like,
what are we talking about?
South Carolina would win the Big Ten. That's basically what I'm doing.
Part of their 3-game losing streak for the Wolves is they lost the last second game to an East team. They've been on a bad run. They lost to an East team, which is embarrassing enough, according to you, and then they lost 2 games to the Trailblazers.
But they would win the East
over the Cavs.
No, they wouldn't.
No,
they'd be the 4th seed. They would host a playoff series.
At this point, yes. So there it is. The Rockets, because of what's happening in Minnesota, the favorites, at least in my eyes, to get out of their division in the NBA Cup. We'll see that nice. Well, is it an all red floor? I think that's what it is. It'll be pretty much predominantly red tomorrow.
Yes, it will be.
Okay.
Red with circles, I think, is what they're doing this year.
And red is the color that bothers people the most of all of them. Like blue, people don't mind. Like the Celtics had a horrific floor. It was green and awful looking. But red is the one that gets people.
Yeah. Well, especially last year, because it would be like red on red.
Yeah,
that's what people really did not like.
Those are tough. So Rockets 8-4, trying to get to 9-4 on Friday. We'll see how that plays out for them. I would say if you're hesitant, because it's early in the regular season, just take a look at the team. They will probably fit what a lot of people like about the NBA: aggressive, athletic. Sure, the threes are going to go up and they're not going to go in, but they'll go grab the offense on rebounds. They lead the league in second chance points. I don't know how that played out after last night's game, but it felt like that was a big part of their win against the Clippers. Okay, we'll get the break here. We'll come back with more. We'll hear from Shaq on Joel Embiid. We may get to a Boston radio host calling Belichick a petty little prick. These are things I enjoy. Calling out the Embiids of the world and the Belichicks of the world. And we'll hear from Amen Thompson as well. Little back and forth between him and Tari after the game. A lot to get to. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. And this is something I have to get to before the show's over. Mark Zuckerberg, as he continues to revamp his image, has dropped a single. The collab with T-Pain is called Z-Pain. You can figure out where that name's come from. They are doing a remake of Lil Jon's Get Low. You can, if you remember that song, it's explicit. And of course, they didn't give us a clean version, so Sean's got to be careful. But I just want you guys to listen to what Mark Zuckerberg is up to when he's not trying to influence elections. Here's Mark Zuckerberg with T-Pain.
369, damn, you're fine. Hoping you can sock it to me, baby, one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low. Get low, get low, get low.
Getting close to where we have to cut this off.
Get low. From the windows to the walls.
This is it. That's what.
Till sweat drops down.
That's it. The rest of the song is exactly how you remember.
They did not change a word.
They did not. It's just him doing a cover. Z-Pain got together and a remake Get Low from Lil Jon and the East Side Boys.
I guess if you're like a super billionaire, you don't have to make the clean version for the song.
No, you don't. And at this point,
it's like, whoa, I'm missing out on money here.
Yeah, and is this song going to get radio play in a serious way where they need a clean version?
I don't know.
Maybe if it hits for the kids.
I was gonna say I don't know what the kids are up to these days.
I don't. Of course, he's not a singer songwriter because it's not his song, and he barely sings. But I don't like the fact that he's trying to get into singer songwriter mode, because could you imagine him with the guitar? I guess he played the guitar for it. I think he plays the guitar for the song. If I'm looking at some of the promo imaging,
I need to see some credits. And he's
yeah, the image.
Is this on Spotify?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So in the promo images, he is sitting down with T-Pain playing a guitar. So they're making me think that he is the guitar behind this remake.
Do I have to
this
type
cover.
in Z-Pain to find this?
I don't know if that's an official name for them, but I think it is. I think Z-Pain is their official band name or group name.
No, it brings up the single.
Zuckerberg.
So let's look at the credits here.
I know you got a lot of money, man. You can do pretty much whatever you want, but not the East Side Boys and Lil Jon. Not Get Low.
Okay, yes, this is also a gripe I have, because this was confusing to me. He's not remixing Shorty Got Low, which is a T-Pain song.
No, it's not even a T-Pain song.
He is remixing a Lil Jon and the East Side Boys song with T-Pain.
Yes. Should Lil Jon be involved?
Yes. Without a doubt. What are we talking
about?
Well,
I'm sure they're getting paid for it. Well, I don't know how much money the song is going to generate, but they will get their cut. I think the music business can be shady.
Wow, this is performed by Mark Zuckerberg, T-Pain, Z-Pain, but it says written by Z-Pain.
How? I guess when you say right, you're talking about the music behind it, but it's just Get Low with the acoustic guitar. So what music did he write?
I don't know. Maybe the Spotify credits isn't 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. But hey, man, you want to adapt? You want to do something different?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I was multi-time billionaire, I'm not saying this is the worst way to spend money. You know, you could maybe you could talk me into getting in the studio.
Can you start that song from the beginning? We only get to play like 10 seconds of it, but let's hear Get Low by Z-Pain one more time.
Should have got the East Side Boys to do that part.
Yes.
369, damn, you're fine. Hoping you can sock it to me, baby, one more time. Get low, get low, get low, get low. Get low, get low, get low. Get low, get low, get low. Get low. From the windows to the wall.
I don't need Get Low to be sung in the Register of Dashboard Confessional. I think that's my biggest problem with this. Why is he pretending to be Chris Carrabba?
I was gonna say the vocal stylings that he's doing. That I don't know. It's definitely a choice he's made.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll admit.
I guess I'm glad he's not trying to sound like.
It's better that he's not
East
being
Side
like,
Boys.
yeah, like when a white person who loves a team does a rap song and just uses lyrics for the team that fits. It's better that he's not doing that, but still, look, I know Hands Down by Dashboard Confessional is a banger, but I don't need you singing in that octave. Look, Zuckerberg got all the money where you can do whatever you want, obviously, but still, enough.
The collaboration. This is from NBC News, which, by the way, insane that this song is being written about by NBC News. The collaboration was an anniversary present
for his wife, right?
For his wife.
Did she love that song, the original?
So according to an Instagram post announcing the song's release, Get Low was playing when I first met Priscilla at a college party. So every year we listen to it on our dating anniversaries. Zuckerberg captioned the post. This year, I worked with at T-Pain on our own version of this lyrical masterpiece. Sound on for the track, also available on Spotify. Love you, P.
So there is a romantic tone and reason behind it. Okay, that's cool. That's fine.
That makes me like it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Wait, is Zuckerberg's PR working on me?
It sounds like it.
I need you know what? I need to rewatch Social Network. That's what
to remember how much of a a-hole he is.
Yeah. I need to remember the come up.
Yeah, I need
that was him on his Oz Cobb time.
Yeah,
that was him.
Before he became the supervillain that we thought he was until we heard the song.
Bliss. That's what it was.
Yeah, you ain't gonna trick me, Zuckerberg. I remember your origin story.
I mean, he took the idea from the Winklevoss twins, like Oz Cobb took the Bliss idea.
And wasn't the original thing that he was doing rating girls on campus?
Yeah, I mean that part,
Yeah.
Can't get too mad at that.
It was of a time, right? Yeah. Back then, it wasn't such a big deal, right? The hot or not type of vibe. Now, you're objectifying. We don't do that here, unless you're Eric Wong. But I don't play into that. What happened to La Salsa? He was the other one who did that. He didn't call in about maybe he ran out of girls.
He ran out of
women who were in Stuff Magazine to call in about whether they would do OnlyFans. AJ might not know what Stuff Magazine is.
I don't know what Stuff Magazine is.
It's like a different version of Maxim or FHM, those magazines of the time. Hey, you were in one of those popular culture movies like Scream. Get on the cover. Or they would have a model, something like that. That's what those were. Okay. Maybe we won't get to the Embiid's never going to win a title sound from Shaq.
We didn't know Z-Pain was dropping.
I forgot about Z-Pain. Sorry. We got one more segment to go, but before we get to that, let's talk about MyBookie. Today is a big day. We actually got a great game Thursday night. We've got Commanders, Eagles, and it's risk-free betting at mybookie.ag. Simply, what that means is you bet on the game and you don't win, no biggie. And of course, if you do win, you get your money. MyBookie will take care of you in that way. Use that promo code BET975. And remember, if you sign up, they will match up to $1,000, 100% match. So maybe you're not really big into sports betting, but you want to start. This is your opportunity to double your money as you just find your way. Go to mybookie.ag and check out all they have to offer, from the NFL to college football to boxing, UFC, everything. NHL, it's all there for you. And of course, if you want to just play some cards, they have that for you too with their casino. They have that live casino as well, where you'll see a dealer deal you your cards. So from sports to the casino to card games, it's all there for you. Go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This segment will be short, our final segment of the day before we get to Gallant George, followed by the Killer Bees. Joe George is back, so it'll be the entire crew. See him out there. He's the one who confirmed that we don't have Texans and Cowboys on Monday night.
He would know.
He would know. He's the one who makes. Should we be blaming him for not having the game? He does make the schedule.
I think there's powers that be above him.
There are things
of why we can't play a Texans game on the radio.
Yeah, that's likely.
I think
we do. We have Astros games in the playoffs. We've had Astros games.
That is true.
I think it might be more of a College Station thing than anything else.
Oh,
we are the home of the Aggies, and the Buzz Williams show does air that night. So maybe that's the reason. We're just speculating on things we don't really have any knowledge
won
about.
On that one then.
True.
We get the Buzz Williams.
I think we made it clear. I'd rather hear Buzz Williams than hear about Cooper Rush throwing the football. You guys can just watch the game. And hopefully, let's say by about 9:15, this is no longer a concern. Like, you throw in halftime, game starts about 7:20, about 9:15. We're not worried about the game anymore. That's what I'm hoping for. Just means the Texans blow out, and an easy win. What does need to change as far as the Texans and their offense and playing well and maybe leading to a blowout is where C.J. Stroud ranks as far as off-target throws or on-target throws, if you want to put it that way. He ranks 31st. He's one of the worst quarterbacks in the league when it comes to throwing the ball on target. There are a lot of guys you would not want ahead of him, and it includes short passes. It includes deep down the field, and some of that has to do certainly with Nico Collins and the fact that he's not around anymore. But C.J. Stroud, the 31st ranked quarterback when it comes to on-target throws, from 5+ to 5 to 10, all of it. They encompass all of it. They include how many throws you've made, the percentage of them, and it's not about completion percentage. It's about on target. So if a guy knocks a ball away, but they consider it an on-target throw, that would be in C.J. Stroud's favor. It's just another stat that tells you that what your eyes are relaying is true. Numbers people will tell you that sometimes once you start to dig deep into them, what your eyes are telling you are wrong. Not this time. All the issues with the Texans offense, I gave you the numbers about their EPA stuff, and now you get the on-target start from CJ. Right on. He's behind the likes of Bryce Young and Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco, who just got benched, and certainly younger players who played like Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, Gardner Minshew. He ranks ahead of him. Daniel Jones ranks ahead of him as far as on-target throws. It has just not been what we expected. They made the O-line switch. They get Nico Collins back. So hopefully those numbers start to turn around and we get to see the CJ we expected. And that offense we expected, obviously without Stephon Diggs. We get to see that offense the rest of the way. Cowboys aren't good. They do have an elite pass rusher. Handle him, you should probably have a pretty good day. All right. We are done for the day. Gallant and George are up next. Killer Bees come after them. We've got one more show on Friday. We'll get more into the NFL weekend. Obviously, we'll talk about what happened between Commanders and Eagles, and we'll have Texans sound as well, as media availability will be open shortly here today. So, Sean, we know we have 2 sounders in the show. You can pick, but we're done for the day. So what does that mean?
That's what I do. Dominating the paint.
Thank you, Alpy. You do dominate the paint.
Felt right.
I like it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Thursday. A beautiful Thursday here in Houston, Texas. It is November 14th, 2024. Joe George is back. Joe, hello.
Hello.
Everything good?
Oh, yeah. Little guy had to get some shots.
Ooh.
So super fun time at the doctor's office.
Did he handle the shots better than he handles playing for your soccer team?
Yes, he did actually.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay.
That's for sure. He handled that.
That's great.
Because he didn't really know what was happening until it was over.
I'm not sure if you knew what was happening yesterday on the show, but Sean and I have decided on something. We are resetting the Texan season as we always do.
All right.
But we're doing it in a different way this time.
Okay.
Instead of the Texans going back to 0-0, the Houston Texans are now 4-1.
Ooh.
Because they were 4-1 in games that Nico Collins played.
I like this strategy here. Now, we could never do this with the Astros because there's too many injuries to keep track of. It'd be impossible. I like this strategy. They're 4-1 on the season. Great start. First place in the AFC. Still in reach.
We did do it to a degree with the Astros because I think we did the Jose Abreu record. What's their record without Jose Abreu?
A lot better.
The best in baseball?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we did it once they got rid of Jose Abreu. That's really when we did that was our last reset that we did. We did a couple resets and a couple World Series during the baseball season.
I'm trying to lift them up. Okay, they're down on the mat. That was a rough loss on Sunday. It was a worse loss the Thursday before. Sometimes you got to pick them up. Remember, you're 4-1 with Nico Collins. Forget about how you were 4-1 against a couple of teams that weren't very good and some rather unconvincing wins. Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South leaders even at 4-1 because the Colts only have 4 wins over 10 games this year.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a really good strategy to think about the optimistic view of the Houston Texans.
Correct. Now, here's the other thing we're going to do.
This I saw for sure.
Because the Dallas Cowboys are effing dumpster fire right now. I mean, there's a quarterback competition between Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. They both stink. But guess what? There once was a time where Cooper Rush was actually creating conversations in Dallas.
I forgot about that.
About quarterback controversy. So, back in 2022, on October 3rd, the Dallas Cowboys were 3-1. Cooper Rush was 4-0 as starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys in his career. That was the best mark of any Cowboys quarterback to start off their career. So just like the Houston Texans are 4-1, to make sure the Texans are focused like they weren't against the Jets, the Dallas Cowboys are now 3-1.
Okay. Dallas Cowboys are 3-1. And then what happens if Cooper Rush doesn't win the quarterback battle?
Doesn't matter, bro.
The number 3 overall pick
exactly
is on the field.
Got to respect the number 3 overall.
He's the number 3 pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Trey Lance, like, if it wasn't for the COVID year, I mean, he might have been the number 1 pick in the draft.
He could be just like Drake May as the number 3 overall pick is right now. So that's where we're at. We have pressed the reset button. Now I want to talk about something else. So yesterday on Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, I at some point drifted off into wondering aloud about D'Amico Ryans and specifically asking a question. Is he ever going to be one of the best coaches in the NFL, given that there are some recurring struggles of late? In case you missed it, here is that clip because people are not happy about this.
I don't think any of us thought that 10 games into this year with the Texans having the exact same record as they did last year, that we would already be starting to wonder about the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach. But how can you not? You have to a little bit. It's not to say that you think he sucks right now or anything like that. It's more to say, how good will he be as a head coach? Are we going to look at D'Amico Ryans and ever put him in the same conversation as Sean McVay or different style Dan Campbell, which we're all doing all of a sudden, Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin? Because that's what you want. Having a coach like that, plus a quarterback like that, means you should get a chance at multiple Super Bowls. Andy Reid, can't believe I didn't say his name off the top of my head. There's a lot of coaches that we hope he will be in the same category as someday. And the gaslighty stuff does make you wonder, because if the same things are happening every single week, it makes you wonder about his approach behind the scenes.
Okay, so people are mad about that?
People are mad about that.
Why? I don't understand. What is there to be mad about?
Because I'm questioning D'Amico Ryans. Some are saying I'm calling D'Amico Ryans mid. Some are saying that I want the Houston Texans to fire DeMeco Ryans based off of that. I'm pretty sure most people didn't watch the video, to be fair. And I also realized that there's always a bit of sensitivity when we were talking about a young head coach, specifically a young black head coach, much like there's some sensitivity to criticizing a young quarterback. Some people are going to be like, oh, we're doing this again. And I want everyone to know I'm not doing that with DeMeco Ryans. I think it is fair to wonder how good he'll be as a head coach because he is in the midst right now of some pretty trying times. And lots of great coaches go through stuff like this. I am wondering if we still think he's on the same trajectory that we thought after last year, where he did an incredible job with a team that had some talent. Obviously, the quarterback figured out how to make Nico Collins work. Offensive line, who was at the very least highly paid. Will Anderson, but not that much talent. A lot of people thought it was a disastrous situation that he was going into. But in year 2, have the steps forward been taken? They have the same record right now as they did last year, and there was a ton of hype behind this team going into this year.
I would say, like, no, they haven't come anywhere close to where we thought they were going to go this year. And at some point, like that has to fall on your head coach. I mean, you've got questions about DeMeco that I think that are really fair. With until this season, his record as a 49ers defensive coordinator and as a Texans head coach, every single time he faced Shane Steichen, what those offenses were doing to DeMeco's defense. They were having massive success, whether Steichen was with the Eagles or the Colts. I mean, even if you look back, and that's where I feel like some of the people who are upset about this, it's almost like revisionist history in a little bit of a way. Because even if you just go to this last offseason, it took me 5 seconds to find an article of Pro Football Network and their power rankings of NFL head coaches coming into the season. DeMeco Ryans is ranked 13th in the NFL going into the season. They don't have him in that category. We didn't jump DeMeco into the top of the echelons of coaches like we did with CJ Stroud, because one of those felt warranted, and I think one of them felt like it wasn't, because we just don't view coaches the same way as quarterbacks. You can't reach the top of the mountain unless you win a Super Bowl, until you at least get to an AFC Championship game. I mean, every guy that's going to be up there is either done that or they're very clearly an offensive genius. Guys like Matt not Matt Eberflus.
Guys like Matt Eberflus. Isolate that. Put that on the Bears podcast.
Matt LaFleur is the name I was looking for.
Great coach.
Kevin O'Connell. Like those coaches, we moved up quick because we're seeing elite level results from their offense and their offensive minds. Defensive coaches were always going to be a little bit more reserved, and putting them in that top category because everyone thinks that there's a ceiling for a defensive coach.
Well, that's fair. I think a lot of people get mad, at least online, when a offensive-minded coach isn't hired for a young team. I think people in New England are doing that right now with Gerard Mayo. They got Drake May. Maybe they're not getting the most out of Drake May to open things up. I think some of the pushback has to do with people who are like, oh my God, you're questioning a black coach after a year and a half. And again, sensitive to that. I understand why you might be feeling that way. But really, all I'm asking is just how good can he be? Because this is a really tough, difficult time for him right now. And I, as someone who does a sports talk show 3 hours a day, I never believe a conversation is too early to be had. I'm not saying anything about DeMeco Ryans or putting a ceiling over him. I'm merely wondering what it is. And if he can get into that same group as the guys at the top, he's got the quarterback. We're talking about a team that has the potential to win multiple Super Bowls. Potential. Again, will they live up to it? It's really hard to do that in this league. But the big problem I have right now with the Texans is there's a lot of recurring issues, and there are some tough decisions that need to be made potentially. And I am wondering about the real big one that has not been made yet. Are they going to move on from Bobby Slowick? And I would say right now, and we talked about this earlier in the week, I don't think it makes sense to move on from him right now. Talked about that with DJ yesterday too, Joe. I feel like right now, you kind of have what you have, and to, I guess, reenact Hernando Cortez when he came to, the Aztec Empire and wanted to take that thing down, burned all the boats. You're stuck here with this, and you got to figure out a way to make it work. And the CEO of this entire operation is DeMeco Ryans. So he's going to have to figure out a way to get more out of the offensive side of things. And I don't think that it's fair to focus on Bobby Slowick like some online. Bobby Slowick's Hitler! I mean, no one said that yet, but it's trending that way. I don't think it's necessarily fair to remove DeMeco entirely from criticism of the offense because he is the one that is overseeing all this. And yesterday he had talked about how, or excuse me, not yesterday, on Tuesday, he had talked about how he's part of this process. Is he a major part of the process? I don't know, but he sees it. And if he thinks it needs to be better, which he clearly does, even if the offensive line's limiting things, he's got to do something about it. So we're at the crossroads, okay? And I'm just asking, where does DeMeco go from here in the midst of a very difficult time?
It's a really fair question that I think we get a much better picture of what the answer is when the season ends. That if Bobby Slowick does not get a head coaching job, what is the response from the Texans there? Because what's going to separate DeMeco from being a good or average coach to being a great head coach is his hiring ability. And he hired Bobby Slowick. Bobby Slowick came from San Francisco. So if he decides that the offense this year, struggles, and he views it as not a problem and not a Bobby Slowick problem, and it's a roster problem, and he sticks with Bobby Slowick, and then next year we're here having the same conversations, it really changes the way you have to evaluate DeMeco. Because when you look at the best coaches in the NFL, like, what do? Bill Belichick, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, they have trees. They have guys that come in and go out and have great success. Not Belichick. Like those, but those guys failed, and it's not his fault.
I mean, I'm part of the Belichick coaching tree. I'm arguably the greatest success that's come out of it. I'm a football mastermind. That's true too. See, How about that? Mike Vrabel, technically, I'm just kidding. Listen,
Bill O'Brien over Mike Vrabel.
Keep cooking. Keep cooking.
But you have to be able to hire coaches because your coaches are going to leave. Whether it doesn't matter, you hire a defensive head coach. Your offensive coordinator is going to leave. You want your offensive coordinator to leave because if your offensive coordinator leaves, it means your offense is awesome. But now the Texans are in a position where their offense isn't good. And how does DeMeco Ryans handle that? How does he move forward as the CEO of this franchise and say, I have to choose between a guy that I brought here from San Francisco and what's best for the franchise? Who do you replace him with? Do you replace him with Gerard Johnson? Have you guys developed Gerard Johnson enough to be the next offensive coordinator of this team? Or do you have to look elsewhere? So I think the offseason is really where we get a clear picture of it. But it is fair to question it right now, because they're struggling. They've lost games in the last 2 years so far. It's early. I get it. But you have 2 Jets games on your record. You have the Falcons game. You have the Panthers game. You're squeaking out wins left and right. So, yes, it's fair. And it's stupid. And I would tell Sarge this to his face because I like Sarge. It's stupid
Sarge?
to compare DeMeco Ryans and the people who are saying fire DeMeco because no one's saying that, and trying to comp it to the people that want to fire Dusty Baker. I know what you're doing. It's not the same thing. It's totally different. They are not the same conversation. We're not having that DeMeco Ryans conversation. I've seen the response to your post. It is a joke that people are taking that leap when you very specifically said, I normally do this when we play audio clips. I try to take notes. Not saying he sucks, said Paul Gallant in that clip.
Yeah.
They're just taking these giant leaps for no reason.
But some people said I said he's mid. And look, I'm just going to give you my complete background here. Your boy's a perfectionist, probably to his own detriment. Why am I single at 35 years old? Because I still think that I can somehow end up with a supermodel. Is that going to happen? I don't know. I don't know at this point, especially, I'm doing a radio show in an industry that, let's just say, isn't exactly on the thickest of ice. Much thinner ice than DeMeco Ryans is on. Perhaps thicker ice than Bobby Slowick. Whatever the case, bringing it back to me. I'm a perfectionist. I was raised in a household where A- were considered okay. I had a sister who went to effing Harvard. These are standards I had to live up to. And I also grew up watching the greatest football dynasty of all time. Oh, they cheated. Shut up. And I watched them, and then I listened to a radio show that would criticize them every single day. It's always fair to criticize things because everything can always be better. It is always, on top of that, it's fair to, I think, hold people to a standard that is unreasonable, especially in this game that we play, Sports Talk Radio. It's a Wednesday. The Texans are doing the same things over and over again. What's going on with DeMeco Ryans? These are questions that can ask. And I will say, as somebody who once asked this question in 2018, are Houston Texans fans scared to admit that Patrick Mahomes is better than Deshaun Watson, which was met with violence online. Sometimes daddy's right. That's all I'm saying.
But don't people want the higher standard? Don't you want to remove yourself from one of the 4 teams in the NFL right now that hasn't been to a Super Bowl? The only team in the AFC South that hasn't been to an AFC championship game?
I would think so.
Like, don't you want your teams to be held to this higher standard? Isn't it a good thing? I would beg for the teams that I grew up rooting for to be in the position that Houston Sports is in right now. I would beg for the Bears to be 6-4. I would beg for those teams to be above 500.
By that same logic, Joe, there are some who are like, this is good. Why are we criticizing it? Or why are we asking questions about it? And as a skeptic who some would call cynical, I'm just saying it's always fair to ask questions about that. You're right. There's a lot of people who would love to be in the spot that the Houston Texans are in right now. I mean, they're not sitting at the table of big boy table weekend this weekend in the AFC where you got Chiefs, Bills, and you got Ravens, Steelers. Who would have thought this would be back?
I know.
That one blows my mind. Ravens, Steelers is back again. 2 organizations that have run very well. You're trying to get in the same conversation as, at the very least, 2 of those from a long-term perspective, Baltimore and Pittsburgh, and the Chiefs as well. How do you get there? You got to raise the level. It's very hard to get there. And I think it's totally fair to be skeptical about their ability to get there based off of what has happened thus far. As always, I hope they prove me wrong. I really do. But right now, I feel like DeMeco Ryans has some things that he's got to improve in, much like CJ Stroud has. And it's weird that considering this team is 6-4 and compared to last year is better, more talented, more hype. They're 6-4 just like they were last year. And we're a little underwhelmed with the wins. We're underwhelmed with what's going on in the second half. But we're not going to ask questions about the head coach and the quarterback. We're not going to say, hey, they need to be better. Saying something needs to be better is not saying it sucks. It's mid. It's strange. And again, I'm wired the way that I am, and I'm sure that it is annoying AF for lots of folks out there. But this is how I'm wired.
Yeah, I have no issue with the idea of questioning a coach when things aren't going well. I mean, you heard DeMeco's frustrations after the Jets game, not as much after the Lions game. Like, they were a little more. You could tell they were frustrated, but you kind of heard like the anger, the real frustration for the first time from DeMeco in that one. And like, I'll be honest, I think the answer to this question for me is yes. Like, I do think that he can still move into that upper echelon of coaches in the NFL. Like, we've seen what I think you've seen what the 49ers have kind of gone through since he left. They've had to hire a DC, then they had to fire, and their defense has taken a step backwards since DeMeco is no longer the head coach. I mean, the defensive coordinator of that football team. Like, I do think the way that DeMeco's style that he has can work very well, and I think he can have the Texans as a top tier defense. It's just going to question of, will you bring in the right guys to fix your offense?
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got a call, 713-780-3776. We've got Gary in the Heights. He wants to talk to DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Gare Bear, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? And I just want to say about Sarge, the dude is a clown.
No,
sorry,
I like Sarge. I like Sarge.
I enjoy Sarge.
That's just my opinion. I've been following sports here in the city since Lance and John were on 6N in the late 90s. I have no idea where the guy came from. The hat, the whole Sarge thing, it just gives off clown. That's my personal opinion. But I will say, like, if you're trying to do like the racial thing, like, give me a break, man. Like, there's not a single serious person anywhere calling for DeMeco Ryans to be fired.
Exactly.
Like, I'm sure somebody on the internet said that, but like, they're losing. And like the Dusty Baker making that comparison, like, that's foolish. And not that it matters, but I'm a black guy and I hate stuff like that. Like, nobody's calling for DeMeco to be fired. But we just lost to the freaking Jets. They're terrible. Like, we just blew up, I don't know, 16-point lead at home. Like, yes, there's questions. The dude is the head coach. Like, people will question him. That's how it works. So all of that stuff is foolishness. And that's just what I want to say on that. Like, not a fan of Sarge. But overall, that's foolishness. Nobody's asking for D'Amico to be fired.
Yeah, and Sarge is listening. So, sup, Sarge? Because he responded. This is his defense here. He says it was your station that was pushing the fire Dusty narrative first. So yes, Sarge, said it because how this D'Amico narrative is starting is exactly how the Dusty Baker narrative
I want to bring
started.
Dusty back.
Now, look,
Texans offensive coordinator Dusty Baker.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate thinking that we led the movement.
No, you did actually, Joe. You were on the killer bees, the angry bees.
But as
they wanted Dusty Baker in jail.
Front line with the tiki torch.
But as I've responded,
they wanted a strong black man in jail. Not cool, dude.
As I've responded on Twitter now or X, I also was at the flagship and working on shows that were asking for Dusty Baker to be fired. So as much as I think the killer bees are great and just led the chart, me.
I agree, Sean. That's a great question.
I mean,
who's
Dusty
the common
Baker,
denominator?
There's no one that's hurt me more in my life than Dusty Baker, to be fair.
You brought Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor into this.
I definitely when he got hired, brought them up. But I think Sarge is good at his job, and I just think it's a leap to think that this conversation is what the Dusty Baker conversation is.
I actually think, and we had this conversation earlier in the week, I think a lot of the pointing at Bobby Slowick has become a lot like, hey, insert Astros manager. We're mad at him because the Astros are not living up to the standards. Saw it this year with Joe Espada, saw it before with Dusty Baker. It was the exact same thing.
Yeah, the Joe Espada stuff came up this year.
Never happened with Hinch,
and there should have been pushback.
Like after 2019, that's the only time there was pushback with Hinch. Hinch game 4 of the 2015 wild card round. What the F, dude? Pull Will Harris.
Yeah, I do think I always kind of wonder what the conversation's like in 2020 if Hinch is not fired because of the cheating scandal. I'd imagine it'd be way different than what actually occurred because he was gone, and we kind of just had to move on from that because of just what was happening with the Astros at the time. But look, D'Amico, it's fair to question where the Texans are because our expectations were higher. And maybe we as media and fans and people that talk about this team and care about this team deserve the blame for this, I guess, that our expectations were too high for a franchise that has achieved far too less with too much talent too often. But the reality is that we all want to see the Texans go to places they've never been. And with the way they're playing this year, one injury should not derail you. We should not be having to reset the season as the Texans are 4-1 with Nico Collins because you lost to the Jets twice, you lost to the Panthers, you lost to the Saints, and the only reason why you made the playoffs last year is because a third-string running back dropped a pass. It's just the reality.
Mm-hmm.
Expectations should be higher in this city.
And I don't think we all need to get upset about questions being asked about the quarterback and the head coach. These two can handle it. They can handle it. Honestly, they shouldn't be paying attention, but they can handle it. We're trying to get past that door that no one has been able to get past in this entire city's history of professional football, unless you count George Blanda and the early AFL days. That's how far back we're going. Bum Phillips couldn't do it. Gary Kubiak couldn't do it. Bill O'Brien couldn't do it. It's not the best history here. We're hoping that this is going to be different. And I do feel, and I think we all feel the same way, that even with the struggles right now, the future is the brightest it's ever been with these two. But it is totally fair to ask, how great are both of these guys going to be, given the struggles that we have seen of late? You want to weigh in on this, you can. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. I do think it is worth bringing up something that happened exactly a year ago today in the NFL because people want to see it happen. You'll hear what that was next. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Text in 713-780-3776 on a day where we're merely asking the question, what is the ceiling of Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans? We are not putting a ceiling there. This is an open roof stadium. Less sun issues than Jerry World. We would put curtains up, but we don't necessarily have a roof up, okay? Text in, fans and media are acting like the sky is falling. Well, a 23-7 lead fell. Kind of feels like the sky. It's Sunday Night Football against one of the best teams in the NFL. This text continues. The season can still be a successful season. When they make the playoffs, people will forget about the Lions game. I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree, but it's not just the Lions game, because I think really the issue with this season is really your 1-3 record versus the NFC North. It's with the Packers, Vikings, and Lions. Those three games kind of combined because they all end poorly or just were a disaster throughout. So, I mean, I think if you win a playoff game, people will forget. Because I do think that the expectation's at least been raised there. That the expectation is beyond just making the playoffs. I mean, if you end up facing Baltimore or Pittsburgh in the first round, which feels the most logical path for the Texans right now is hosting one of those two teams, and you lose by 2 touchdowns, specifically to Russell Wilson, people will not forget what happened in the regular season. People will not forget what happened last year versus the Baltimore Ravens if you lose again. And these questions will actually just get worse.
More people will ask them.
Yeah.
I feel like it's probably going to be, say things do not continue to go up. Year 4, where there are more people that start asking those questions. I just believe, as somebody who does this every single day for 3 hours a day, it's totally fair to ask those questions now. And patting myself on the back a little bit, I have sometimes asked the question and been right before everyone thought it was appropriate to ask it. I can't believe how many people in 2018 got mad at me for saying, are Texans fans scared to admit that Patrick Mahomes is better than Deshaun Watson? He clearly was at that point in time. And people were saying, well, you got to give it more time. No. What if we get hit by a meteor? What if, God forbid, certain folks in a certain house, I don't know, start something with someone and boom, 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 and we're all dead, melting, like we're Sarah Connor shaking onto that fence in Terminator 2. If that happens, then I mean, what we're not going to be able to have that conversation unless some of us down low or some of us up high or in the great beyond of nothing.
Now I just feel like Paul Gallant's going to be in a bunker as the world is ending, talking about DeMeco Ryans.
Well, I mean, it would give some person a distraction. It'd be like, was DeMeco Ryans ever going to reach his ceiling? By the way, the prices of rad roaches have gone up, and I'm sorry, that's a Fallout reference. No one gets it. But anyway, to bring it back to this, I think it's fair to ask the question. You disagree, you can weigh in 713-780-3776 to call, the text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A year ago today, the Buffalo Bills fired offensive coordinator Ken Dorsey. And the results after that, the Buffalo Bills, who looked rough and at one point had a bit of a hit piece come out at the Go Long Substack with our friend Tyler Dunn, where it was found out that Sean McDermott uses, let's just say, unconventional methods to motivate his troops. 9/11 hijackers, for one, among others. You would think that after that comes out that coach is going to be gone. But guess what? In a world after Ken Dorsey, Joe Brady, and that Bills offense looked pretty damn good down the stretch, started running the football more, less Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs wasn't thrilled about that. That's why he's with you this year. And they get to the second round of the playoffs against the Chiefs. The different approach did not work, but they have been playing a lot better since then because they're 8-2 to start this year. You beat them. I mean, that's the best thing the Texans did this year. You beat them. Looked like you could have beaten them by more. And yeah, you did have to hang on for dear life at the end because the second half is just like, keep on happening. But a lot of people are looking at this and they're saying that the Houston Texans should do the same to Bobby Slowick right now.
Yeah, I mean, we don't typically see like a lot of great, like success. I feel like when you fire an offensive coordinator mid-season, typically it's in the offseason. Like people have pointed out to Ben Johnson with Detroit, where he replaced Anthony Lynn after the 2022 season, and then the Lions offense really took off after that point. So like they made that change then. It's fair to question like if an OC change would make things better, specifically because of the issues that are so clearly in front of you in the second half. Like, you can't score points in the second half of games. And that does feel something that is tangible that a different person could fix, because whatever they're doing right now is not working. It's really tough that last week when Bobby Slowick is meeting with the media and he says it's not really adjustments that are happening that are causing these issues in the second half. Well then what is? Like what is causing these problems, and why can't your only job is to fix them? So I think it's fair to really ask that question, if they could have the same response.
Yeah,
as the Bills.
I truly wonder. We don't know the answer to that. We have a track record with Bill Lazor, who's called plays before. I know how you feel. I know how you feel about that.
Well, and the obviously, I do think the big difference though that we have to point out is who did the replacing.
Bears?
Joe Brady comes in as the Bills offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a guy that is the coordinator for the greatest college football offense we will ever see in our life. Now, Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase were all on that roster. So they were incredible at LSU.
Don't F it up, right?
But then he obviously failed in Carolina. But coming out of LSU, people thought he could be a head coach at 26 years old, 27 years old. He was the prodigy of the NFL and went to what looks like the biggest dumpster fire organization left in the NFL right now in the Carolina Panthers. So I don't think we should be too surprised that someone that was that revered would have success. And I don't think, as much as we all kind of like the idea of Gerard Johnson, we don't really know how that would. We have nothing to base that off of besides of he's a good dude and he's raved about everywhere.
He earned that raise that he got working with CJ Stroud last year. There are certainly good vibes with him. But yeah, he would be learning on the fly a little bit. And you got to wonder if that actually hurts the Texans in the short term. The good news is the AFC South is pretty much on lockdown. And the next 3 games, the Texans are also not going up against very good teams. So you could argue, hey, this could be a perfect time for a ramp-up period. You wonder, and on the Twitter Spaces I did earlier today, the idea was broached by Corey Barrett, hey, what would happen if the bye week was a little earlier? Because the Texans are kind of screwed by where their bye week is. It's week 14. Would they think about this a little bit more, and maybe not even firing Bobby Slowick, but just changing roles? Because changing roles probably makes more sense than getting rid of him entirely. I feel like at this moment in time, removing somebody, addition by subtraction, is not happening in the middle of a year, and especially when you got to go on to the next game and the next game and the next game. There's no break in between, and then you're going to have the 3 games in 10 days. You don't want to do it then either.
Yeah, I think they missed their boat if they were going to do it. That's why I really don't think it's going to happen at all.
The boats have been burned.
This was it. This was the window to play Sunday night and then to not play again until Monday because of where your bye week's at. It's a great point. You really just don't have another opportune time. You're not going to do it on a short week unless you take Tennessee like that unseriously. And I don't even know. I really struggle to think of a way in which over the next 3 weeks that we're even really having these conversations. Now, we might still be saying, well, Bobby Slowick and this offense have to prove it against Kansas City and Baltimore. But as bad as things have kind of gone this year for the Texans offense, I see an 8-point line versus the Dallas Cowboys, the Texans being 8-point favorites, and still thinking that they're going to smoke them. I don't take their next 3 opponents seriously, and almost the next 3 weeks should be get right weeks.
Well, this lends itself to a question that we had yesterday, and we'll talk about some other disastrous coordinator situations in the next segment. But DJ and I were wondering about this yesterday. DJ believes that a get right game for the Texans is as simple as a 2-touchdown win over the Cowboys on Monday. What do you feel like is the ideal amount of margin of victory for the Houston Texans against the Cowboys to get people feeling better? Because the vibes are down right now. They're bad, even though the Texans, as I said, are 4-1. They're not actually 6-4. They're 4-1. Thanks to Nico Collins' return. That's what they were with Nico Collins on the field.
Okay, I will accept a 2-touchdown victory.
Oh, that's it, God. It's so bare. Jesus.
If those 2 touchdowns come in the second half. If you win by 2 touchdowns,
if they win 14-0 and
all 14 points. Well, no, see that. You're boxing me into a corner I don't like there,
questions.
Paul.
I'm just asking questions.
I would accept 14 points. I would prefer to at least win by 20 or more. At least 20 points. Because it's Cooper Rush. Like D'Amico is
that's not cool, dude. Cooper Rush, the Cowboys were at one point 3-1 with Cooper Rush.
You're right. They were.
He won his first 4 starts.
That's true.
One of the greatest Cowboy starts ever.
That's true.
In fact,
and Davis Mills won his last start.
Roger Staubach didn't do that. Dak Prescott didn't do that. Troy Aikman didn't do that.
That's
facts.
True. I remember those graphics being up there. This is a good throwback to those like random trying too hard speak for your pizza shows.
Excuse you. That was the Paul Gallant Show on October 3rd of 2022. You son of a bitch.
I don't think I was here for that yet. So.
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
No, I was still at the other.
You weren't listening to me. Some friend you are.
No, probably
not. Okay. So to answer
20 points.
20 points. There we go.
Give me 20. And a lot of points. And points need to be scored in the second half, though. I think there is the caveat with that. You cannot be up 35-7 at the end of the first half and then win.
No, that's great actually.
And then win 35-20.
Well, 35-20. I would
honestly,
accept that. I would accept that.
If they don't score in the second half, I can't accept it.
But if they score 5 touchdowns in the first half,
I don't care.
Yeah, 5 touchdowns in the first half.
I need a touchdown in the second half. I need it.
Listen, and I know a lot of people in Houston feel the same way here. Run up the score. Run up the
score. Hell yeah, run it up.
Run it up. I as I said to DJ, 70 burger? Huh? Are you going to push out like Mike McDaniel did earlier this year when he had a chance? Wait, was it Mike McDaniel? Hang on. Mike McDaniel was on the receiving end of that, right?
I think it was last year.
There was a team that had a chance at 70 last year, and they didn't go for it. Maybe it was 2 years ago. You're right. I think it was against Russell Wilson and the Broncos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a chance to go for 70. They pushed out. You can't do that.
Yeah.
I'll come in. I'll demand D'Amico Ryans be fired on Monday if they don't run up the score on the Cowboys.
Wait. Okay. If
I'll do it sarcastically. By
if
the
they
way.
have the opportunity to run up the score and they don't, right?
Yeah, then we'll be more upset.
Okay.
I won't be upset. I'll be annoyed.
You'll be disappointed.
Just on a real note.
No,
Well,
look. Even if Davis Mills is in because you're up by 60, I want to see Davis Mills throwing that ball to John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson with J.J. Taylor or whoever running the ball.
Hey.
Like, put some points up here.
Hey.
Run it up.
Someone's texting in. We're going to give this to the Texans as bulletin board material. Dallas by 2 touchdowns. Damn.
My gosh.
He said, wish in one hand, crap in the other. I don't hold poop. I don't do that. Okay. Never have. Never will. Although,
that's good.
Although yesterday came home and I was going to do my live stream.
Okay.
And my cute little kitty cat Aria, who's been in a magazine before with me, she came up to me and she's being all affectionate. So I pick her up and I put her in my arm, and then I look at my arm and there's just a giant brown streak on my arm. My cat had the mud butt yesterday. So after that happened, I had to submerge my cat in the bathtub. And since she's so fluffy, I had to get all of the poop out of her floof. And listen, am I now learning what Joe George has had to deal with his young son? Yes, I feel like now I'm almost a father by proxy.
Far less hair.
The hair is the difference.
Less hair.
Like the hair is really the difference here.
It was so gross. Oh, yeah. And so then I was trying to corral her for like 30 minutes because cats are good at like getting into difficult to reach places.
Yeah.
To give her a bath. God, the worst.
Oh man.
Anyway, what
I wish we all just kind of had like real world cameras in our houses.
No,
I had footage of that.
No.
Like
no,
I just watching Paul.
This streak was like 3 inches. It's just a cat mud butt. It was disgusting. Anyway, speaking of disgusting, the Texans in the second half of late. Boom. Got him. What a transition. Up next, I do think it is interesting to take a look at a major coaching change that took place this week, the reaction to it, and ask some questions, some more, about Bobby Slowick and the Houston Texans. We'll do that next. He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
If you want to talk about D'Amico Ryan's ceiling, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. I think it's fair to ask, what is it? Is it one of the top coaches in the NFL? Is it that next tier? Questions can be asked just given the way things have gone of late. A lot of other people are wondering when we're going to see Bobby Slowick out of the Texans. They have been calling for his head for a couple weeks now, if we're being honest. After a year ago yesterday, the Bills fired Ken Dorsey. They moved over to Joe Brady. We also saw this week the Chicago Bears fire offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. And Bears players are reacting to that today. Oh, boy. Here first is wide receiver DJ Moore being asked a question about Waldron.
Monday, one of the primary things he was looking to change was the in-game communication. What do you think was lacking? You're speaking from a coordinator, a play caller perspective. What do you think was lacking with the in-game communication from play caller to players?
I want to say probably when we want to call, it's probably a drive too late, or we wanted to make adjustments and we just wait till halftime to make it, and then we don't get the same look. So I can see what he mean by that right there.
No.
It's not great.
Shane! Come back, Shane! Anyone get that reference? No? Dated 1950s movie reference?
Definitely not. I was going to say maybe Walking Dead season 1 or 2.
So at the end of the movie Shane, which is about a gunslinger who comes into his town and saves a bunch of people, he goes out and he saves a bunch of people, but he's riding off into the sunset, and people are wondering, is he back to his drifting ways, or is he literally dead in the horse? And that's what Shane Waldron is right now, dead in the horse. We'll see if he gets another job elsewhere. Now,
my God, you have the weirdest references.
I don't have the weirdest references. Oh, Paul's culture.
The movie Shane.
Paul's like a Dennis Miller who knows ball. Oh, look at me. You probably didn't even get that reference.
No.
God, do I sound autistic or something like that? Not there's anything wrong with that, but a lot of people are
I was just saying sound old right now.
A lot of the Gen Zers are claiming that now. Yeah, that's what I am. It's are we all claiming we have mental disabilities? Anyway, whatever. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now. Here's more on Shane Waldron. Many Bears fans think has a mental disability. Oh. Here is what Keenan Allen had to say about why things didn't work out with Shane Waldron. Quote, I would say he was too nice of a guy. I think during OTA's training camp, he kind of fell into a trap of letting things go, not holding people accountable. Obviously, those things lead to a slippery slope. People are saying the same thing about Bobby Slowick, for what it's worth. I don't know that people actually know that's what's going on with Bobby Slowick. I think it's more speculation. You look at him, he's a 37-year-old guy who doesn't look that dissimilar to me, and you're like, is this guy yelling at CJ Stroud when he does poorly? Can he get away with that? Can he pull that off? I think it's a fair question to ask, but people are wondering the same thing about Slowick. When are the adjustments happening? Like DJ Moore there. And is he too nice of a guy, like Keenan Allen said about Shane Waldron?
Yeah, I mean, because the Texans players definitely give off a similar vibe, but just are way less vocal of willingness to be coached hard. Like, at least the majority of them, right? Like, we know CJ Stroud talks about accountability. Like, we hear that so often about, being held accountable. So, in theory, you should be able to coach all these guys hard. Mm-hmm. I think it's the most challenging part of any coach in any sport right now is dealing with this younger generation of just how much pushback can you really give them, but then what's the line for being too soft? It is such a dance that if you don't really know what the culture of your locker room is, then you're going to lose it, because then players aren't going to practice hard. They're going to create bad habits that they're going to be look, you talk about bad habits. The Texans had a ton of bad habits. Now they've corrected a lot of them. That's one where I'll chalk that up into a positive, is that the issues we were talking about weeks 1 through 4, where they were leading the league in penalties on the offensive line, have rarely been an issue now, besides Juice Scruggs 2 holding penalties. But the illegal formations, the false starts, all that stuff has kind of gone away. So I think we are seeing improvement in certain areas, but it's still a fair question to ask if he's too nice.
Here's a text in response to what Joe said from the 281. Okay, Boomer. The funny thing is, you people on this show are the younger generation. You, Joe, Sean behind the glass,
We're in the
AJ
same
behind
generation.
Sean. No. You guys are the young generation. Joe, you just called out your own generation.
I'm a millennial.
I'm also a millennial for the sake of this conversation.
I think Paul's also.
You're in Gen Z. We all know this. We did the math. You're in Gen Z.
I'm on the edge.
You're the senior advisor to Gen Z.
Elder Gen Z.
I agree with Joe. I do think it's definitely changing the way that players want to be treated. They want to be treated with respect. You actually want a guy like D'Amico Ryan's running the show, but I also wonder, like, hey, sometimes you need an a-hole to get the most out of it.
There's a balance. There's a balance between like letting of holding guys accountable and being kind of what like you don't want to be Bill Belichick. I think today, even though it worked so well for him for so long, but I think today Bill Belichick does not work. But then when you're a like near Hall of Fame wide receiver is saying you're too nice. There's two ends of the spectrum, and you want to find like that middle ground.
It's what's interesting. I feel just everything that we see these days. It's a pendulum in culture everywhere. We go one way very far, and then we go back the other way. And I wonder if there will be a return to the old school. You can't drink water, you puss. Like coaches that we used to see at practice. Chew on a salt tablet, you little bitch. Like that stuff. Like, is that ever going to come back? Because I will say the generation after Gen Z, they're very comfortable saying the same things that Gen X was saying back in the day. They're dropping the F-bomb, the other F-bomb, the R word. Like those are back from the real young kids all of a sudden. It is a pendulum.
That's true.
So I do wonder if we get that. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, who is really like the most fire and brimstone gets into his players' coaches? Is it Mike Tomlin? Is it Jim Harbaugh? I'm wondering how many there are.
I would say probably the Harbaughs, Tomlin, kind of the outside perspective, even though it's very raw a lot of the times. Like you just get that vibe from Dan Campbell that like he's just chewing guys out all the time. I mean, I think there's a bunch of coaches who probably try it who are really bad at it. Doug Peterson, for example. I bet you Doug Peterson tries to be really critical and kind of a hard ass to his players, but he's probably lost them all.
How's Dable? Dable seems like he'd be. I didn't watch the Hard Knocks, but again, he wasn't coaching players. He was just sitting there talking about Daniel Jones.
Feels a little like Bill O'Brien-y. Like he's a little teapot.
I just say that because he coached with Saban, or he was the offensive coordinator for Saban. He also coached with the Patriots, so I imagine he has some of that DNA in him. But I don't think he's.
And yet, Daniel Jones is still their starter.
Well, Drew Lock sucks, apparently.
Well,
he must be the worst quarterback on planet Earth.
I think I forget who said this. I want to say I was listening to Bomani Jones' podcast, and I think he said we're seeing history with Daniel Jones. Like, or maybe it was Russillo. I forget. Maybe it was Russillo. One podcast said we will never see a quarterback get this much rope.
Oh yeah,
again.
I heard that. Yeah, it was Russillo.
Yeah.
He's right. We'll never see this again. Like we will never see a quarterback.
It is incredible. Yeah. Shout out to Daniel Jones.
Like Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young got benched this season.
Yeah,
Daniel Jones is on his second contract.
Richardson got
and
benched
everyone knows
back.
he sucks.
Yeah, it's funny.
And some Giants fans don't even want to replace because they want to draft Travis Hunter.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, good luck with that.
Like their
they would have
Mills.
take for Arch Manning in 2026 already. Like,
he's their Davis Mills, except they pay him $40 million a year.
Yeah.
Joe George, Sean Mapes, Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to weigh in on this, you can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? That is what I want to hear from you. Do you hate them? I mean, they suck this year. Do you even feel bad for them? Or do you feel like they deserve a Sarah McLachlan ad? In the arms of the angel, Dak Prescott's groin fell off the bone. Or hamstring, my bad. We'll discuss. Stay put. Do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Do you hate them? I hate you. I hate you. I hope all the bad things in the world happen to you and you alone, but mostly to you. Do you hate them? Oh, Joe.
Yeah. But I don't know if I hate them or if it's the people, like, because they get talked about all the time.
We all hate the coverage.
Yeah, it's
for
like
sure.
Like, do I hate the coverage or do I hate the team? Because I think those are different.
You can hate the team because you hate the coverage.
I think that's what it is. Like, I don't like the Cowboys. I want them to fail because even though Skip Bayless is no longer on TV, I kind of enjoyed the meltdowns that we would get. But now it's kind of gone the other way where, like, as they're falling apart, I'm starting to get annoyed with the Stephen A. Smith stuff on social media where he's just like dancing on their grave. It's so over the top. I'm like,
the horse is very dead.
Yeah. They beat it.
To quote whatever character on The Simpsons, stop it, he's already dead. I mean, they're very, very dead at this point.
See, I hate them because I hate the coverage.
Okay. Sean, do you hate the Dallas Cowboys?
Not really. Not particularly.
I bet Cowboys fans hate hearing that.
Yeah, I mean,
they miss being hated.
The reason I don't hate them is because, like, yeah, they're not like the Cowboys in the 90s. I wasn't alive for that. I only know them as, like, the sweet spot for a Cowboys season, like Joe's talking about, to where they're not a dead horse getting beat on first take every morning, is like to be in the playoff mix or make the playoffs. But there's still enough questions to be like, are we sure? Are we sure this team's for real? And then they lose in the divisional round and you're like, ha, told you. But, like, in a year like this where they're going to win 5-6 games,
if that,
as AJ says, less behind me.
Probably is.
Oh yeah, AJ, Cowboys fan.
Yeah,
back there.
Oh, see,
yeah,
and maybe it's
bandwagon Cowboys, a 22-year-old bandwagon Cowboys fan.
I'm like, maybe part of it's because Dak's not in this game. That's like in the moment, I also feel differently.
I hated the Cowboys a lot more when I lived up in the Northeast because I didn't understand why there were Cowboy fans in the Northeast. I didn't understand how going to Gillette Stadium, you would see an occasional person wearing a Cowboys jersey for a non-Cowboys game.
Well, those are the people I hate the most
in
sports.
The Northeastern Dallas Cowboys fan is the effing worst. I cannot stand them. However, I find that Cowboy fans down here are endearing in how jaded and miserable they are with the current operation. And there are some who are delusional, like this guy in the text line who keeps on sending in, "Ooh, look at the Texans Cowboys all-time record." Baby, you can't hurt me. My Pats owned y'all ass, okay? But I will make a confession. There was a time when Paul Gallant, first getting into football, was a Cowboys fan. I loved the helmets. I rooted for the Cowboys and Little Giants, first of all. If you've never seen that movie, yeah, because F those nerds. I would have been on the Cowboys, and we wouldn't have had the issues that team had against the nerds in that game, okay? I'm sorry, Al Bundy or Rick Moranis, who's going to be coaching a successful football team? The guy who scored 4 touchdowns in a game for Polk High.
Definitely.
I liked Emmitt Smith. I had a, get this, Cowboys nightlight because my godmother's husband, my uncle, bought me a Cowboys nightlight for Christmas because he wanted to make me a Cowboys fan. And at the time, given how bad the Patriots had been to that point, I mean, it was on the table. It was on the table. I liked the Cowboys. I liked the Patriots more. I liked the Cowboys at one point. And then I interacted with Cowboy fans who lived in the Northeast, and I thought they were the absolute worst. And then I started hating the Cowboys for a time. But right now, I don't hate the Cowboys. I feel bad for them.
Yeah, because, okay, so I think there's also two very different kinds of Cowboys fans.
Mm-hmm.
There's real Cowboys fans. You know, sometimes they send texts like this who are bragging about a 4-2 record against the Texans. So you've played 6 games in the history of these two teams' franchises. Congratulations. The Texans can tie that record in the next 3 years now. Such a weird thing to brag about. But the Cowboys fans we all truly hate are the ones who don't live here. It's the ones
in Texas or Dallas
who have Cowboys jerseys, you go to their Twitter bio and it says Cowboys, Yankees, Duke, Lakers. Like those are the Cowboys fans that that are the worst because they're not real fans. Like they've just jumped onto the bandwagon of 4 teams that win a ton and act like they just happen to be the most superior fans in the world. They're the worst. The Cowboys fans who live here, like Dr. Dre, who's always in the Twitch chat and stuff, usually more during the piece. I don't know why. But like he's a Cowboys fan, but like he's very grounded in what he thinks of the team. He's very normal.
Mm-hmm.
I also like the Cowboys fans like to fight each other. Huge perk.
They do. I mean,
huge perk.
There is a look that a Cowboys fan has. And listen, I've brought this up with Yankee fans as well. It's generally for the Yankees fans, somebody who is wearing a wife beater, some sort of chain, probably not an expensive one, a Jorge Posada jersey, who looks just outrageously Italian in some way, shape, or form. Cowboys fans have their own special vibe. I feel like that a lot of Cowboys fans, they're going to have some oversized 88 jersey. You're going to be wearing jorts, long jorts.
The jorts is
You might be wearing boots with those jorts. And here is the most important thing. I have never seen a fan base with more people still rocking a chin strap, like the chin strap facial hair, than Cowboys fans. I've actually thought about doing this for Halloween before. And AJ, he does not have a chin strap.
Nope, I had to double check.
He had to check.
No chin
He had to check. There is there is a vibe though of that. I actually thought about once for Halloween, like being a Cowboys fan and just having the chin strap and doing the jersey.
That'd be a great costume.
Maybe we'll do it next year.
Maybe we do like a show, like
where we dress up with as the fan bases we hate.
Yeah, like we'll do like a Cowboys, Yankees.
I could not wear, but physically, I would have to kill myself if I put on Yankee garb. I would have to kill myself.
I mean, but this means, but could we get Mapes in a yell leader outfit?
No, I'd wear a yell leader outfit.
You don't hate them. You horns down, okay? So like you can't do that one. We get Mapes in the yell leader outfit. We'll be fine.
Let's read some text here. There's some funny ones here from the 409. It's pure pity that to watch Super Bowl highlights, you have to use a VCR. Damn. That's accurate, probably. I doubt that they've turned those into DVDs, right? I mean, some of the Patriots Super Bowl championships, like you could get them on DVD, but they won't even work with my DVDs anymore. So some of mine are getting pretty old too. But yeah, that is right. That is VCR era. That's funny. You are not kidding on that. From the 747, Key from LA says the worst Cowboy fans that live in LA. Yep.
Yeah, but see, at least them I can get it because like your teams abandon you all the time for football.
Yeah,
there was like 25 years where there just wasn't a team.
Yeah,
there.
so like
there's a lot of Cowboys fans here because of that.
I get Key's point, but like also at least they have some justification. People in Boston, Chicago, New York, you have no justification for being Cowboys fans.
Yeah, it's weird unless you're just like, well, I want to root for someone good. And you know what? Jumping on a bandwagon when your local team sucks, that is not something I look down on. It's more the way that they comport themselves.
It's also, again, it's been 25 years. Like, jump off the bandwagon. Jump on the Chiefs bandwagon.
Sean, it's been more than 25 years. We're very close to 30. It's 1996, I believe, is when that Super Bowl that they won over the Steelers, Super Bowl 30, was played.
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't that sound ancient? Super Bowl 30. I don't even know what the numerals are now.
Triple X. That must have been fun.
Triple X. What a great movie.
Like
State of the Union, not as good. I didn't watch the most recent one. I should have. Honestly, I feel like I let my guy Vin Diesel down.
It's okay.
I let him down.
It doesn't come close to the first one.
Vin Diesel looks like a Cowboys fan, though. He does. Kind of looks like a Cowboys
Vin Diesel
fan.
probably
like if he was like the Cowboys, Yankees, Lakers fan, like wouldn't shock, man.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing there?
Someone from the 832. Quick, somebody get Paul a Yankees jersey. Hey, that's not cool. So there you go, guys. We can keep this going. Really, the question I have is, do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? I don't hate them. I really don't. I kind of enjoy watching them flounder about a bit, but I do like it when they're better than this so that we can see them have what happened to them, I don't know, against the Green Bay Packers in last year's playoffs. Who didn't enjoy that? That game got out of hand so fast. Sorry, AJ, behind the glass. That got so out of hand. It was insane.
Yeah, I enjoy the failures of the Cowboys.
Don't we all? Yeah.
And that's where I think it is clear like we do hate them because when you really enjoy a team's downfall, like if it triggers emotion when a team loses, it probably means you hate them.
Yeah. Look, people love watching the Patriots lose for sure. You would have loved to watch me watch them lose. You probably could have gotten me to try to start a fight with you if I was of a young enough age. Or
Honestly,
I would just be crying like a little bitch, one or the other.
I love you, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad I don't have to do radio shows with you the day after a Tom Brady loss.
Oh, yeah.
I don't feel like that would be a great experience.
Well, I remember one time, this was back at the flagship days. I was going into the grocery store. This is just after the Patriots had lost to the Giants. And Josh Innes and Rich Lord were on the air over at the flagship. And Josh called me basically because I had watched the game with him the night before, basically asking me if I was on suicide watch. And Rich Lord, who was a Giants fan, was just cackling in the background. I was so pissed. I was so pissed. And I just gave him nothing. I was like, I know what they want from me, and I'm not going to give it to them.
Good.
I'm not gonna lose my mind. Anyway, he's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're 89 days away from the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training. And Joe George thinks there is a good option and a bad option for the Astros going forward. When it comes to Alex Bregman, we'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I was asking whether or not you hate the Dallas Cowboys. A bunch of texters say they hate Cowboys-Astros fans. That's an interesting hybrid.
Okay, maybe this is an outsider perspective, but like the Oilers left. So people didn't want to root for the Oilers anymore. So if they became Cowboys fans, well, then what are we even discussing this whole week about the Texans? Haven't exactly given you a lot to root for in franchise history.
Well, they haven't won you back, right? I mean, they are the replacement dog.
Yeah. So I'm okay with Cowboys.
They're the next Ben Herbstreit.
Yeah. And everyone wants a Ben Herbstreit. Can every dog be a Ben Herbstreit? Some can, not all.
Who's our Ben Herbstreit then? Is that the Astros?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're not,
Hey.
Well, fair question to ask. As we continue our countdown to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. Give me that bone. So yesterday, Joe, we talked about a new potential suitor of Alex Bregman. It's the Phillies. We also talked about how John Feinzan believes it's a 50-50 proposition of Bregman returning to the Astros. Chandler Rome had a piece in The Athletic talking about the Astros' alternatives at third base. You like one of his suggestions and another you didn't like. You want to start with the good or the bad?
Yeah, so I'll start with the good. So I think the three options were sign a stopgap, trade for someone, and then let the young kids play. I think the best option is to trade for someone. Honestly, I don't think signing a stopgap level player really makes any sense because they're most likely going to be mostly below average. They're probably going to be one of the worst hitters in your lineup. Like, what's the purpose of that? Like, what does that actually accomplish? Besides, you could use that money for bullpen help or something like that. I really just don't find the need to sign a stopgap guy useful. I'd rather trade for someone. I'd rather trade for Nolan Arenado or Alec Boehm if they end up, signing Alex Bregman. I'd rather.
Who's that guy?
He's the Phillies third baseman.
Oh,
currently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do a little third baseman swap.
I mean, it's not perfect.
You ever watch the TV shows with the wife swaps? I haven't.
No.
Back in the day, I'd watch it.
Really?
I've watched the Chappelle Show skit with the wife swap. That was iconic skit.
My wife's watching that weird Mormon show now, like the Mormon wives.
Oh, the Mormon swingers,
Real Housewives of Mormonhood. Oh, there's another one.
They're all like TikTokers.
Yeah,
Mormon. You know what? I think we talked about this on the air. I forget the name of the show.
Yeah,
I actually am not opposed to it, but okay. To bring it back to the Astros, sorry, tangents happen here. Alec Boehm is a potential option at third base, and you're looking at these options and saying, "All right, why not?"
Yeah, I think it's if Bregman's gone, I'd rather trade for someone that is more established, that's not a free agent for a reason. Like I would just rather trade for Alec Boehm or Nolan Arenado.
What are you trading for him?
Prospects that just don't really like.
What prospects do you have?
You have prospects. The Astros have proven that. Like there's trades to be had. Like they don't have a trade to go get like an elite third baseman. You can't find an apples to apples replacement for Alex Bregman on the trade market. You can't accomplish that.
Okay.
So like you're still taking a step down most likely, but I just like Paul DeJong was the guy that Chandler brought up as a stopgap. Like I don't want to do.
You don't want a stopgap.
Yeah.
You want to trade for somebody. We all want to bring back Bregman. If they don't bring back Bregman, you want something that's above a stopgap.
Yes. Or so either trade for someone or the last option, just let the young kids play. Like if you're going to assign a stopgap, they're likely going to be bad. So if you're going to have someone be bad for you, well, why not just bring up Bryce Matthews? Like just bring up a young kid and let him play third base. I mean, I'd rather not be. Who was the guy with all the errors last year? Not DeZenzo.
Whitcomb.
Whitcomb. Yeah, not him. He stinks.
Whoa.
Out on Shea Whitcomb.
That's a lot of errors in one game.
I feel like it's too early to limit his ceiling.
I agree. It's too early. We're not talking about him limiting his ceiling, huh?
We should be.
But we will talk about D'Amico Ryans. What's up with that?
What's up with that?
Hmm.
So either trade for someone or let the young kids play.
Okay.
There's no reason to sign a stopgap guy.
That does make sense. I feel that it will be a failure if they don't bring back Alex Bregman. I think most people are on the same page as far as that goes. Other Astros news that we've seen the last couple of days, I'm very curious about what this conversation was. Dana Brown said get out of the way, pop-up. Joe Espada and other members of the front office, I guess not Reggie Jackson anymore, met with hitting coaches Troy Snitker and Alex Cintrone after the season. The message was to get the lineup more patient. Why didn't that happen during the playoffs? Why didn't that happen during the year? Everyone knew that it should happen. I don't get that one.
I don't really get either why like that conversation. I guess maybe the season got too far away from them that they felt it couldn't change or this was Joe Espada's plan to make this change. Honestly, I thought we were going to see a change in the offseason. It got so bad at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, a team that the previous year can't win a home playoff game. This year, you're losing your 2 playoff games to the Tigers. Most of the season, you're getting guys on base left and right, but you're towards the bottom of the league for like the first, as you're really struggling in the beginning of the season of, you're at the top of the league in terms of having runners left in scoring position.
Right.
Like you're just not executing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought there might have been a change. They have to preach patience. And it probably should start with Jose Altuve.
Oh, that's tough though.
But if Yordan's going to hit second, like Jeremy Booth I think he's right.
I agree with him on that too.
If Yordan's going to hit second, then Altuve needs to see more than one pitch.
Especially if Bregman is potentially gone. Now you don't really have somebody. Are you going to put Tucker second?
Probably.
I mean, that might make a little more sense to have him second and Alvarez third if you no longer have Alex Bregman. But I'm with you. The Altuve approach at the plate, I don't think you can tell him to stop being him. Like his aggression at the plate and the fact that if you make a mistake, first pitch of the game, he'll swing it out of the ballpark and make the pitcher basically have to deal with that from the get-go. Like that potential is, I think, huge. I wouldn't tell Altuve to change his approach, but yeah, I definitely think you got to make it so that Alvarez and some of the other guys can actually get a couple of looks at the pitchers before they come up. And does that lend itself to you move Altuve down and you move those guys up? I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I don't hate the idea of like Kyle Tucker being your leadoff guy. If you want me, I probably wouldn't change. Look, Altuve just won a Silver Slugger. Like,
that's true.
Why would you change anything? But it's more about if you're not going to have him change, then you probably want to have just a different guy batting second than Yordan Alvarez.
It was his 7th Silver Slugger, and that ties him with Ryan Sandberg, I guess, for the most all time at second base.
Nice.
How about that?
You should pass him then, probably.
You would think. Who's going to overtake him in the American League? And
I probably can't even name like 2 other second basemen at this point.
Well, you did name other third basemen and people who I was completely unaware of.
Alex Bregman, maybe.
Oh, Alex Bregman, second baseman for the Boston Red Sox.
When he moves to second.
Dude, that would be crazy. Bregman and Altuve having a all-star vote-off for starter at second base.
This time next year, we're breaking down
that would suck so much.
Who has the highest OPS plus?
Should the Astros have let Jose Altuve walk and then Alex Bregman play second base?
Oh, my God. That's going to happen if he leaves. That is going to happen if he stays in the American League. I will hate that. Are we going to do like the same thing that we were doing during James Harden's kind of MVP campaign that he didn't win the MVP of? Why is Russell Westbrook getting it?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to do that?
Yeah, bring back but this isn't the MVP wars. This is the Silver Slugger.
Yeah. And the Silver Slugger. You know what? I'll take it. If it gives us more things to talk about during the baseball season, then I'm here for it.
Silver Slugger watch.
2025.
I would really prefer Alex Bregman to go to the National League and not be a consistent foe for the Astros.
That'd be nice.
89 days from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting. How about that? Up next, the 10-minute drill. There's a Thursday night football game on deck. And it's big boy table week in the AFC. How did the Texans get up to that big boy table? Discussing next here, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put. We got Thursday night football tonight. And once again, the question on everybody's mind: will Al Michaels have fun? Will he have fun? Will he have fun?
I hope so. This is a great game.
Washington Commanders, Philadelphia Eagles. Gotta say, this is lining up to be one of the better NFL slates this week. The Eagles, per mybookie.ag, are 4-point favorites.
Huh. I'm a little surprised by that. I know Jane Daniels, he's starting to regress a little bit. Statistically, the Cliff Kingsbury second half of the season drop-off has kind of arrived, where he was completing 77% of his passes earlier in the season. It's dropped down to about 60% in the last 2 weeks. So he's kind of fallen down a little bit since the rib injury, but I'm excited about this game tonight. Brian Robinson Jr. is going to play for the Commanders. They're running their main running back, so I'll take the commies. I'm pro commie.
Yeah, we've always known you're pro commie, Joe. You didn't need to say it.
It's because of Mapes.
It's because of Mapes?
Yeah, Mapes has
What?
Mapes has the commies are going to win the NFC East ticket. this year. So
I do. This is a big one for me. Unlike Al Michaels, I'll be wide awake for this.
You know why people are going to pick the Commanders, and I bet this line changes by kickoff? It's because everyone thinks Nick Sirianni is such a doofus that he will get in the way of this really good Eagles offense. Saquon Barkley's been awesome. Happy for him. Jalen Hurts has bounced back after a rough year last year. He might be sneaking his way back into the MVP conversation if the Eagles continue to do what they're doing. He has won it before. It's going to be tough for anyone to overtake Lamar Jackson. But yeah, this should be a good game. This should be a good game. What I'm looking forward to is the moment in the game where Al Michaels decides that it isn't. Because he does. Just about every single time.
If there's like a punt, turnover kind of stretch in the second quarter, I think we start to lose Al a little bit. If you're just like
a couple field goals.
Yeah, or a missed field goal. Like a punt, missed field goal, turnover. He's like, ugh.
He did, for what it's worth, bring up in last Thursday's game, which was awesome.
It was a good game.
Ravens 35-34, Bengals. At the very end, he did bring up the missed call and went on a little tangent about it. So even that game, still not quite Al's steak.
Not 10 out of 10 for him.
He just, I honestly thought that was the microphone.
I also thought it was the microphone falling.
He just speaks willingly now. Like bad call, bad kick. He's just gonna call you out.
Yeah,
he's gonna tell you how it is. He's old man Al now. He doesn't care about what the people think. He's just gonna tell you the truth.
Yeah. You good, Paul?
I am good. For those who don't know, I just used my microphone to almost knock over a massive cup of liquid onto the floor, but I caught the cup of liquid with my hand. I may have sprained my wrist in the process. And yet we fight on.
Fight on.
We fight on.
No excuses.
Give me some painkillers, baby. Yeah. Think about that, Mike Tirico. Anyway, it's big boy table week in the AFC. So we'll talk about these games tomorrow as well. But I was taking a look at the schedule. First off, you've got in the early window I think, fantastic game that I did not think would be back the way that it is right now. You got the Ravens and the Steelers. And I thought this was an interesting number. I did not know that this was what it was. But the Ravens are 1-3 against the Steelers with Lamar Jackson in the lineup. In those games, he has turned the football over 10 times. 7 were interceptions. The Steelers are the only team in the league that Lamar Jackson has thrown more interceptions than touchdowns against.
Huh. Interesting. Kind of feels like if people want to buy into the Lamar Jackson's going to get out of his playoff issues, that he needs a win on Sunday. Like, set him on the right trajectory.
I think everyone's looking at the Steelers as frisky, but not serious. Their record screams otherwise. Did you know what Lamar Jackson's touchdown to interception ratio is right now?
It's very high.
24-2.
He's only thrown 2 picks
He's only thrown 2 picks this year. Yeah. It's going to be hard for anyone to overtake him as MVP. You got the Bills, who are favored over the Kansas City Chiefs, even though the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes are 11-3 as underdogs.
Yeah, so I'll be taking the Chiefs in the pick 6 tomorrow.
You think so? Okay.
I don't know. You're going to give me Patrick Mahomes plus points? It's just such a rare opportunity. I feel like I have to do it.
If anyone's going to beat the Chiefs and stop them from undefeated, it's the Bills. So I might be picking with my heart, not with what I believe will happen.
But what if, would it shock you at the same time if, the Chiefs just, win by 14?
That would shock me.
Yeah.
14
Really?
would shock me.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're gonna win by 3.
One last game. No one's talking about this one, but this is big boy table adjacent. These are the teams that the Texans are in the same conversation as far as trying to get their way up into the upper echelon of the AFC. The Sunday night football game is Chargers-Bengals. Chargers 2-point favorites.
That's an interesting game because this is the Bengals season.
Mm-hmm.
They're still in. I mean, I guess technically they could, but the Denver Broncos are 5-5.
Mm-hmm.
If the Bengals win this game, they're 5-6, and then they're going to be a playoff team, and they're going to be a dangerous 7 seed.
They got a chance. I still think they got to dot their I's, cross their T's. Someone texted in earlier when we were asking about fair criticism of D'Amico Ryans, which we will get back into in the 2:00 hour. Someone brought up Zach Taylor, head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, and there are real questions about him, even though they have made it to a Super Bowl and came pretty close to winning a Super Bowl.
I mean,
it's a big one for Zach Taylor. Everyone thinks Jim Harbaugh is the better coach.
Don't we think he's getting fired this year, Zach Taylor, if they don't make the playoffs?
I think it's on the table, but it's the Bengals, so you never know.
Yeah, they're really cheap.
I mean, they're cheap. I'm not sure what his contract situation is, how many years he might have left, but something to keep in mind. Here we have to go, by the way, with the NFL draft. It's already starting. I saw the other day somebody impersonating Deion Sanders. It was a fantastic impersonation on, I want to say either TikTok or Instagram. I forget who, but it was an A+ impersonation. And for a moment, I thought it was Deion Sanders saying, like, I'm not going to let Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders be drafted by these teams. I figured he's not going to say this in real life, but when he was on Speak, not to be confused with Speak for Your Pizza on Fox Sports 1, Deion Sanders said he will step in before the wrong team drafts his son Shedeur Sanders, and that he would do the same thing for Travis Hunter. He said he'll work behind the scenes to get them on the team, not make a public statement about it. Said Sanders, yeah, but I'm going to do it publicly. I'm not going to do it publicly. I'd do it privately. What is this then? What is this, Deion? I love you. What is this? You're making me a lot of money this year in my picks department because Colorado always covers.
Yeah.
But this is doing it publicly. You know it. I know it. We all know it.
How is he going to pull this off for two guys? I mean, because I don't blame him. I wouldn't want my son to be the quarterback of the New York Giants.
Why?
Or the Cleveland Browns.
Why?
What is he?
Why? He'd be a millionaire.
I'd just rather him be in a better situation.
Well, yeah. But
he's definitely going to try to get Travis Hunter to the Cowboys.
Low bar to clear with those quarterbacks and their histories and franchises. Like, you just got to be better than most of the quarterbacks. Like, Eli Manning's the greatest quarterback in Giants history.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like he'll try to get Travis Hunter to the Cowboys. I just don't know where he would want Shedeur Sanders to go to.
Yeah, Vegas.
It seems like Shedeur Sanders is trying to manifest that. That's for sure.
Yeah. You saw that story?
I did. I'm sure that'll go great.
Every Sunday after the Raiders lose, Shedeur Sanders tweets out, "Thank you, God." And the 1 week he didn't do it was like their bye week.
I like
And
that.
isn't there a video of him and Mark Davis?
Yes.
Talking?
I think it was
well?
at like an Aces game or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe at like a summer league thing.
I could see
where
that.
he was like, I forgot what Mark Davis said, but it was like very tampering adjacent.
So Antonio Pierce gets fired. Deion Sanders recommends who's the new head coach of the team because it won't be him.
Oh.
I think he'll stay in college.
He probably will.
And then Shedeur gets drafted by the Raiders. It makes sense. But also you want your kid to go to the same division as Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes? I feel like there's other divisions you could want him to go to.
Hey, you gotta get drafted. You gotta get drafted by a bad team. That's the thing. If you're as good as Shedeur Sanders, he's not gonna be able to go to like an awesome team.
Are we sure he's gonna be a top 5 pick?
I think so.
I think so too. But
based off the way that the drafts have been going of late, it does feel like everyone's just going to take the quarterback early on if they have the opportunity to do it, because you don't want to risk someone like Patrick Mahomes falling to 10 or when he was good, Deshaun Watson falling to 12.
Last year, 6 went in the top 12.
Yeah.
I think if you're a top 3 quarterback, it's pretty safe to say you'll be top 5 at the very least.
Yeah.
Top 10.
Right now, people are just rolling the dice and they're like, we're not gonna wait around. If we like a guy enough, we're gonna take him. So okay, the potential destinations for Shedeur Sanders: Jaguars, he's saying no to that. Giants, he's saying no to that. Titans, I would imagine he's saying no to that. I don't think he would say no to the Browns. I don't. I feel like the Browns are actually a pretty good situation. The vibes are just entirely off because they brought in Watson and he has been doo-doo on doo-doo.
I think if I was Deion, though, I would say he's got to, Deshaun can't be there.
Watson has to get
I don't want this scumbag near my kid.
Whoa.
Like, he got to go.
Mm-hmm. Panthers, nope. Not happening. Saints, I don't think so. Jets, I don't think so. Cowboys, maybe.
Yeah, they just paid Dak.
Yeah, no.
I mean, but it's possible. Like, if you're going to get out of the Dak Prescott business, like drafting a rookie quarterback would be the easiest way to do it.
And trade Dak to Vegas. How do you like that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he get Travis Hunter to Vegas, so he can catch passes from Dak Prescott. But then Shedeur Sanders can throw passes.
There we go.
To CeeDee Lamb.
There we go.
The Giants actually, as you're reading through those teams, doesn't sound that bad because of how just bottom of the barrel.
All of these teams are terrible. Like, there's not a single like team that's awesome that's going to be in the top 10. Maybe the Patriots, but they don't need a quarterback.
They don't need a quarterback now, right?
Bears? No, they don't need a quarterback.
Are they going to lose enough?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I thought they were good.
They play a bunch of good teams.
Oh, now they play.
Up.
Yeah, they're done playing the Jags every week. Now
Well, you could say the same thing about the Texans, to be fair.
Hey.
But they're about to play, guess what?
Bad teams.
The Cowboys,
yeah,
Jaguars, the Titans.
They have the Jags coming up.
They're getting their bad team stretch right now.
He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Rockets had a nice win last night. We saw two old friends in last night's game, and we'll keep an eye on a certain something that's going on in the NBA that could potentially benefit the Houston Rockets as well. Stay put.
Saturday and Sunday, Sean and myself and Cam Smith will be broadcasting live inside ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Before you go, make sure you download that Cover 5 app. It's a free-to-play game in your app store. You pick 5 games against the spread, whether it's NFL, college football. They also have leagues for Major League Baseball weekly. That one goes Tuesday through Saturday, so I think you pick 5 games in there as well, but it's totally free to play. And if you finish in the top 15, you can win Penn Play Cash, which you can use to book hotel rooms. You can use it at the restaurants or at the shops that are inside LaBerge or any Penn entertainment property that you go to. But it's the best place to go to and leave. And it's the best place to go when you leave Texas to bet on your teams. Make sure you do it at ESPN Bet in LaBerge in Lake Charles.
You are listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Nice win for the Rockets last night. I especially enjoyed that the Rockets beat up on 2 old players. One of them, James Harden. Another one of them, Kevin Porter Jr.
Kind of had a feeling you would.
The first one, I mean, I've just never understood why people still love Harden after the way that he left. No matter what the memories were, he was such a bitch when he left. And yeah, he was. He was. I don't think that's how you comport yourself as an athlete, but hey, it's the player empowerment era. Whatever. Go do you. Demand that you go to only one organization. Then demand that you go to another one. Then demand that you go to another one, get a little hefty along the way, play a style of basketball that breeds contempt because it lacks honor with the flopping and with the lack of defense. Continue to play a style with an irrational level of confidence in your three-point shot. Do all of those things, I wish James Harden well. And I know everyone believes me when I say that, but yeah, it's nice to beat James Harden last night.
Yeah, it was. It was a fun game too because obviously the Clippers got out to a little bit of an early lead, but the Rockets came back so fast. I love watching Tari Eason and Amen Thompson on the court at the same time together. My gosh, they just bring so much energy and really the offensive production is. You can't ask for 36 points for the two guys. Amen Thompson, he just needs to keep shooting the ball when he's open in the corner like that, just so it's always a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Because you never want to be Russell Westbrook, but his shot also looks way less broke.
Or Jalen Green, 5 for 14 from outside. What? I didn't say that.
Hey, they won.
14 shots. That's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot of threes.
But hey, nice to see Thompson actually hit outside shots. That's not something you really expect.
Yeah.
And with Tari Eason, Kawhi Leonard 2.0.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
18 points off the bench.
Would have been nice if we could have seen a head-to-head last night. But
yeah, it would have been.
Kawhi's missing in action again.
It would have been. Harden in this game last night, 6 for 15 from the field for 19 points. We also saw Kevin Porter Jr. Did anyone see the image of Rafael Stone going up and talking with Kevin Porter Jr. before the game?
Yeah.
Bro, let it go. Let it go. We actually kind of have faith in Rafael Stone. Let it go. Let it go. I don't want to see you near Kevin Porter Jr. When I saw that article about his obsession with Kevin Porter Jr. last year, I was almost out on Stone entirely. And to his credit, he's done a pretty good job building a roster that's very deep. But that obsession of trying to make Kevin Porter Jr. the next James Harden was ridiculous given all the things that were happening off the court. And guess what? Something else happened off the court. What an epic surprise.
I mean, if it didn't happen, though, he's probably still here.
You're probably right. He sucked. He was so bad when he came into the game.
I was going to say, probably not still here.
No.
Yeah, I think he may would have gotten him out the paint.
Yeah, I mean, he's also he's not a real basketball player at this point.
Yeah, he's like, he gets out there and he doesn't, unless he makes shots, he doesn't do anything.
I was watching this game on mute, and I'll be honest, the attention was maybe not where I wanted it to be for a game like this. So, but I did see somebody tweet something along the lines of, the Clippers were doing good, and then Kevin Porter Jr. entered the game, and it was an absolute disaster for whatever amount of time that he stayed in there. Yeah, minus 11 in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
that's pretty hard.
That's tough.
I think there's just a rule too where there's just certain numbers in basketball. Like if you wear them, you're not a serious player.
Yeah, 77. I almost feel like are you from the Balkans? Like this? Are you Luka Doncic or something like that? Like that's the only person I can see pulling that off. Like someone from some country that is not on this side of the earth.
Yeah, where it's like, this must be a
G League guy.
This must be a meaningful number from wherever this guy's from.
Yeah,
and then you're like, wait, Kevin Porter Jr. from here.
Same thing with there will always be a minor league guy called up in the middle of the year, say on the Astros, and you're like, why is this guy like number 62? Like they didn't have any other numbers for him.
Yeah.
Did he just give him this number? Didn't get to pick it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they don't expect you to be there very long. It's not gonna be your real jersey number. So.
Yeah.
Didn't that happened to Zach DeZenzo this year? Didn't he came up with a number that was really strange, and then they let him change it to 10? I think it was.
Well, yeah, after multiple numbers
after Lo Perfido got traded.
So. Yeah.
Pour one out. I miss Joey.
I miss Joey too.
Baby. I'm sorry. I'll stop. To bring it back.
Don't get that one either though.
It's a great song by Concrete Blonde.
Never heard of him.
Unbelievable.
Sorry.
Unbelievable. It actually is very believable.
What a day for Paul references.
Yeah, they're just obscure.
They're always obscure.
I think they're extra obscure today.
They're more obscure.
I feel like normally, if you drop a bunch of references, I'll get one or two.
Yeah, or there's like a layup in there. There's no layups. There's no this from Gladiator.
Seems like that's a you problem, to be honest.
That we didn't get the 1953 movie Shane.
Yeah, honestly. I'm trying to.
You're just yelling the name Shane, and we're like, "Oh, from the movie Shane."
In the same way that I'm trying to hold D'Amico Ryans to a higher standard and CJ Stroud to a higher standard, I'm trying to hold you guys to a higher standard.
Is this a higher standard?
It is a higher standard. Okay. Yes, Sean.
Yeah.
Yes. He growled.
Knowing these crazy movies.
Oh, we should get some more modern references. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Giannis Antetokounmpo. Could he be a Houston Rocket in the near future? So I don't know how many people listen to the Sunday edition of the Bill Simmons podcast, but with cousin Sal, who he almost never talks basketball with, Bill Simmons decided to go on a tangent about possible destinations for Giannis. One of them, the Houston Rockets.
And to me, it's either Brooklyn or Houston, because Houston's the other team they have picks and young players. It's just like, if I'm Giannis, would I rather go to Brooklyn or Houston? I don't know. Like Houston's minus 128. Houston has, Houston made that trade. They have Brooklyn's 2026 first. They can swap Brooklyn in 27. They have a Phoenix first in 27. They own all their own picks. They have a Phoenix or Dallas first 29. Like, they have enough to put a Giannis thing together with some contracts, give them a young player. The problem is they gave extensions to Green and Şengün. So I don't think those guys can be in the trade, but they could patch stuff together. But I think those are the two teams. I don't think Miami has enough.
For what it's worth, the Bucks have won 2 in a row. They're 4-8. They are the 12 seed in the Eastern Conference. Thank you for the Greek music in the background.
Giannis scored like 59 last night. Is that right?
59 points
to win in overtime against the Pistons, who are feisty this year.
Yeah.
But still not what you love.
Had 43 against the Celtics on Sunday in a game where he elbowed Jaylen Brown, offered a handshake mid-play, and then did a psych. Not gonna lie, that was awesome. I enjoyed it.
It was very funny, and then what made it funnier is the post game when Jaylen Brown was like, "That was childish."
Yeah.
Like, oh, so you're not mad about it. Cool.
He definitely was mad about it afterwards. I do wonder if that makes Giannis as enticing to Ime Udoka, seeing something like that go down. Because, I mean,
it helps.
Udoka did coach Jaylen Brown, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's all right. Maybe they didn't stand up for him enough, or he'd still be in Boston.
Could be.
They didn't stand up for their guy.
Could be.
Yeah. I think
he just likes to bleep.
I think no matter what, I think Ime would be in on Giannis. Yeah. Just to be clear. I don't know if there's a world where Ime's like, you know what? No, I'm good on Giannis. Let me get some more Jayshawn Tate in my life.
I definitely don't. I do agree with Simmons. I don't think this trade really happens this year in the regular season.
No.
Because the Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün part of it, you would assume that the Bucks are going to want one of those guys.
I would think so.
So if you don't, in terms of matching salaries, like it gets more complicated if Fred VanVleet's not here. Because so the luxury tax now with the apron, the second apron, the Bucks cannot take on any more money anymore. Like,
thank you for explaining it to me like I'm dumb.
Yeah, they cannot take more money than they give out in a trade.
Yeah, it's totally different now. Like, it is a hard cap if you are in the second apron. So you have to match $48 million for Giannis to be traded. It doesn't matter how much draft capital you have. I can't remember if we played this, but like you
got Dylan Brooks.
Brian Windhorst was on ESPN, I think it was the other day, and said the Bucks have been trying to make trades, and then they're getting to the finish line, and they're realizing that they're just not allowed to make these trades anymore. So Giannis's options will be limited. But I think it happens this year, but I think there's, as long as he demands a trade, Houston should be the team. They have the players in the draft capital better than anyone else.
Brooklyn's the alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also a combination of they have the players to trade, and they also have the players that you would want to play with. And which, when you're talking about a guy demanding a trade, like that is kind of the secret sauce is, well, eventually you will have to like play on this team, and you would like some of the good players to still be there on the team. And this the Rockets are in a situation where they have a core 7. Okay, let's say you just cut that in half. That's a core 3.5 that you can play with, and they have so many draft picks that here, Milwaukee, take these draft picks. Where the Nets really only have draft picks. They don't really have players that are either enticing to trade.
What about the guy the Rockets tried to trade for?
Cam Johnson?
Oh, no, Mikal Bridges. He already got traded.
Mikal Bridges is a New York Knick.
And
Yeah.
something
I know ball.
Something happened to him.
Oh yeah, he can't shoot anymore.
He got broken.
His shot looks disgusting.
Just needs Hakeem Olajuwon.
No, it's like this weird like overhand like shot thing, and he used to be a really good 3-point shooter, and he's trash.
He's just trying new things.
Yeah, he's got a bad coach in his life.
Could you imagine if the Rockets traded for him and started shooting like that?
Be kind of funny.
Oh my gosh, you would be crushing.
He's shooting 30.4% from 3 this year.
Okay, that's worse than Jalen Green.
A lot worse.
Okay.
Thank goodness they didn't make that deal.
Well, they almost did, though.
Yes, they did.
They almost did.
Luckily, the Nets were delusional in what they could get, and they got it from the Nets.
That is also crazy. Watching the Knicks suck this year has been great. Yeah, all of a sudden, Jalen Brunson, oh, wow, he's not maybe as good as everyone was painting him out to be. A random player who's having a great season in New York. Random's extreme, but yeah, anyway.
Karl-Anthony Towns did score 46 points last night. But
yeah,
they lost.
They lost.
Yeah.
You didn't even have to tell me what happened there. I bet they lost.
The Karl Towns in New York experience so far is that he's been great on offense, and he gives every single dollar of it back on defense.
Yeah. They were down by 22. They ended up losing by 1. But, yeah, I enjoy watching the Knicks lose, too.
One last note. The Cavs are 13-0.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Sure are.
That's all I got as a thought. Wow.
They're coming for those 7 Patriots.
They're close. They only got 7 games to go.
Yeah.
Anyway. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe to my right. I am Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we go back to what we opened up the show talking about. Is it too early to ask questions about how good D'Amico Ryans is as a head coach? Is it too early to ask questions about how good CJ Stroud is as a quarterback? Let's discuss. Stay put. The Texans are technically 6-4 on the year, but we pressed the reset button. They're actually 4-1 because they've been 4-1 with games with Nico Collins on the field. We will see if Nico Collins is back on Monday, but everyone believes he will be back. Also, the Dallas Cowboys, they're not whatever their record is right now. They're 3-1. Can't take them too lightly, even if Cooper Rush is under center. We did talk about what would satisfy us as far as a win for the Texans over the Cowboys on Monday. Perhaps we're being a little bit arrogant given some of the struggles of the Texans and the fact that they've been playing with their food for about a year and a half under DeMeco Ryans. But hey, I think we all want to have our socks blown off by something they do in a game. And not having our socks blown off to this point this year, a team that had a lot of hype, perhaps too much going into the year, I think makes it fair to wonder what DeMeco Ryans' ceiling will be as a head coach. I am not putting one on him like a lot of people are claiming that I did in a post that I put online. I just am wondering, given some of the major issues for this team have not been fixed 10 weeks in, will be fixed. And if they aren't fixed, you got to wonder about his approach. Because this team, I think, is talented enough to clean some of these things up. And yet, we're not seeing it happen. You can blame it on Bobby Slowick, too. I'm not removing Bobby Slowick from this. You can blame it on the offensive line as well. We all know they suck. But what is going on with the guys up top? Because it does fall on DeMeco Ryans by proxy, even if it is not directly at his feet.
Yeah, I mean, when you're the head coach, you're responsible for everything. And you could argue that some of these are just Nick Caserio's fault. That he didn't address the offensive line in the way that he should have. That he overvalued the guys that were on this roster. And these issues aren't even Bobby Slowick's fault. They're Caserio's. And it's a him problem. Not a Bobby or DeMeco problem. But it falls at the feet of DeMeco. It's the way it always works. Like the head coach takes the responsibility and the fall for coordinators all the time. And even like as we talk about like what could the future be or how far can DeMeco go, we also know what the trends in the NFL tell us is that typically when an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator is fired, typically it means the coach is a little bit on the hot seat. Now, I don't think that'll be the case with DeMeco because I'm curious how you feel about this. Are you at all concerned that because of his relationship with the franchise, that if things don't go in the right direction going forward, that Cal and Hannah would have a hard time parting ways?
Yeah, I definitely think he has that in his corner.
Because think about like what happened at the press conference. Andre Johnson, J.J. Watt, Travis Johnson, Arian Foster, like all these guys are at his press conference or here to support him as soon as he becomes the head coach of the team.
Nick Caserio goes first. That is the next major fall guy. It's Nick Caserio. Now, again, he has made some really, I think, good decisions, but the offensive line falls at his feet. We haven't talked much about Nick Caserio this week, and perhaps that is on us. I'm glad you brought him up earlier in this segment. We are focusing a lot on Bobby Slowick, but hey, Bobby Slowick isn't the one who picked these offensive linemen out, you know? Now, there's some limitations with Slowick, and this is a guy who was the passing game coordinator in San Francisco. Ironically, they haven't really done so well running the football, at least when the offensive line doesn't have, of all people, Kenyon Green out there. I feel that you still, though, ultimately look at the guy who is in charge. To what you're saying, that is certainly some added protection for DeMeco. I think that they're going to be very patient with him more than they were with Lovie Smith, which was an underwhelming hire, and more than they were with David Culley, who was also an underwhelming hire. He's young. He played here. He has support. He is very likable. There's a lot in his favor, but you still got to wonder, is he going to improve to the degree that we felt like he could when they first hired him? He did a great job in San Francisco taking over for Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator, and the defense looks good, but he is not just in charge of the defense. I made this comparison on the Twitter space that I went on with Dr. Corey Barrett on Twitter and Sarge and some other guys defending just the idea of questioning what his ceiling is.
Have you seen the television show Breaking Bad? Is this too dated for you guys?
No.
Well, hey, the show did end 10 years ago.
Yeah, no.
Wait, did it really?
It did.
Yeah, I was
10 years ago?
Yeah.
I was in high school when it ended, but yes, this
I think it was 2013.
I didn't watch it until after it ended.
Okay. Well, is it too dated?
No.
Okay. In that show, Hank has this obsession with finding Gus Fring, and he sometimes ignores people above him to go after Gus Fring. Eventually, Gus Fring is brought down, and Hank is this hero, and he gets elevated to the head of the DEA in Albuquerque, New Mexico. All of a sudden, he has different responsibilities, and he's supposed to be delegating the thing that he used to do, which was investigating to other people. But he kept on investigating this. And this is not to say that what he was doing was wrong. Ultimately, he was right. He had his hunch that somebody was doing something when it came to selling the blue meth in Albuquerque, New Mexico. But as the CEO, there are other things that he had to take care of. As the head coach, even if you are great at one thing and you are focused on one thing, you have to focus on everything. And I think there are some serious questions about how he is going to operate given the offense's struggles. And, a fair question I thought brought up by Corey on Twitter was, okay, is he perhaps so close with Bobby Slowick, who we brought here from San Francisco, that he is a little bit nervous to cut the cord on him? But these are the tough decisions that he is going to have to make. And by the way, I don't think that firing Bobby Slowick necessarily makes things better on offense like a lot of people believe it would happen right away. I don't necessarily believe that. But D'Amico is not completely removed from the offense. You can't make that argument. And for a team that has been underwhelming at 6-4, I just find it strange that so many are pushing back on the idea that questioning CJ Stroud or D'Amico Ryans in any way is completely off the table. Because a lot of people do seem to feel that way. And I don't get it. Like, you're all frustrated with what's happening. The quarterback and the head coach are the reason the teams win and lose in this league.
Yeah, especially because we give them credit for the Texans for how quickly they moved on from the two previous coaches because it was well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
Like you knew that they had to move on from those guys.
And D'Amico did a great job last year, but okay, it's this year now.
And the other part about this year and questioning him too early is I don't understand how there's pushback that it's too early when you look at what goes on in the NFL right now. There are, going into next season, assuming that Mike McCarthy is fired and that both Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni retain their jobs, only 11 of the 32 coaches in the NFL will have been employed for 5 or more years. 11 of the 32. We've been using this as an example throughout the week because of the firings that took place in Chicago. We all know the answer there. They have a disaster. Matt Eberflus has only coached 43 games as the head coach of the Bears. D'Amico Ryans has coached 27 games as the head coach of the Texans. He's coached 50% of the games, essentially, as, that math's wrong, as Eberflus. So, what do you mean it's too early? Coaches get fired all the time, and there's always this crazy turnover. A majority of the league has a coach who's been there for less than 3 years. And most of those coaches are going to get fired this year. Eberflus is going to get fired. Doug Peterson is going to get fired. Todd Bowles could be on the hot seat even. And then you have a bunch of first-year coaches. It's not too early. It's the life cycle of the NFL.
Sometimes guys get off to great starts, and then you wonder about them afterwards. Brian Daboll had a great first year with the Giants. Everyone all of a sudden started believing in Daniel Jones again. And it looks like the Giants are going to be patient with him. But since then, we've had questions. Not to make a apples to apples comparison here with D'Amico Ryans. All I'm saying is what you do the first year doesn't necessarily mean that you should not be questioned in the second year. I mean, think about a head coach that in the 2000s started off 6-0, who was fired the next year. Can you guess who that was? Late 2000s?
This might be before time. No,
dated reference.
Yeah, Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels. Yeah,
yeah. With the Broncos.
McDaniels had a 6-0 start with the Broncos in 2009. They finished the year 8-8, and then he got fired the next season. So
I was going to say, weren't they doing something super illegal?
Cheating.
Well, I guess cheating has a real impact on whether or not a team wins the game. The Broncos of 2009 and 10 are our brothers in arms, like Michigan football, like the New England Patriots, and like our beloved Houston Astros.
And the New York Yankees.
Well, apparently, Joe, I saw you put this in the rundown, and I saw this. I saw this in the Netflix Red Sox Yankees documentary. The Red Sox believed that the Yankees had bugged their locker rooms.
Yeah, with a lapel mic, and that's why Pedro in Game 1 was changing his signs before the first batter.
I gotta say, the Yankee defense was not great. No, was not a great. There was not a really believable defense. But hey, the Astros cheated, huh? No, the Yankees would never do that, even though they literally were doing something fairly similar. Whatever. I think it's fair to ask questions about how good DeMeco Ryans will be as a head coach, because that's what we're always talking about. We talk about prospects in the NFL draft like that. Why can't we talk about a coach like that when they're constantly improving? And saying that, hey, your ceiling is something set in stone. I mean, it's always going to be debatable for sure. I'm not putting one there. I'm just asking what it is. Right now, he's not on track to be one of those top coaches. He's got a great quarterback, which a lot of those coaches that I put up ahead of him do not necessarily have. Some do, but like Mike Tomlin's working with Russell Wilson right now.
Mm-hmm.
We want to see him up in that conversation. And if he's up in that conversation, we're going to be talking about probably a Texans era that ends in at least an AFC championship game appearance or Super Bowl appearance, if not an actual title itself. And that's what you're looking for here. So this is not me saying DeMeco's on the hot seat. He is not even close to it. You know, I know what you were saying earlier. Hey, pressure on the offensive coordinator is indirectly pressure on the head coach.
Yeah,
sure. But I think they're going to be patient with DeMeco. I'm just asking, how much better can he get? In the same way that I'm asking the same question about CJ Stroud. We all thought Stroud was top 5 going into the year. We can't really make that argument right now. We can't. Even if we believe it, even if we think his stuff is incredible, even if the film doesn't lie, we can't make that argument right now on today, November 14th, 2024. And it is fair to have conversations about what will be and what are on a specific day in the calendar. I think it's weird that people online are so angry when you just ask about something. It's too early to tell. No, let's talk about it right now. Why do we have to wait to talk about something?
Especially like when it's your goal. Your goal is to hire the next Bill Belichick, the next Andy Reid. Like that's what you're hoping for. Next Kyle Shanahan. Like that's what the whole point of hiring new coaches is for, is to hire the next big guy. So yeah, I don't think it doesn't make any sense why people would have a pushback to do it. I mean, I still think DeMeco and CJ are going to win a Super Bowl together under CJ Stroud's rookie contract. Like I'm still confident in that take, but it's just been a rough season so far, and the adjustment to the
underwhelming.
Schedule,
I mean, 6-4 still.
Yeah, but the adjustment to the schedule has been challenging. Besides your win to the Bills, like you've lost to most of the good teams you've played, and you've been underwhelming against a lot of the other teams. So
he's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. We got a great Thursday night football game yet again. Guys, you ready for this? You ready for Al Michaels to have fun during the game as well? It's almost the side attraction for these games. Is Al Michaels going to have fun watching the sport he's paid handsomely to call games for while he's eating his steak? Eagles are 4-point favorites against the Washington Commanders. Over-under for this game is 49. Both these offenses have been pretty good this year, with the Commanders slumping a little bit. I think a lot of the anti-Eagles agenda out there is based in, I think Nick Sirianni's a doofus, and he is holding the Eagles back. I think the Eagles are going to win and cover tonight. Eagles by 4. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. It's a risk-free Thursday. You make the bet, you lose, you get your money back. What is there to lose? Literally nothing. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 to double your initial deposit, or enter that promo code to get a reload bonus. MyBookie.ag, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, guys, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter as well, at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Shawnee Mapes Behind the Glass, and Twitch at ESPN 975. We touched on this a little bit earlier. What's going to make people happy on Monday night against the now 3-1 Dallas Cowboys, who were 3-1 with Cooper Rush back in 2022 when he was a starting quarterback?
A win.
That's all you need? Good God.
A win by 10.
It's got to be more than that.
A win by 20.
It's got to be more than that. Even.
More than 20?
Yeah, I think people are going to do what they always do after a convincing win here. They're going to be like, nah. This is something I've, in my experience covering the Houston Texans for a decade plus here, it is always this. It is always,
Well, I mean, look, you got embarrassed twice on, primetime games.
You collapsed and got stuffed in a locker. Stuffed in a locker by the Jets.
And now who then got stuffed in a locker by the Arizona Cardinals.
Cardinals are trending upwards.
Yes.
But you're right.
But now you play the Cowboys, who have Cooper Rush / Trey Lance as their quarterback. Things that will make me happy this weekend. Micah Parsons doesn't kill CJ Stroud.
Well,
let's start there.
It's personal between the two. The only thing that's going to get podcast Parsons back on the field and perhaps getting Mike McCarthy's name out of his mouth is his rivalry with CJ Stroud. I mean, remember this offseason, we might have to play some of the clips of those two on tomorrow's show. Micah Parsons and CJ Stroud. Because CJ Stroud, let's be honest, Stroud won every single one of those debates. I got to say, podcast Parsons, who I'm a big fan of as a player, I would not go out of my way to listen to his podcast.
Same.
Is that a fair thing to say?
Not at the top of my list of must listen.
You should have saved the McCarthy slander for his podcast. And then when he was on the podcast, he said, like, oh, I didn't intend to say it. But you did, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, he needs to start doing the Patrick Beverly. Are you subscribed to my podcast?
Ooh, I like that.
Instead of talking to the media?
Yeah. Listen to my podcast.
Listen to my podcast. I'll give you my thoughts on Mike McCarthy. My thoughts on CJ Stroud.
But Micah has a lot of ground to make up because they had some arguments in the offseason, and I felt like Micah always had the crazy sports argument.
And he got his ass kicked by a sumo wrestler. I remember that this offseason.
Well, hey, I mean, everyone would if you were going up against a sumo wrestler. You're trying to play their sport. That's sumo. You get your ass kicked in sumo wrestling. I think you just get shoved out of the ring, right?
I mean,
you get your ass thrown out of the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he got thrown into a paper mache wall or something.
That's true. And I think I would say CJ looked worse out from those videos. But yeah, it's just like protect CJ Stroud. Because the Cowboys do have a good defensive line. Like, as much as like the offense is terrible, they're
playing for pride.
Is not seeing CJ get hit 10 plus times in this game.
That's true.
Score in the second half. That'll make me happy.
Scoring in the second half is, I think, honestly, the most important thing that happens in this one. Or at the very least, looking in some way, shape, or form like you were improving as the game goes along. And it's just not happened this year. Even that game against the Patriots. The Patriots turned the football over so many times. That's one of the reasons that you were able to jump out the way that you did in the second half.
Yeah, I think we do kind of forget that that's the way that game played out. They just kept giving you short yardage situations. So 20-point win, second half touchdowns, protect CJ Stroud. Gotta have some semblance of a run game this weekend again. Like, I really don't think Kenyon Green being out is like the only reason why they were so terrible again. I can't believe that he's that good of a run blocker to where Joe Mixon is.
Some Aggie you are.
I remember I bailed on the Aggies.
Oh, you're out again. Okay.
Yeah, I said that I only have so much room for heartbreak in my life.
Okay.
I had to dump one of them. So
damn, what happens? What happens if the Aggies beat Texas?
Back in.
Just depends on if Notre Dame beats Army, I guess.
Big question. You're not sure.
I mean, Army's top 25.
You're looking at Army like you're Newt Rockney back in 1923.
Look,
that dated? Yes.
Yes. You never know what happens when you play a football game at Yankee Stadium like they are. You know,
The ghosts of Army past, right?
Anything can happen.
You know,
Well,
listen again. There was a time where Army versus Notre Dame was one of the top rivalries in college football, and it was 1923.
I was gonna say, I'm sure we'll see all the newsreels about that when they play on game day. When they're like, the last time these teams were both ranked and played, gas was a nickel.
Let me tell you about the time that Tommy Gun Thompson ran for 34 yards and 3 touchdowns in a convincing win over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So
what makes you happy, Paul?
What makes me happy, again, 70 Burger. I feel like a lot of people are out for real blood. You want a horror scene in Dallas, and that will get you believing in this team again. I really think the next 3 weeks are going to be a lot of but, no matter what the Texans do. Before that 3 games in 10 days slate against a Dolphins team that I think has a very good chance of being back at 500 for that game. And then on top of that, a Chiefs team defending Super Bowl champions, still undefeated, 2-time defending Super Bowl champions. And then the Ravens after that, who have owned you and also are seeing a MVP season from not just Lamar Jackson, but also Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Is there like a point of margin for the next 3 weeks that they need to win by, like, combined? Like to get everyone back in, you think? Or we really have to wait until the Ravens game to see? Because even the Dolphins game, I'm not sure people buy back in. Totally. They've really struggled this year. Tyreek Hill he's hurt.
Yeah, it's about what happens that the totality of those 3 games.
Yeah.
That Dolphins game is not a layup. I think that the Dolphins are at the very least back to being a difficult out. And we all know what the Chiefs and Ravens are. If they win one of those games, I think some people will be back on. But there will be a lot of wait and see. And that's what sucks about this stretch of the schedule. You only lose the next 3 games in the court of public opinion. And it's kind of your own fault because the ridiculous amount of hype that was going to be impossible to live up to, and we all probably should have been a little bit more aware of that, has not been lived up to.
And the only way they can live up to it is winning multiple playoff games. Like at this point in the season, like I'm not even sure people buy all the way back in the regular season. Like if they beat the Chiefs, is everyone like automatically back all the way in? Like, or is it going to do you think they'll move the goalpost again to do it in the
Some
playoffs?
will move the goalpost. The Twitch will definitely move the goalpost.
Yeah.
It's also Chiefs. Yeah, we knew they weren't good.
We know their offense wasn't good.
Yeah, look at what they're getting away with. They should have lost against the Broncos.
That's for sure.
They should have lost against the Bengals. They should all these games. They have these huge missed calls or huge fluky plays.
This is what sucks. The Texans are allowing the goalpost to be moved.
But if the Chiefs are undefeated and the Texans
they beat them,
get that win,
raise a banner.
Raise a banner. That'd be a funny banner.
I'm kidding, but if they did it against the Chiefs in the playoffs, I would raise a banner.
And the banner just says 2024 did it against the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Ended 3-peat.
Yes.
Banner.
And then they lose in the AFC title game to the Ravens.
Hey, baby steps at a time. I heard that laugh, AJ. Everyone, AJ the Cowboy fan.
Cowboy fan over
here.
Yeah. Hooting and hollering to that AFC Championship game joke.
Yeah. Focus on Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. Focus on Travis Hunter.
He is. Yes, I get it. He's on the right track. All right, it's Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean. We got AJ behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, how far is too far? Joe George has a couple of questions that he's going to ask us. He's going to give us a couple of options. At what point will we say it's too far? Find out next. One of these I'm really excited for. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We have a Texans practice update. No Will Anderson. No Kamari Lassiter. No Derek Stingley. But Nico Collins is back. And Dameon Pierce is back. We also heard from D'Amico Ryans, who had this to say about what he wants to see from C.J. Stroud after a up and down performance against the Lions, specifically down in the second half. Quote, I'd like to see Stroud go out and cut it loose. Rip it. Cut it loose. Play fast. He's an exceptional talent. He's why we are where we are. Looking forward to this game for him.
I do think sometimes, like, be a little more reckless with the ball. It's okay, CJ. Like it's okay to throw. Like, don't throw like the first pick of the second half. That was bad, or the one that tanked out. But try to squeeze it in some tighter windows here. Push the ball down the field a little bit.
Squeeze it in the tighter window.
Yeah, just push it down the
Rip
field,
it.
CJ.
Cut loose.
Cut it loose. Have some fun. Fun.
That's true.
Fun is important.
Where's the fun?
There's no talk about fun this week.
Now D'Amico's talking about fun to CJ. But D'Amico didn't talk about fun last week. D'Amico didn't talk about the joy. He didn't talk about the fun. CJ was doing that last week. Now it's on D'Amico to remind CJ that fun is a thing that you constantly have to strive for.
Just cut it loose.
Mm-hmm.
You're good to go.
Cut it loose, and not in the fart kind of way.
Or like Paul's cat.
Well, she sure cut it loose.
Extra loose.
For those who don't know, I got home yesterday. My cute little kitty cat, she comes up to me, meow, meow, just like that. Pick her up, as I always do. Give her a little scratch behind the head. And she was caked in the old diarrhea. And I just got all over my arm. So then I put her down, disgusted by this. And then I realized, shoot, now I got to clean up her fur. Because her, she smelled. She's never smelled before. So I had to give her a bath. She handled it pretty well, but she was not a fan. Not a fan of the bath.
I like how you told the story the same way, but very differently at the same time. Some different verbiage. The first time and the second time you told it, made it very funny.
Yeah, I'm the Doc Emmerich of. Is that dated reference for you guys?
No. Of course it's not for me.
He's a hockey play-by-play announcer.
He's the GOAT.
Who's fantastic with his verbiage. He's retired. I'm the Doc Emmerich of telling stories about my cat having diarrhea.
I thought that was the guy from Back to the Future.
I mean, that would be a kind of dated reference at this point. I can't believe they haven't remade that movie yet, by the way.
It's the take that gets people the most mad is when I say they should remake Back to the Future. It's time.
Of all the things to remake, it's the one
it's
where
time. They when they went to the future, it was 2015.
You definitely could,
passed by
and they
the
were
future.
wrong.
Well, that too.
And you could get both Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd in that movie.
Yes.
Anyway,
you can.
Yeah, they're both alive.
Christopher Lloyd is the one I think is still alive.
He's still alive.
Okay. Michael J. Fox is alive, but can he not do anything?
Listen, that's something you got to ask him. Could he do a couple of scenes?
Yeah, Val Kilmer was.
Was in yeah, exactly.
Maverick.
Anyway, sorry.
Talk.
No, this is wrong. What we're doing is wrong.
No, it's not.
What we're doing is wrong.
Too far?
This belongs in a museum. It is too far, Sean, and that's why we play a little game called How Far is Too Far? How far is too far? Joe is going to talk about something.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to give us some options. We have to determine how far is too far for us to go.
All right, we're going to do the sports one first, and we're going to do it quick. Last night, LeBron James became the oldest player ever to have 3 straight games with a triple-double at 39 years old. Just how much longer do I have to deal with this? Do we have 40, 42? Can we do 41? 43?
How old is he now?
39.
39. He turns 40 in December.
Yeah. How much longer are we doing this for?
It really depends on what role he would allow himself to, I guess, fade back to do.
He's playing great basketball. It's unbelievable.
No doubt about it.
Like, how can he still be this good?
My question is he ever going to be okay being like a 20-minute a night guy? And no one will ever put him on the bench. He's kind of at that point where he's so damn awesome his entire career. There might be some games where he plays a full game, but I see no reason to believe a fall off is coming, barring some sort of Kobe Bryant-esque Achilles injury. And this is coming from a guy who is maybe not the biggest fan of LeBron James, the things that he says, but like his longevity has been incredible. He has been doing this since he was a high schooler, essentially, in the NBA. I can't believe it's still happening. And his longevity is going to be one of the things that we probably look back at 10, 20 years from now and wonder if anyone's going to be capable of doing that in the NBA. Because he's not taking the same rest days that we see a Joel Embiid or Kawhi take. You know, like he's out there pretty much every single night.
I mean, he's talked about playing all 82 this year.
That's crazy.
Which like kind of sounds like
Swan. Shouldn't do that.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like Swan Song to me a little bit. Of like, look at me, because it's LeBron. Like, look at me, I played 82 in my last year.
I ain't gonna do that.
But like,
by the way, to answer your question, like definitely at next year at the earliest, because we are getting a farewell tour. We're getting a LeBron James farewell tour.
We might get a multi-year farewell tour.
Nike will make it happen. The NBA will make it happen. Like it'll just be such a big deal.
I'll admit it. Like I would take MJ in an MJ LeBron debate, but I don't want LeBron to retire. I like seeing him play. I think it's incredible what he's doing against Father Time, even if he's not my cup of tea.
He could play like I don't know until he's 45 and probably still be a good like NBA player.
And that would be more incredible than what Brady did because there's just more demands on what LeBron does than what Tom Brady does.
I would say like probably 2 more years.
Because how old was Jordan when he played with the Wizards?
Probably around 40.
I think it was early 40s.
And like he would have games like he was pretty terrible, but then he dropped like 40 points on someone.
But he took a couple of years off multiple times.
Yeah,
you know, like talk about rest days.
Yeah, LeBron's not been
rest
suspended.
years. He took sabbaticals.
All right, other story we got here.
All right.
So Zach Bryan, the country singer, he's super popular now.
I don't know any of his songs.
I don't think he's good, and I like country music.
You don't think he's good?
I don't like it.
Joe.
I don't like his music.
Why?
Wow. I don't know. I just don't enjoy it. And like I like country music.
Explain it to me as someone who doesn't understand anything about Zach Bryan other than that he dated a girl at Barstool.
Okay, I think the best way I heard was Kirk Minahan from Barstool called him a knockoff country version of Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, you know what? I can get behind that.
Yeah, that's
good.
But
okay.
Honestly,
but here's the thing.
Sound bad.
Bruce is not my thing.
I love Bruce. Bruce,
Yeah.
I know I'm becoming a middle-aged man.
You're a sports radio
I'm
host.
starting to really enjoy Bruce Springsteen.
That's like sports radio 101. Like, you're really not a sports radio host until you like Bruce.
I was having a conversation with Chaz over at ABC 13. He's also a big Bruce Springsteen fan, and I was like, "Damn, dude, really like Bruce. What the hell?" Anyway, back to Zach Bryan.
Okay, so him and his girlfriend Bree, who works at Barstool, broke up. It was a very ugly breakup.
Ugly breakup.
And she has a podcast, and it's one of like the top rated podcasts in the world. So she had to make a decision about choosing to as for Elena, our intern out there, to spill the tea on her podcast, or she could sign a $12 million NDA to never talk about the breakup. So here's the question for you, Paul Gallant. In this hypothetical scenario, you are in a relationship with a very famous person. She breaks up with you. You know that if you talk about it, your media career is going to take off. Or you can take the money. How much money does it take for you to shut up and never talk about it ever again?
Where are we starting?
$2 million.
No.
$3 million.
No. We're
$6 million.
Let's get serious here. No.
$10 million.
I still believe very highly in myself that someday I'm going to be one of the GOATs.
Okay.
So I'm still at no.
Jersey in the rafters.
We'll go to Bree's number here. $12 million.
I'd start to think about it at 12. I'd start to think about it for sure. I would. I mean,
it's like real serious stuff. Like you have stuff that's gonna like make you famous forever.
Listen, this is the trick here, because I would very willingly walk away from the whole thing for sure.
and I mean, I'm never going to live up to any of these lofty goals that I have for myself. I know that. I still have them. If I'm going to walk away, I want to walk away where I have the ability to check out and I can do whatever I want, travel, have fun, enjoy myself, spend time with family. And I honestly do not know how far $12 million is going to go for me for the remainder of my life.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
If I'm getting an NDA where I have to shut up, I know me, I can't shut up. So I want as much back as I can. And I will shut up eventually.
14 million?
That's just 2 million more, Joe.
Yeah, you said you would think about 12. So, okay, then 18?
30, and we're talking.
No way.
30, we're talking.
No way. You're telling me someone offers you 12?
If I had dated let's just say, for the sake of conversation, Dua Lipa, okay?
I know you so well. That's what I was going to say.
If for the sake of conversation, it's Dua Lipa, and I get to talk about it afterwards, I mean, I would. Now, in the eyes of some, I would perhaps start to get as annoying as Travis Kelce's ex, who is getting pissed off that she's not a part of the Chiefs cabal. I mean, Chiefs group of wags.
The wife mafia.
The wags. Yeah, not a cabal. I would never call them that. They're strong, independent, powerful women. And she's like getting all pissy that she's not invited anymore. And she is still like making money off of her ex-boyfriend, who is now more relevant because he has moved on to somebody else. Like, I don't want to be that either. So I'm a little sensitive to that too. But look, I would always have that as, oh, he dated Dua Lipa. He's interesting.
Yeah, that's
going
true.
for me.
And then because of the mystery of the breakup, because of the NDA, it makes you just more of an interesting person.
I'm an idiot because I definitely should take the money. But if I'm leaving blabbing.
So she took no money. She said they got to 12 and so she can talk about the breakup, whatever.
Right.
So is that what you would do? In this hypothetical world where you and Dua Lipa have had a tragic heartbreak,
messy breakup.
I don't think I see. Here's the thing though. Like, I don't think I would talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, but like every time you talk about it, it's gonna go crazy viral.
It really,
you're gonna make a ton of money.
Yeah,
on it
like
each time you talk
about it.
You're
be able to build your career off of it.
It depends on how abusive she was. If she wasn't abusive at all, well, listen. I mean, I've dated some people here, and like they were awesome. I have nothing but good feelings for them, but also I had to like sort of block for my own mental health and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, I feel like I would be able to handle this pretty well. Say they were to pay me the NDA, like I probably could handle it. But there is a part of me that would always be tempted to expand on it in the same way I'm tempted to expand about other things that I've, gone through in my career.
Okay.
I would take like 5.
Me
5?
Too. Yeah.
Come on.
If
I don't know how much that goes for in 2024 dollars.
Half of that in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
You know what?
all those people
that actually, I'm now reconsidering.
All these people who like clowned Odell Beckham Jr. and then who was the tackle?
Russell
Okung
for taking half their salaries in Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're both doing victory laps.
Yeah, but like when do you cash out? Okay, how far is too far? You've taken half your salary in Bitcoin. It's now up to like $90,000 a Bitcoin. When do you cash out? Like when do you bail on this? Because like when it gets to $1 million, like
I don't think you ever fully cash out. I think what you do is you start kind of lessening how much you have in Bitcoin. So you start taking the profit. Because right now, like if you just didn't actually cash out or anything, you only have profit on paper. Like you don't actually have that money yet.
Yeah.
So I guess you would start selling off, and just to get a little bit of walking around money.
Little taste.
Yeah. Well,
Hey, here's
buy some shoes or something.
Just sell 0.001 Bitcoin. For
exactly.
Like 20,000 or
yeah.
something. I don't know what it is now.
But like they have so much money, like they also don't need to do that.
Yeah.
So like
I
don't
talking
know
about 2
like,
NFL players.
When like the strategy is of like when you bail on this.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they have financial advisors or something.
I need that money. For a trophy wife. I mean, for a strong, independent woman.
Yeah. If any Hollywood star or actress or
I'd like to test
singer,
this theory. Yes.
Yeah, I would
Paul
throw date me and then throw an NDA in my face. See what I sign.
he looks a lot younger than you'd think when you hear he's 35. That's what people are saying. Anyway, on that note, he's Joe and Paul. That's how far is too far on a Thursday. Up next, it seems D'Amico Ryans has responded in a way to our conversation today. We'll play that audio and then we'll do some garbage time. Stay put.
Come out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I'll be there at O Athletic. Come hang out with me. Let's do a little workout in tomorrow morning. O Athletic, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd is where you find them. They offer over 100 classes per week. They have all you need for your recovery, from the endless pool, sauna, steam room. It's all right there for you. You can sign up for a personal trainer from 1 to 5 times a week. O Athletic is the gym for me. It should be the gym for you. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals, whatever they are. Get into the gym now and let's get to work. O Athletic and oathletic.com.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Last chance to dance. I just broke Joe's brain yesterday.
No, you broke it now.
I mean, I broke it now based off something I did yesterday. Yeah, in addition to a lot of people wondering if I'm racist for just asking what D'Amico Ryan's ceiling is. Yesterday, a tweet of mine was on the Pat McAfee show, and he talked about me a little bit.
What was the tweet?
It was my question about the team meetings.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. And then they started bringing that up to JJ Watt, and JJ had a look of horror on his face. Like, he was absolutely horrified by the fact that we're about to have a third, perhaps players-only meeting in less than 2 weeks. And then Pat McAfee used that to say the AFC South wide open.
Now, do you think JJ, when your name was said, think he remembered you?
No way.
Oh, okay.
Zero chance.
Oh, you didn't get one of the jerseys?
No. It's whatever.
It would have been funny if he was like, "Oh, Gallant."
That would have been awesome.
That would have been funny.
That would have been great.
That would have made my day. Anyway,
new show intro would have been made.
That theoretically could be D'Amico Ryan's in the near future, because we talked about earlier today a just little clip of yesterday's show. I did not think it would blow up the way that it did. Just ask, hey, what's D'Amico Ryan's ceiling? A lot of people were very defensive for D'Amico, and I believe Big Sarge Sports asked D'Amico Ryan's this question today.
Coach, with that being said, there's a lot of outside chatter about, your decision making, the way Bobby calls plays, the way that the offense has been ineffective. How are you all able to block that out? How are you able to block that out as the head coach and make sure that your team is all one cohesive unit?
When it comes to the outside noise on decision making and play calling, all those things, that's the NFL, right? We'll always get that. I don't listen to it. I don't have time to spend on everybody's opinion on how we're running our team and what we're calling and what we're doing, right? As an NFL coach, you make decisions and you stick by the decisions that you make. Everybody, of course, being an NFL head coach, probably one of the only jobs where everybody critiques you on Monday, right? That's the only job. And besides the NFL head coach and the president, I get critiqued on every decision that you make because everybody else has all the answers right after the fact. And nobody has the answers in the heat of the battle, in the heat of the moment. We can all hit rewind as many times. We can slow it down as much as you want to, but that's why I'm here to make the decisions, and that's how it'll be.
So we'll be talking about that tomorrow.
All right.
What else did we see from CJ Stroud today?
CJ Stroud said he is not a game manager. He's a game changer.
Well, he is. I like that. Hell yeah.
And he referenced to himself as Steph Curry.
Shots fired at Bobby Slowick. Listen, Steph Curry slowly climbing into that GOAT talk.
That's true. CJ Stroud, GOAT talk on the way.
I feel like Steph's got a better case than Kobe Bryant at times. Anyway,
Gosh,
let's throw some gasoline out there. Let's throw some more gasoline out there.
Time for garbage.
No, wait. One last thing. Astros announcement.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what this means. But Monday morning at 9:30 a.m., Houston Astros to hold press conference regarding significant business announcement. Craneville? Team sold?
Craneville canceled because of eminent domain of the highway that has closed down numerous businesses in the area?
Something's happening on Monday.
A lot of things to discuss tomorrow. We're going to be at Drift tomorrow. Make sure that you come on out. It's going to be a good old time, We'll be there. The cats will be there. Hopefully less diarrhea on those cats than on mine. There's cats at Drift. What?
I know there are, but
they're great. I doubt there.
Can we shoot for no diarrhea?
No diarrhea.
I think Drift would like there to be no diarrhea.
No lie. When I get home, I'm a little nervous that there's going to be more. I'm a little nervous. We'll see what happens. Okay. But hey, didn't we all learn something today?
Yeah, we did.
We learned. Well, I don't know what we learned, but we learned
a lot about your cat.
We learned a lot.
Did you change the food or something?
Nope. She just
one of those days.
That was just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. Is that a data reference for you guys?
Yeah, I don't get that one either.
And on that, what? Oh my God, you don't even know Limp Bizkit. Jesus, what am I doing here?
Oh yeah, I said maybe it was the way you delivered it.
I'm gone. I've been canceled. So long. Farewell. Thanks to Sean, to Joe, and to everybody else. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Today's going to be a fun show. I think it's going to be a fun show today. Lots to talk about. A guy who I don't know how to pronounce his name yet. He's going to be joining us at 3:15. My best guess is Saeed Yusuf. What do you think?
He's close.
You think it's pretty close?
I think that's
He's the Cowboy beat writer. We'll ask him before he comes. We're pros. We'll ask him before he comes on the air what his name is. We're not going to ask him at 3. We'll ask him at 3:15.
Hey, buddy, thanks for coming on. What's your name?
What's your name? How do you
what part of town you calling
I
from?
know his name. I just don't know how to say his name. Lee Sterling will be joining us later on. He's going to hand you winners because that's all he does. He wins a lot of games. Adam Ronis, get you ready for your fantasy football weekend. It is a Thursday, so we'll Bad Take Boulevard. How dare people question the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans? We have to have this conversation. We have to have that conversation. But we begin with some hoops. I was at the Fertitta Center yesterday, left a little early, as all of you know. Cougars bouncing back nicely as they get the victory over Louisiana, improved to 2-1, 91-45 win. Ooh. And then across town, you had the Houston Rockets doing their thing, beating the Clippers 111-103. Rockets improved to 8-4, and they kind of keep this momentum. They're keeping it rolling, the Houston Rockets are.
No, they really are, Jeremy. I think that the best is still yet to come. That's just what I like about this team, is that we talked about this as they've been kind of stacking some of these wins. They're beating some good teams, but the production is kind of spread out. The balance is there, where in the past you didn't see a lot of the balance. Now you're seeing, 4 and 5 guys on average getting double figures and more. They're sharing the basketball. They're doing things to make you lock in and want to watch Rockets basketball because it's entertaining. But when they have to, they're able to play defense. And the overall play that you're getting from guys like Eason and Thompson right now, and the defense that they provide, just is allowing them to kind of start seeing where they can take it to the next level, even regardless of what production you're going to get from Alpy and Jalen and everybody else.
I love the Terror Twins. Like Todd's mentioned it already. The Terror Twins are fun to watch. The nickname's catching on. I love those guys. I love watching Amin Thompson be a factor really without scoring. I know he scored a decent amount yesterday. I know he knocked down 2 threes and was asking Vanessa Richardson after the game if that was his career high. But he beat you he scored 18 yesterday, but he beat you in other ways than scoring. He beat you with his rebounding. He beat you with his defense. He beat you with steals and then getting out in transition. Tari Eason's just a flat-out dog. Tari Eason is just the dude that you want to have on your team. I love the Terror Twins. Right now, they're my favorite 2 players on this team, and it's not even close, quite frankly.
No, I mean, look, I had a lot of high aspirations for what I thought Amin Thompson could be. And regardless of what position he played, if it was possible for him to fall in line with guys that have been able to find a jump shot once they got into the league, he has all the tools. He has the reach. He has the speed. He can handle the ball. He's unbelievably versatile on the defensive side of the ball. His rebounding is really above average in my book. Mm-hmm. And now he's starting to knock down shots. And you're like, my goodness, if he can be a force spotting up the ball, or at least just be consistent hitting spot up shots, the fact that he will have all defenses just on their heels trying to figure out what he's going to do means that his upside might be higher than almost anybody on this team.
Kawhi Leonard upside, if you ask Ime Udoka.
That's right.
Ime Udoka thinks he's got a little Kawhi Leonard in him.
That might be a bit high.
Are you coming a little closer to my side that Amin Thompson will be the best Houston Rocket by the end of the year?
Did you say that?
Cash him or trash him with the Killer Bees, Tuesdays at 4:30.
I think there's a legit chance, yes. And I think that is because of the fact that the shot's coming around, and because last year was supposed to be just a year of just him getting accustomed to, real life in the NBA and probably not playing a lot of minutes. And you saw him continually get better and better and better. Now you're seeing a guy that you're looking at him going, this kid might be starting pretty soon, and you might be able to do a whole lot with him in terms of the positions he can play, because his ball handling got better, his shot is improving, and yet he's still rebounding, and in transitions, he's tough to stop.
Yeah. You think the best 2 players on the Rockets are coming off the bench?
I think it's quite possible. I think it's quite possible. I think that as much as you can say, look, Jalen's had his games, he's leading the team in scoring. Alpy's had his games recently, he's getting double-doubles. But when you look at the fact that no one is calling plays for these 2 guys, no one is saying, hey, here's the ball, go get me a bucket, yet they're getting you double-doubles. They're getting you 18 and 10s. And they're playing both ends of the floor to where they're wreaking havoc on a game defensively before they even touch the rock offensively.
Yeah, I'm not going to go as far to say that they're the 2 best players right now, but I think that they're right on the hills. And you could argue that maybe it's Alpi Sengun. You could argue that maybe it's Jalen Green some nights. But Tari and Amin are very much in that conversation. There's not a huge gap. But Nick, if you want to make that argument that Tari and Amin are the best two players right now, look, that's fine by me. I thought Amin had a very good chance of being the best player on the Rockets by the end of the year. So these two have brought an extra dimension to this team. I really don't want either one of them to start, though. Like, I like that they're coming off the bench and, going up a lot of times against the second unit and changing the game with their energy off the bench. Yesterday, I thought the minutes distribution was the best. I think Amin is better than Jabari. And Amin can play 1 through 4. I think Tari Eason's better than Jabari. And I think I like Tari the most at the 4, quite frankly. He can play the 3, but I like him most at the 4. I rather have both of those guys get more minutes than Jabari. I don't care if they're starting. I care that if they're finishing and if they're playing more minutes. Yesterday, Jabari played 21 minutes, Tari played 26, and Amin played 34. Perfect.
Yep. This is the Sam Cassell philosophy. It doesn't matter if they start, it's if they finish. And in most games, they're finishing because they're, to your prediction of Amin could be the best player on this team by the end of the year. Well, then I firmly believe that there is a better than average chance that these two guys could be the best two players on your team by the end of the year because of the fact of how many different ways they affect the game. They don't have to start, but they finish. They can guard multiple positions on the floor. You don't want to see them in transition because they can finish on you in a multitude of different ways. And that is a scary proposition when you're playing any team in this league with as up-tempo as the teams play. This is a really, really good sign for the Rockets.
Yeah, I wish that last night was in an NIT game because they won, and you know how much I care about an NIT banner. I want the Rockets to win that NBA banner, the NBA NIT banner. It means a lot.
Did you
and
see
they play
Tari's
tomorrow.
mom tweet?
No, what'd you say?
What they were playing Harden. He might be the greatest point ever, but you need to be able to come back. She thought it was a cup game. She's like, this is a cup game.
Oh, really?
You need to go at him hard. We need to hear you, and we need to win.
Well, how much are the players getting if they win? Like $500,000?
I think each player gets $1 million.
Is it $1 million?
I think so.
There you go. Like
Yeah.
they care.
Yeah, and mom cares too.
If you put $100 million or whatever it is, if it's somewhere between $500 million to $1 million, they care. They want to win. That's why I love the NBA Cup, man. The NIT brings intrigue and stakes to NBA basketball in the middle of November. I was a little worried when James Harden got off to that hot start. I was a little worried that James Harden was going to come in and just terrorize the Rockets. What did he have, 12 in the first quarter? Yeah. I think he hit his first 4 threes or 4 of his first 5. I was a little worried that Harden was going to terrorize his former team, but they were able to chill out on that. Now, you know what point of contention when it comes to Houston Rockets is Jalen Green's shooting. So you want an update on what Jalen Green's shooting?
Sure.
Jalen Green from the field is shooting 39%. That's overall from the floor, 39%. It's low. That's
it
low.
Is.
Like you need that to be in the 40s,
Yep.
I think. He's a career 42% shooter. He shot 42% last year. I need that number in the 40s, especially when a lot of his shots come at the rim. Like, yes, they're contested. Yes, they're whenever he's driving with his full force and his full tenacity. You got to finish a little bit better than that. You got to shoot 40% at least 40%.
You're right, by the way. They have $500,000 per player.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I didn't know if
Thank you for saying that those magic words.
I have no problem.
You know how to bring a smile to my face.
Yeah, I have no problem saying that. No, I think that when you look at Jalen Green, the things that are still frustrating are, and it's one of the reasons why when we went back and forth on should you or should you have not have given him the contract when you did, we still see the same things. He is a high volume shooter. That's not going to change. He is a high volume shooter. Now, you'd like him to be a high volume shooter that makes more shots, fine, but he's still leading the team in scoring. He's a scorer that takes a high volume of shots. You're going to have to deal with sometimes. That fourth quarter was frustrating because I thought Ty Lue waved the white flag. I thought he was just basically saying, go ahead, take this.
Do you think he waved the white flag or do you think he was frustrated with his starters?
It might have been a combination of both.
Yeah.
Because he knows he's going to play him again. He knows if maybe he, sits them down, that they're going to be rested. They can come back. They'll get the second game of the back-to-back of the 2-game set here. But also maybe it was the fact that he wasn't getting a lot of production. And don't get me started on the Kawhi Leonard part of this because that's just an absolute travesty.
Hey, is Van Gundy always on the bench with them?
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was
they hired him start of the year.
I didn't realize he was traveling with them, though.
Yeah, so he was vice president of basketball operations for the Celtics. And I was very shocked when the Clippers hired him in the offseason and said, we want you to be a full-time assistant. Because it was awkward. It's just weird for me to see like Ty Lue is getting ready to run the huddle and Van Gundy's kind of like throwing things on the seats or doing things, grabbing a clipboard. I'm going, wow, that's weird.
I knew that he was on their, in their organization, but I didn't realize he was an on-the-bench assistant.
He's their number one assistant now, I believe.
That's cool to see. I really like Jeff Van Gundy. I would recommend that he shave it all off, though. Like he's hanging on.
Well,
there
no matter how
bit.
bald you go on the top and up and in the front, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. I'm just letting you know.
I like that. That was well done. Yeah, but he should go ahead and shave off that 20%. Or call Dr. Linville, one of the two.
I'm surprised he's not. I mean, maybe this is him getting back into looking for a head coaching job in a year because, he coached USA basketball, and now this seems like a pretty big step down for a guy that went from, big time broadcaster to VP of basketball for the Celtics. And now he's an assistant coach. The only reason why you do this is if you want to get back in the game. Yeah. And I think that's a legit possibility. I like the fact that from a Rockets perspective, the way they closed, as bad as they kind of looked when they let that second unit kind of for the Clippers kind of get back into it, they found a way to close with different options. Because I was going to say, you have to live with the fact that Jalen sometimes is going to pull that three, and he airballed it. Yep. And you're like, and of course he's saying he got fouled, but when you look at it, he didn't get fouled.
I don't think he got fouled.
Just a bad shot from a very deep distance. But the way Alpi was able to finish, the way guys were able to kind of reel it back in when they needed to, that's the kind of growth you're looking for this young team.
Yeah, I like that the offensive possession where Alpi had that thunderous dunk, and then he came back on the other side and blocked the shot. I can't remember who the layup was, the attacker for the Clippers, but he came back and blocked it and let out a loud roar, a loud Turkish roar. One more on Jalen Green, his three-point shooting percentage. Because we said his field goal percentage, we would like that in the 40s. Right now it's at 39%. It's actually 385. I'm rounding up. His three-point percentage, 35%.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
For Jalen Green. So field goal percentage is not where I want it. I want that in the 40s. Preferably, I like it at like 42%, quite honestly. Give me that to like 42. I'm okay with a 35% three-point percentage with Jalen.
I can live with the 35% as well. I think that when you're starting to throw the numbers like over 40%, that's when Jalen has to have the realization that everybody in this league wants to look like and show off that they're a shooter, that they can shoot. But his ability to get to the basket and finish in a variety of ways because of his hang time and athleticism, I don't think he realizes how quickly his percentage could go way up, because most of the time he gets fouled, that doesn't count against it. If you get the and one, it gets a plus to improve your shooting percentage, and you can boost it in a short period of time.
Yeah, and he is shooting the free throws at the highest clip that he's ever shot it in his life at 86%. So that's like, hey, he's putting in the work there. I do appreciate that. I do admire that he's giving you effort defensively. He's kind of turned into a pretty good defensive player. He had 7 rebounds yesterday, so he's doing other things than scoring. He dished out 5 assists, so he's doing other things than scoring. So those are the things I'd like to see. But I want the field goal percentage around 42%,
sure,
3-point percentage around 35, and we're going to look at that because that's the thing that's going to hold Jalen Green back. Like if Jalen Green surpasses those shooting numbers, I think he can be a 25-point per game scorer.
I think the other stat you got to watch, and it was bad 2 games ago against the Wizards, but it was better last night, which is his turnovers. Because a lot of times he gets a little careless with the ball, and I think they all do. I think that when they get out on the break, they're constantly overpassing or trying to do too much on the break. And there again, if he just realizes, hey, instead of trying to make that, super tight pass or, trying to do something that's going to make SportsCenter, just go to the basket and finish, because he's hard to stop.
Yeah, he is hard to stop, but he's not finishing at the rim.
No, and he's also turning the ball over, which was like 6, I think, in the Washington game.
He was a little better yesterday.
Last night he had 3.
Yeah, I can live with 3.
Oh, for sure.
I can live with 3. You go above 3, I start to have a little bit of struggles with that. I don't love that a whole lot.
The volume of how many times he has the ball in his hands, yeah, I'll live with 3, but 6 is a little too much.
I like this team though, man. Like they're a fun team. They don't have a weak spot on the team. Like even the backup bigs, like whether it's Jock Landale's night or whether it's Steven Adams' night. I like what both of them are giving you right now. Reed Shepherd still kind of very rookie, very green, but at least he's the threat of a shot.
That's where I would say their weakness is still.
I would agree.
Until he develops, you still need shooting because Fred's been awful, and Dylan
Jabari's
Brooks, you got
been awful.
Yeah, Jabari has been the worst. Dare I say the worst player on this team right now?
Do you know that? Min Thompson's 3-point shooting is better than Jabari's this year? That's unheard of.
No, it's ridiculous, and that kind of lends itself to what I said. Jabari has been the worst player on this team so far, because other guys contribute in a variety of different ways, and Jabari seems like it's about Jabari, and when it's not about Jabari, he just goes into a trance where he can't shoot and he can't do anything to help the team, and that's got to change because they're going to need him as the season rolls on because of his versatility.
3, 4, 5, 1. I feel like sometimes we forget that Jalen's 22. I feel like he's been in the league forever. Yeah, he's still super young. I mean, it's his 4th year. He kind of has been in the league forever, but that's what I like though, is that you can kind of eliminate the 2 Steven Silas years because those are kind of lost years as a player in his development. But Ime Udoka, first year, Jalen Green last year, kind of breaking in a wild horse. This year, you see improvements in his game. That's why I've been patient with Jalen Green, because you have seen that improvement. Ime Udoka says good things about him, so I'm willing to be a little slow with my takes on Jalen Green.
Yeah,
I'm willing to allow him to develop.
Now that he is where he's going to be, you know what you're going to do with him for the next couple of years. Now you'll live with it a little bit more, and you hope that you continue to see these growth spurts when he matures and starts making better decisions or shoots the ball better, does all those things. But in the meantime, he's still leading you in scoring, and he's creating opportunities for himself and the team.
And he's not a liability on the defensive side of the ball. So I appreciate that.
No, he's getting better.
Yeah, all right, let's talk some Cowboy Texan Monday Night Football. Syed Youssef, I'm guessing. He is the beat writer for The Athletic for the Cowboys. We'll discuss all things Cowboys Texans when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can find us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, also on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line. Syed Youssef, Cowboy beat writer for The Athletic, host of One Star Cowboys podcast, joining us now. Syed, thank you for taking a few minutes hanging out with the Killer Bees. What's going on with this the Dak Prescott situation? How come they haven't put him on the IR yet? And what does the position look like the rest of the year? Why go with Cooper Rush and not with Lap Dance Lance?
Yeah, there's a lot going on, but I think with Dak Prescott, it's just an inevitability. I don't think that they're in a situation where they really need to create that roster spot right now. They're not in any rush, but inevitably he will end up on IR. But in terms of going with Cooper Rush, right now they believe that they, at least internally, I know we all have different views on the team right now from the outside, but internally they still believe they have a chance. And so Cooper Rush, they believe, gives them the best chance to win. He went 4-1 with the team a couple years ago, a very different Cowboys team. That was a much better team than they are this year. Obviously, they were 3-5 even with Dak this year. So they just believe that Cooper gives them the best chance to win. And there's not really any upside, I guess, playing Trey Lance at this point because Dak Prescott did sign that contract extension right before the season started. So even if Trey Lance balls out and shows you a lot, he's an unrestricted free agent, and he's probably going to leave anyway. So I think that's why they're sticking with Cooper Rush.
Sad, how you get to the bottom of what's going on right now? Micah Parsons, Mike McCarthy. It seems like Mike McCarthy's dead man walking. Micah Parsons is the one guy of the big three that was, wanting to get that extension done that hasn't gotten one done yet. Does this affect him in any way? And is it basically that Mike McCarthy is what we all seem to think he is, which is a goner at the end of the year?
Yeah. So on two of those different things. Number one, Micah Parsons, he actually did not want to get a contract done last year. He was very clear about that. He's in line to get paid, but he made it very clear to us last year, going back to OTAs and minicamp, that he really wanted to play out this year because he felt with the trajectory that he was on, and if he hadn't gotten hurt, who knows how it goes. But he felt that he could really raise his stock, and he wanted to play out another year and boost his value as much as possible. So I only say that to say that there's not really any animosity between Micah and the front office. They were kind of on the same page of waiting to get that extension done. But on the tone of Mike McCarthy, you're absolutely right. Like, I think, he's done at the end of the year. It would take a miracle. And for anybody thinking that, he was dealt a bad hand this year with the injury to Dak and all that stuff, it's important to remember that they were 3-5 with Dak Prescott at quarterback. And also, there were 3 straight 12-win seasons, but that Packers debacle has come up unprompted from Jerry's mouth multiple times throughout this year. And I don't think anybody's forgetting that real quick.
We were kicking around yesterday. I think that Jerry Jones likes to hire, and you would know this better than me, likes to hire 2 different types of coaches. And it kind of depends in the mood that he's in, whether it's a splashy name, like he's done that with Parcells in the past, and then somebody he can control, like a Dave Campo, maybe McCarthy. Right now, Jason Garrett comes to mind. Who do you think would be on his short list if he did make a coaching change this offseason?
Yeah, it's really interesting because you're right. I mean, even the Parcells hired, that was mostly because he wanted to get a new stadium built, and so he needed a quick turnaround on that. But a lot of people obviously mentioned the name of Bill Belichick. I don't think it's completely out of the question because Jerry has expressed so much mutual respect going back. I mean, shoot, I can even remember going all the way back to 2018-19 of him talking about Bill and him having this conversation of if there's ever a hire, if there's ever an opening. So I don't think that's completely out of the realm. Mike Vrabel is another guy. I just have a hard time seeing Jerry Jones going after the hot shot offensive coordinator, first time head coach. It just doesn't seem to be his type of thing. It seems like he's more the type of guy who would want to hire someone who's been there, done that, kind of the way that he did with McCarthy. So to that extent, I would really think that it's someone that's on the couch right now, whether that's Belichick or Vrabel or someone like that.
So how do we go forward looking at this Cowboys roster and try to figure out Jerry saying he's in go for it mode and then he doesn't go for it, and then knowing that the best running back on the market, Derrick Henry, who lives in Dallas in the offseason, said that was basically his first choice, and then Jerry had to go. And of course, from a Jerry perspective, even the whole radio debacle, are the fans clamoring for a new general manager as well? And how does this team possibly go forward with Jerry pulling the strings and the team playing so much less than what was expected?
I've been in Dallas for the last 27 years, and I can tell you for just about 2/3 of that time, fans have been clamoring for a new GM. That's something that's it's the oldest talk radio segment that we have here in Dallas, which is, Jerry the owner needs to fire Jerry the GM, and that's just always been the case. I don't think that's a recent development, but I do think that it has definitely picked up steam with a lot of the recent comments and a lot of his, like you said, the radio stuff, all of that stuff has kind of piled on and added up. But, that's never going to happen. Like anything that the Cowboys do, it has to be under the premise of Jerry is going to be the GM and he is going to be over the football operations, and whatever improvements happen are going to happen under those circumstances.
Being joined on the HRNP guest line by Sad Yusuf, covers the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic, also host of One Star Cowboys podcast. I love the drama, Sad. I'm a bit messy, you might say. So I love the whole Jerry Jones, I want to fire these radio hosts, all of that. I'm sure it was ratings gold. I wish Cal McNair threatened to fire me. His handlebar mustache would be a great time. What is the aftermath of that, though? What has been the falling out of all of that?
Well, I think Jerry definitely loses a lot of, favor, you could call it, in the court of public opinion. But you have to remember who you're talking about here. This is Jerry Jones. Like, this is someone who, as long as you're talking about him, as long as he's on, ESPN Get Up, and as long as he's being talked about on First Take and all those other things, like it's a win for Jerry. It doesn't matter if it's negative press. Jerry is the type of person who literally, he told us, I think I was the one that asked the question this year in training camp, and he mentioned that, he will go out of his way to quote unquote stir it up whenever he feels like things are getting a little flat. So you have to remember that, Jerry might look bad and Jerry's getting bashed by everyone in the court of public opinion, but this is a team that's so boring that you always, with Jerry, you always have to think about, okay, what is the marketing part of this? And that extends to the football thing too. You asked earlier about Cooper Rush, right? And I think right now they're going with Cooper Rush. I think if the Cowboys start to get flexed out of some of these primetime games they're in and things, you could see them go to Trey Lance. And it's not because Trey Lance will give them a better chance to win. It's because Jerry needs to jolt something and change something up so that people can start talking about the Cowboys again. So a lot of that is just the bedrock of all this. So when you ask about the fallout, Jerry loses a little bit of favor in the court of public opinion, but, I've done interviews with other people in the past, and they're like, oh, it sucks that you're covering this, losing team. And I'm like, the reality is, I got up to the press box after last game, and they got their butts kicked by the Philadelphia Eagles, and anything related to the game was number 10 on my list to write about, because Jerry's going off about the Sun and Micah's talking about Mike McCarthy, and there's just always something going on. So that's the thing. The Cowboys thing is they don't want to be boring, and that starts with Jerry.
I'm telling you, from the radio perspective, you need a curtain sponsor and you need a divorce lawyer because, just like you said, I mean, between the sunshine coming through the windows and the messy divorce coming between McCarthy and the Cowboys, you got plenty to talk about. But as it relates to the game itself, this looked like at the start of the year, this was going to be a big game. Of course, in the state of Texas, it's a big game whenever these two teams square off. But at the start of the season, these two teams had very high aspirations for the playoffs and so much more. Now we're at a point where it has a lot less luster than it did at the start of the year. Texas trying to get right. It seems like from what you're talking about, the Cowboys still seem to think there's a chance they could get right too. How do you see this game coming out or turning out now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the line is 8 or something, and I would be right around that point. I think Houston is by easily the better team than the Dallas Cowboys. There's no question. But I have watched enough Texans games to see that they do end up sometimes playing with their food, and you guys would know a lot more, obviously, on the Houston side of this. But I do think that Micah Parsons could have a big game because the offensive line is struggling there with what they have going on. And, I was talking to a few people in Houston recently and, with Mike McCarthy's tenure coming to an end, most likely after this year, I remember last year during the cycle, Bobby Slowick was getting a lot of love in the rumor mill and things like that. And it seems right now he's just trying to get his job, in line in Houston with what's going on. So, going back, there's been a lot of interesting games between the Cowboys and the Texans, going all the way back to the Texans winning their inaugural game to, whatever else, the game down in Houston that was an overtime win when Deshaun Watson was quarterback. I think that was one of their last games, one of the last two. So I do think that, the Houston Texans will win the game. I just think I don't know that it'll be as big of a blowout. I would say, I picked the Houston Texans to win by 10 points, which is kind of what I'm seeing right now.
Do you want Bobby Slowick? You can have him. You can take him to you can leave him there.
Yeah, that's about what I've heard from a lot of people down in Houston as well. That he's lost a lot of momentum, and he'll be lucky enough to keep his job in Houston, after this year, let alone get a head coaching job elsewhere. But I was a big Bobby Slowick fan with the way that he changed things around in last year, and C.J. Stroud as a rookie. But I do know they've been struggling. I know they've had injuries, and I know Nico Collins might be coming back, and hopefully for their sake that changes things. But it's definitely been tough. But I'll tell you one thing that's come up a lot in the Cowboys locker room the last 2-3 days. There is a lot of respect for DeMeco Ryans and that defense that the Texans have going on there. So I think that has become the focal point for the Cowboys.
Sad, we appreciate the time. Maybe someday Houston will get a beat writer from The Athletic for their Houston football team. We appreciate it, though.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Sad Yusuf joining us, Cowboy beat writer for The Athletic and host of One Star Cowboys podcast. 713-780-ESPN. He mentioned Nico Collins, mentioned the possibility of him being back. I think we can all read the writing on the wall. I think he was probably available this last Sunday if they absolutely needed him, if it was a playoff game. DeMeco mentioned, which is very unlike DeMeco. He mentioned early in the week, we think Nico is going to practice this week. He was at practice today. Nico Collins will be playing next Monday night against the Arlington Cowboys. But what's the likelihood that Nico will actually save this Houston Texans offense? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. HRP can save you a lot of trouble if you're a business owner. They might even save your business, quite frankly. Mike Holla, U of H class of 1990, Go Cougs, Chris Fisher, all the fine people at HRP. They have the best people at HRP. It's what makes them so successful. They've been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. It's because they have good people there. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. They're going to work with you, HRP is, to customize a plan for whatever you need, whether it's one thing, 6 things, 100 things, they're going to have your back. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. They're going to sit down, they're going to talk with you, and they're going to customize where you need help. Their customer service, we referenced it a little bit ago, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I email them a couple times a year, and it's like we're best friends. I can speak to the customer service. I just mentioned that anytime I have a question, I email them, fire one off, quick response, very easy to understand. Very thankful we use HRP here at Gal Media. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call right now. They'd be happy to help you. 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I might be a little distracted come 4 o'clock, so just a little heads up there. 713-780-ESPN. Nico Collins expected to be back.
Bathroom break?
No. There's a high-profile recruit that is making his announcement. At 4 o'clock today.
Go Cougs.
You're assuming that's who I wanted to.
Cougs.
Yeah, of course. That's right. Corey said, yeah, so if that happens at 4. Corey is a Cowboys fan. I don't know if anybody who wants McCarthy back. Heck, most don't want him to begin with. That's a good point. Most did not want him to begin with.
I warned him.
Nico Collins, we all expect him to play Monday. He was at practice today. There was reports from Aaron Wilson, which, there was reports from Aaron Wilson that he could have played Sunday, but the team wanted to be cautious. The whole Dusty Baker theory, give them one more game after they tell you that they're ready to be back, which I'm actually okay with. The Texans are going to be a playoff team, so I was all right with it. But we expect him to play. The question now becomes, what's the likelihood that Nico will actually save this offense? 713-780-ESPN. What do you think, Blinkers?
Yeah, we touched on a little bit of this yesterday in the fact that he's going to have an impact. There's no doubt. And I think the offense will be more productive when you add a guy that was leading the NFL in receiving before he got hurt. Naturally, you're going to have an upward trend. But overall, I just feel like he can only do so much because of the fact that the offensive line has been so bad. So I think that there will be an uptick because of the fact that now these two guys, when it relates to him and Tank, are going to go back to where they were last year when they both really were excelling. And they know exactly the roles they're going to play. And I think that the distribution will be better for Tank, as well as the fact that I don't expect Nico to miss a beat. He'll be back to where he was. The bigger question to me is, can they block long enough for him to do the things that he was doing even at the start of the year, getting deep, getting behind the defense, doing the kind of things with the longer patterns where it takes time for that play to develop. And you've got to be able to have an offensive line that can hold their blocks and keep CJ upright. That's what concerns me the most about limiting how far this offense can go with Nico.
Yeah, see, obviously it helps. Like, there's no way that Nico Collins coming back does not help. Good players make his surrounding cast better. Now, usually you hear that from quarterbacks and things like that. But is it a surprise that Sam Darnold's having his best season whenever he has Justin Jefferson to throw the football to? Probably not. And how can a wide receiver make the life of an offensive line easier? Well, now the defense have to defend Nico Collins. Maybe you're spending more attention there. Maybe you're a little less likely to send extra guys on the blitz. Probably not, but maybe a few times a game. But how about the short game? How about the quick game? How about those elements of the passing game that you have to be a little bit more mindful that you have Nico Collins and Tank Dell out there as opposed to Tank Dell and a revolving door of Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, who played well, and Robert Woods. So whenever you add that type of talent, that type of skill to your wide receivers, I do think that it makes life slightly easier for the offensive line. Yes, the offensive line is going to be the ultimate. Do the Texans hit their upside offensively like we thought that they would? I think there's a decent chance that Nico can save this offense. And when I say save this offense, I'm not saying that they're going to be the best offense going forward the rest of the year. But can they be a top 10 offense, currently 15th? I think it's in play. I think it's plausible. One thing that I also find interesting, like you look at the games that Nico Collins has missed this year, and the scoring's not bad. He missed the game against the Patriots. They scored 41 points. Okay, well, the Texans offense can score 41. Now, it was the Patriots, so you do have to factor that in. He missed the Green Bay game. They scored 22 points. He missed the Indy game. They scored 23. Missed the Jets game 13. Missed the Lions game 23. If you look at just the scoring production, the only one where you're like, oh, Nico could have really helped is the Jets. Like, if you're scoring over 20 points, it's you're fine. You're doing pretty good without your top wide receiver. The thing that I find interesting, though, and I haven't heard many people actually bring this up, your best receiver is Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. Your best running back by far is Joe Mixon. Your best two skill players are Joe Mixon and Nico Collins. Stephon Diggs was big for you. I wouldn't put Stephon Diggs higher on that chart than Nico Collins or Joe Mixon. Do you realize Nico Collins and Joe Mixon have only played one game together, full game this year? They've only played one full game this season, and that was the opener against the Colts. Joe Mixon got hurt in game number 2. By the time Joe Mixon came back was against the New England Patriots. That was the first game that Nico Collins missed. So and yes, they played in week 2 together, but Joe Mixon got hurt early in that game and only carried the ball 9 times. Joe Mixon and Nico Collins, your top 2 skill players, have only played 1 full game together all year long.
I brought this up over a week ago, I think, but it was more in correlation to the fact that the offense from the receiving and the passing game and the running game have never clicked. I didn't realize, and I forgot about the fact that, yes, obviously in the opener, they played together. I didn't even think they played together at all this season, to where maybe that's part of the reason why we haven't seen the full complement work together at the same time and everything clicking. But that has to be a factor, because I think, to your question, the bigger thing too is the fact that you have Joe Mixon. He's not going away. If Nico's involved now, and you have to respect Nico more, and there's a little bit more attention from a defensive perspective, whether Joe's in the passing game or the running game, again, it's still correlated to the offensive line. But as long as there's a way to get him some kind of a hole or get him to the edge with at least one extra block if needed, there's a good chance between those two guys, your offense is going to be taken up to another level. You're right. Top 10 is easily within reach if those two guys are with you for the rest of the way, because you still have an above average quarterback as well. And there's still other weapons like Tank, like Dalton Schultz when he wants to play, and other guys, to where you can still see this offense really take it to another level. So I'm encouraged by that. But as much as it's the skill positions that we're talking about, the main thing to me still comes back to, it's all connected to the fact that if you're not connected with your offensive line, if they're disjointed, and we still continue to see from game to game, they either can't pass block or they can't run block, then I'm just not sure how effective they can truly be.
No, there's no doubt about that. That's part of the equation. That is absolutely something that has to be talked about in terms of the Texans offense hitting where the Texans offense was supposed to be. It's just crazy to think that Mixon and Nico have only played 1 full game together.
Yeah.
And in that game, they went nuts. Joe Mixon third. And yes, they're playing the Colts defense, which isn't fantastic. But Mixon ran for 159 yards in that game. Nico Collins caught 6 passes for 117 yards. So having both of those guys on the football field at the same time, I think makes the life of the rest of the offense easier. Is it going to make the offensive line these superhumans that all of a sudden turn into a top 5 offensive line? No, but does it give them a slight edge that makes them from being a bad offensive line that's trying to figure themselves out? Does it give them that slight edge and then hopefully the confidence at some point to be a middle of the pack offensive line? I think it is in play, especially with the new configuration of the offensive line.
Don't also forget that where I think this really excels, and the stats will show that, is the fact that when CJ leaves the pocket, when he goes off script and leaves the pocket, that's when Nico and CJ are at their best. That's when, unlike some of the timing issues we've seen when CJ starts moving the pocket and starts rolling and getting outside, that there hasn't been the same kind of timing. He has that connection with Nico, and he can find Nico, and Nico seems to know and have a knack for exactly where he needs to be to kind of get into that hole that's open, to get CJ a safety valve to get rid of it. And I think that's where you'll see a lot of better play as it relates to, even if CJ has to move out of the pocket.
They do have that good chemistry, but I mean, it's just normal scramble drill stuff that they're doing.
Right, but
they're not reinventing
scramble
the
drill.
wheel. I mean, it worked. I mean, Tank's had a lot of big gains out of it. The missed touchdown opportunity was basically scramble drill. Tank Dell's touchdown drop was a scramble drill that happened 2-3 weeks ago.
But there's been a lot too where he rolls, especially to the right side, and he's looking, and the ball's either behind Mechie and Hutchinson, and to some degree even Tank, to where it's not the same kind of instant connection where you look at and go, man, I mean, they just know where each other is going to be and where they want the football, and it seems to work at a very high level.
I think it's just because Nico's better than everybody else. I don't think it's this secret recipe of Nico knows where he wants CJ knows, or Nico knows where CJ wants him. Like, they have scramble drill principles. When CJ Stroud's rolling this way, then you go that way, depending on where you're at in the field, or you go back, or you come forward for the ball. 3-8-6-4.
That also relates to the fact that those guys weren't playing those kind of positions very consistently either when Nico was healthy and Diggs was healthy.
It's usually pretty simple on scramble drill though. Like if you're like close to the line of scrimmage, you go deep. If you're deep, you come in. If you see them scrambling to the right, you get towards the sideline. They're usually pretty rudimentary.
I think when you buy time, they're changing directions. They're trying to find where they can just kind of sit down in a hole in the defense.
Well, I mean, if a guy's scrambling to the right, you're not going to run to the left.
So a lot of them, he's thrown behind the receiver, or the receiver turns one way and he thought they were going to turn the other. So I don't know how rudimentary it is.
Well, that's usually sitting down in a zone. That's not scramble drill stuff. 3-8-6-4. If he comes back healthy, he can save the team, meaning Nico. His yards after the catch makes CJ look good. Nico should help open up the run game a little more just by having another receiver threat besides Tank should. I would also like to see Mechie pick up where he left off last week. That would be awesome. And then thank you guys for here's a testimonial to the Killer Bees. Thank you guys for pointing out the positive things, because it seems like even when we win, people find all the negative things to talk about, especially John and Lance. Hall of Famers. Testimony to the Killer Bees. That's what I've always said. We're always the positive show on this station. Of all the people
my takeaway is maybe we should start
positivity.
being more negative because they got him into the Hall of Fame.
That's a good point.
Just ask Joe and Paul about how positive we are.
We are super, super positive and always have
Was
been.
that about the Rockets or was that about the Texans?
I think it was whenever, I don't know, it was in a weird time. It was during the interview, actually.
Oh.
So I don't know. It couldn't have been the Texans, I guess. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, been handing out winners, going to hand out more winners next. Do you want money? Listen to Lee. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, joined by our friend Lee Sterling at Paramount Sports. Hands out winners. No one cares about our relationship. Nobody cares about our friendship. All they care about, Lee, is you making them money. The first game out in the desert, my Cougars go to Arizona. Wildcats favored by 1. Tell me good things here, Lee.
This is the classic, and I mean the classic, two teams going in opposite directions. Arizona, 5 straight losses and a bye. Houston could not score in September, including back-to-back shutout losses. But just think that this Arizona team, they just don't show much fight here. You push them back They just don't seem to have enough offense here. I mean, even their star receiver seems like he's kind of saving himself for the draft. So after this ugly start, Houston's won 3 or 4 games here. I think they're going to win it in the trenches and run the football. I like Houston 23-20.
Yeah.
Lee, another big game with a team that's got big hopes, and that's the Brigham Young Cougars. BYU is really trying to stay relevant, want to keep winning, and they're going against the Kansas team that can be kind of pesky. It's only a 3-point game. How do you see this playing out?
When you guys saw this line, did you do a double take?
A little bit.
Yeah. I thought the line should have come like 5, 5.5, 6. I mean, Kansas is playing great of late. They had 532 total yards last week against Iowa State. But if you watch that game clearly, Iowa State from the start of the game, they lost 3 more players in that game. There was twice they weren't even lining up on the wide receiver. It didn't even have a cornerback out there. I just think that Iowa State has got so many problems here. Give Kansas credit. Jaden Daniels is playing well. 3 total touchdowns last week. Devin Neal, 116 rushing yards in that game. But BYU was playing their bitter rival, and they still found a way to win. And they did it with their offense going 1 for 12 on third down conversions. I just don't think Jake Redcliffe here, who won his first game without a TD pass, that's going to happen again. And it's tough to play BYU at night. That is a tough out at altitude. That crazy crowd. I've been there. It is loud. I like BYU. I think they stand defeated one more week, 30-24.
Well, we all know about the Big 12, the mighty Big 12, Lee. All right, switch it over to the NFL. Baltimore, Pittsburgh. I believe this is Pittsburgh's first divisional game, which is crazy. Right. Ravens 3-point favorites against the Steelers. Both teams playing pretty well. What goes on in this one?
Yeah, I don't like that. When you have a team like that, back half of their schedule's playing, like 6 of the last 8 games against divisional teams. I mean, I understand they mean more, but you got to spread it out a little bit more. Give the Steelers credit. They took care of the Commanders last week, but they only won by 1 point. Commanders have a quarterback and really not much else. And the 3 previous wins were against the Giants, Jets, and Raiders, who have a combined 7-22 record. I just feel that Lamar Jackson is almost unstoppable. Pittsburgh, going against a poor offensive line of Washington is one thing. You face Baltimore with a much better offensive line, and a quarterback has 24 touchdowns and just 2 interceptions. They put up over 450 yards of offense in 4 of the last 5 games. And this is crazy. For some reason, they just play better on the road. They won 10 of the last 13 on the road. And you got to think, they won't forget losing twice to Pittsburgh last year. I like Baltimore, 30-20.
Lee, maybe, I don't even think maybe. Game of the week coming up this weekend as Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes square off yet another time. Mahomes great against Buffalo in the playoffs, not so great in the regular season, but Kansas City Chiefs are undefeated, and the Bills are looking to try and pull the upset. How you see this one going?
So I went back. I thought it was strange that there were 3 games where we had teams that had at least had only actually had 2 losses at this point in the season, or at least won 7 games. First time ever, NFL history, this late in the year, we've seen these kind of matchups in the 3 games. One we just discussed, the Baltimore game against Pittsburgh, tonight's Washington-Philly game, and this game here. Now, the Bills have defeated the Chiefs in 4 of the last 5 regular season games, but they're going to have to do it without maybe a ton of receivers. Cam Coleman's out. Amari Cooper and Dalton Kincaid, their start tight end, may not be able to go. I don't like their defense. I don't think they're good at the point of attack. Miami had them beat, and then they fumbled late in that game. So Patrick Mahomes, how good is he as an underdog? Just 14-3-1, and he's won the last 7 straight up here. I just can't go against Kansas City. Their defense is the best in the NFL. You win big games with defense. Kansas City, straight up, 24-21, wrong team favorite.
3-point game. Harrison Butker going to be out a little bit, Lee. But something tells me the Chiefs will be all right. All right, the big one, Monday Night Football. Cooper Rush. Just kidding. But the Texans going into Arlington, taking on the Cowboys. 7-point road favorites. Can the Texans cover this number?
I think that they can. I went back and I'm like, I know they played in 2022. I looked it up. December of 2022, Dallas was a 17-point home favorite when these teams play. That a lot can change in 23 months, but I mean, are you kidding me? A total of 24 points is just astronomical. Obviously, the status of Nico Collins is very important in this game, but the Texans are allowing only 5.7 yards per attempt to passers so far. They did pick off Jared Goff 5 times. They're not going to get 5 interceptions, but I think all they need is 2 or 3. I think that this Dallas offense is just so stuck in the mud here, and I think that they've given up. They know that they're going nowhere. The defense did play hard, but things go bad by halftime. We could see Micah Parsons barking at the coaches. I mean, this is a situation that's gone from bad to worse. I think Houston rebounds here. This is the perfect opponent at the perfect time. Houston, 28-13.
Lee, you say bad to worse. We talk about good to great, and that's what you've been as we went from Locktober to November. And now we're talking about getting people on board so that they can capitalize. Tell everybody how they get connected with you and maybe give them a little insight on that free play for the weekend with the Horns.
Yep, free play is going to be Texas laying 13 points, taking on Arkansas. How about this first 5 callers to call right now, 800-400-9741. We will give them Texas and Arkansas for free. We have a real strong opinion on one side here. We're waiting for your call. And then if you want to come on board, normally when we sell these individual games on a Thursday, Friday night, they're $50. I'm going to do this. If you want to purchase either day or both, $10 each. Tonight, we call it the $10 Thursday Throwdown. $10 gets you my top play in football tonight. Or tomorrow, my $10 Friday Fire Pick. Get both of them, $20 in the UFC card. We've got a UFC pay-per-view, normally $50 to $75 on that. 3 selections in the UFC pay-per-view from Madison Square Garden. Saturday night, just $15. So you can get the next 2 nights, $10 each, and Saturday night in the UFC for $15. $35 gives you a whole weekend of fun. Hopefully we can win it for you. So if you want to hop on board, just one place. ParamountSports.com.
Love it, Lee. Enjoy your weekend. Lots of fun with football. And I am looking forward to that John Jones fight. We'll talk to you next week.
You too, guys. Take care. Be
Lee
safe.
Sterling, Paramount Sports. Great deals. Take advantage of that with Lee Sterling. All right, I don't think Juice Scruggs is ever going to be the center again for the Houston Texans as long as Jarrett Patterson is around. You think it's true? Cash him or trash him? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you see we'll get into the Texans offensive line in a moment, and Juice Scruggs' future position as a member of the Houston Texans. You're talking about Gruden off air signing with Barstool.
Yeah.
Such a good hire. Such a good pick. I love me a little John Gruden. Him with Barstool has me feeling nicey.
I think it's going to be fun to watch. And I think that in a lot of ways, and look, I don't know what the emails said, and the league wouldn't release them, but I think in a lot of ways, that was the distraction that kept you away from how bad Daniel Snyder was. And the league kind of used John Gruden to kind of be the front man to really take all that fall. But John Gruden, in a variety of ways, is extremely entertaining. With the one-on-one quarterback stuff he does before the drafts and sitting down with quarterbacks has been great. I thought his work on TV was great. And obviously his success as a coach. I think it's an incredible hire for them. And I've also heard that his name is starting to circulate again in the NFL.
I think he's pretty good at keeping his name in the cycle. I'd be a little surprised if he's ever a head coach in the NFL again.
Is that just because of
I think it's the baggage, a little older, didn't have great success with the Raiders.
I think if he wants to call plays again as part of being a coach, I think that would be a detriment. I don't think a lot of owners are going to be interested in that. Because
I mean, if you're making the commitment to hire Gruden, I think you would let Gruden call plays. I just don't think people are going to hire Gruden. I think he's done as head coach.
Yeah, like when was the last time John Gruden had a highly ranked offense?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was awful. He wasn't good with the Raiders.
20 years? Because he was in the Monday Night Football booth for almost
a decade. It would have been longer than that. If you're saying he never had a good offense with the Raiders, it'd be longer than 20 years.
Yeah.
He really didn't have an offense with the Raiders, and he had a defense with Tampa Bay.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't winning the Super Bowl with offense. I mean, Brad Johnson was his quarterback. Yeah. That was not a highly powered offense. It's probably since he was a coordinator.
They were in 2007. Tampa was number 2. No, wait, that's defense. Let's see. The last time that he had a top 10, well, he had a top 10 offense. 2020 Raiders. They were 8th in yards, 10th in points. But it's not like it's top 10, but it's not top 5. Last time he had a top 5 in either one of those categories was 2001 with Oakland.
Yeah.
He was consulting with the Saints. I don't know if he still is.
Well, I don't think he is anymore.
But the Saints had hired him for quite a while to be a consultant.
Yeah, I think if he were to get a job, that might be the only chance or with the Saints. The Texans, they showed everybody their offensive line today, which it seems like the Houston Texans, when they show the media the offensive line, that's going to be the offensive line. Last week, they didn't show the offensive line, and what happened? They made a switch. So it looks like they're going to roll with Juice Scruggs again at left guard. They're going to have Jared Patterson at center again. And I think that's going to be, as long as those guys are teammates, I don't think it's ever going to change. Here was D'Amico Ryans the other day with Rock and Roll and with John Harris. Yes! Talking about the offensive line changes to the Texans.
First and foremost, who can be dependable and who's going to be a great communicator. On the offensive line, there's a lot of communication that goes on when it's IDing guys of which linebacker are we going to in the run game or which D tackle or DN are we sliding to. So there are a lot of communications. Having that past experience with Patterson, it felt like he would be better, and he would help us with our communication up front.
There it is. I felt like with Patterson, it would be better. So if Jared Patterson is a better communicator than Juice Scruggs, which of the two is the lesser communicator? I was a math major for a semester. I can figure this out. Juice Scruggs is the lesser communicator between the two, and as long as Jared Patterson and Juice Scruggs are teammates, whether it's now or going into the future, Jared Patterson is the future of the center position for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, it's amazing to me when you think about a guy that was drafted in the 6th round, but he grasped everything so quickly that he had success as the center last year, and now it seems like for the foreseeable future, he'll be your center again. And Juice Scruggs, not so much, and he was drafted, in the 2nd round to be your center. So it's crazy that we've gotten to this point, but this is not the first time that D'Amico has said, and since the Lions game when he said, I thought our communication was better, and in picking things up earlier when they were getting to the line of scrimmage. Credit to Patterson. That means it's his job to lose now, and it looks like that, he's a guy that they have confidence in. That's great. Now you got to worry about, can Juice Scruggs hold his own at left guard and make sure that he can fill the void that's left by now 2 guys that are going to be not playing left guard for the Texans.
Let's say one of those guys is a starter next year, Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson. I'm talking next season.
Okay.
Which of the two is more likely to be a starter next season?
Jared Patterson at center.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think
they'll
even
go
with
out.
the draft capital invested in Juice, I mean, it's a second round pick.
Yeah, look, they've already understood the fact that it's better to kind of understand and cut your losses when you look at what's happened with Green.
Sure, they brought back they let Kenyon Green run for a
But
while.
they learned,
But
they find like that's what I'm saying. They learned from this. The fact that it's taken way too long to find out he just can't play. And now that they need to make sure that they keep CJ upright, and it's so important for the continuity of the entire offense that they can go get another left guard, and Juice could still be a viable backup at two different positions. But I just think that they'll learn from that, and they'll be better for it by getting someone that can actually play to start the season next year.
Yeah, my answer is Patterson. Is yours different? You're going with Juice?
I think Patterson's. I just wouldn't completely dismiss the idea that it's Juice, but I would lean Patterson as well because clearly, and you heard it in the clip there with D'Amico, that the guy he trusts right now is Jarrett Patterson. It's not Juice. And I can't ever see him going back to center under D'Amico. I think that ship is sailed unless they decide to let Stroud call his own protections instead of what's been done before in this offensive system that the center calls it. But yeah, I do lean that it's Jarrett Patterson that's got the job next year.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. And I don't think that Juice is a lock to be the future left guard either. Mm-hmm. Like, it stinks because that's a wasted draft pick on Kenyon Green. Like, I don't see a scenario or a path where he's a starter at left guard ever again for the Texans. Juice Scruggs will finish out this year, obviously, as the left guard for the Texans unless there's injury. Or if he just plays poorly, like they picked up that dude from the Patriots that like they think that he could potentially play guard. And I was listening to Caserio with the boys, the Texans radio team yesterday, and he was talking about he's got guys in the bullpen ready to go.
I heard that. Yeah.
So it's like, oh, okay. If you have guys in the bullpen ready to go, you don't get a guy hot not to come in the game, especially if it's Ryan Presley. So that's something like if he's poor, then maybe you have the left guard Juice Scruggs is benched. But it does show how bad Nick Caserio is at drafting offensive linemen, with the one exception being Jared Patterson. Wasting a first rounder on Kenyon Green, wasting a second rounder. I don't want to call Juice a waste yet because I think that he can be a starter in this league, and obviously he's a starter in this league right now, but it's not at center. And he's not as good a left guard as he is a center, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's interesting because of the fact that kind of where Nick has excelled is third round and lower, and then he got the first round picks, especially when he got the trade and got Will and got CJ. But overall, when you look at it, his offensive line analysis hasn't been spot on. It's not been good. Hopefully that they can find a way to kind of dodge a bullet here and there and pick up, a different guard and be a better offensive unit next season because of it. And just have to accept the fact that that's not one of his strong points because he swung and missed on a first and a second round pick on the O-line. And those things, if they continue to happen, are going to hurt you for the long term. You can get away with this one because I agree with you. I mean, Kenyon Green, I don't think is going to see a starting role with this team ever again. If Juice Scruggs doesn't, but your offense is better, isn't that something that you'd have to live with?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, you just have to deal with the fact that you missed on a second round pick. But, you might have to spend a little more money in free agency or however you choose to get another guard, but go get them and then just make sure your offense is better and you'll be fine.
That'd be sunk cost fallacy where you continue to do the same thing because of the cost that something costs and you continue to go with that despite you being better off with not doing it.
That's why I said I think they learned their lesson with Kenyon Green, and if Juice doesn't pan out, then, hey, Juice is still a fairly decent priced backup for two different positions with versatility, but make the offensive line better.
To Brian's point, they didn't do it with Kenyon Green. Like
no.
they didn't do it.
I'm saying they will learn from the Kenyon Green mistake.
So. Yeah, you would think that they would. What was the sunk cost fallacy that we were talking about forever? I feel like that was a big thing like 8 months ago.
With the Texans?
Was it with the Texans? I don't remember what it was. I just remember we were talking sunk cost fallacy. Like
Jalen Green?
No.
Where you drafted him that high and then
no.
Ward or Robert Woods?
It might have been Kenyon Green. Maybe it was Kenyon Green last year. I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Well, it was a topic last year, remember? Because that was the if not when. It was the when, not if.
Yeah.
With Kenyon Green.
I wonder what the plan is with Kenyon Green, though. Like, he's still going to be under contract
He's
for
got one more year. They're not going to pick up his fifth-year option.
No, and they would have to do that this offseason before you go into the fourth year. I wonder if he's even on the team next year. Like, I wonder if they just flat out cut him.
Maybe he's an offseason trade. Because remember,
he just has no value.
No, but at the same time, you let him get a clean start. You get him off the roster now that there's not even an attention or any possibility of people looking at it.
What are you getting for Kenyon Green?
Fifth?
No chance.
No, there's no chance.
I think you're getting a seventh at best.
Seventh at best.
Maybe a late round pick swap where you get a sixth and you give them Kenyon and a seventh.
Well, wasn't Jeremy Fowler talking about before the deadline that there were teams that were interested in Kenyon Green?
Yeah, but it was for a late round pick. It was for like a sixth.
I would just move on from him then, and just now it's not even a distraction or an issue to talk about.
No, really? I think you're right that they could trade him, but it's not going to be for a fifth. it'd be for a 6th pick swap or a 7th. Like, I think that is in play, though.
Yeah, I mean, his only value to me next year would be if they're willing to maybe this is only goal line situations, but if you're looking in goal line situations to put an extra offensive lineman in for blocking, because he actually has been a pretty good run blocker, and that's something I think they've missed. 1 game sample size, although last year bigger sample size, but that is something they've missed going from Kenyon to Juice. Is Kenyon's a better run blocker
his whole career? It's what he's been known as.
Usually, you do that with tackles, though.
I know, I agree. It'd be, but didn't he play some tackle in A&M?
He did.
Yeah, so I think that would be. I mean, they only have 1 year left because they're not picking up his 5th year option. But if they did keep him, I think there is some value there in heavy sets as an extra blocker instead of a tight end.
Can you keep him as a swing guard for 1 more year?
Ugh.
Can you keep him and Juice as backup offensive lineman? I don't think you can.
That behooves you to ask the question in the offseason is another, part 2 of the reclamation project of can somehow somebody teach him something to where he gets pass blocking a little bit, gets a better understanding of it? Because I don't think he's going to be a better pass blocker no matter what you do and who he works with.
Going to year 4, I think the ship has sailed.
So to Brian's point, in a predominantly run offense, he can block for you, but or if you need it on a certain down, fine. But he's just a backup at best for this team next season.
I'm okay if Jared Patterson's the center next year. I want 2 new guards. I want 2 new guards.
I'm good
I don't
with
trust Juice in run blocking.
And I'm okay with Juice being the backup interior offensive lineman. Like, if he's your swing guard and your backup center, I'm okay with that. Now, it's not great because you draft him in the 2nd round and he's entering his 3rd year, but I'm okay if he's on the roster as your swing guard, backup center. Jared Patterson's your starting center. Give me a new left guard. Give me a new right guard.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Are you looking for depth at left guard, or are you looking for Shaq's replacement?
No, I'm looking for 2 starting guards.
Yeah, because it goes back to what you and I were talking about a week or so ago, and that is that I could see three new offensive linemen on this offensive line next season. 2 for sure. And because you just, it's too valuable to not get it right after trying to shuffle the deck again for the 2nd straight season in the middle of the year.
Should you have spent $20 million on Stephon Diggs instead of a left guard? 713-780-3776. Hindsight 2020.
Quickly before we go, though, I hope when we do get to this point in the offseason where we're talking about the Texans getting their next left guard, their next right guard, take the lesson from what we've seen so far with Nick Caserio. He doesn't draft guards well, but you got a good year and a half out of Shaq. I think the answer needs to be through free agency or trade, not him addressing it in the draft.
I would push back at the half thing with Shaq Mason. I think you got a good year.
Fine,
but that's semantics. I'm with you on that, though. I'm with you. Like,
I think he's a better evaluator of guys who've already done it in the NFL versus projecting forward.
And to Jeremy's big tease, could the Stephon Diggs 2nd round pick you gave up be the offensive guard that you let get away?
Well, Brian doesn't want it to be because he wants you to sign him, not draft him, which I think is a fair point. But also, it also speaks to the other strengths that Nick Caserio has in the draft. Because I think that Nick Caserio's hit on a lot of draft picks except for offensive linemen. So if your philosophy is let's stop drafting offensive linemen, let's just sign these veterans that we know are going to be productive because you have tons of NFL tape on them, that opens you up to be what you're good at with other things. So I think it's actually
drafting linebackers, he's been good.
Nico.
Drafting defensive backs, he's been great.
Nico,
Nico and Tank.
Receivers,
he got the
Mechie,
defensive backs
we'll
this
see
year.
Mechie, but he's been great at drafting linebackers,
Lassiter,
receivers,
Toto.
backs.
Christian Harris was looking really good till he got hurt.
Yeah, so
just not offensive lineman.
So the eliminating the offensive lineman thing is good on 2 fronts. It's good on the sense that he's bad at drafting offensive linemen, just go sign them. But then if you're not wasted picks on offensive linemen, then you could draft positions that you're good at assessing.
But own your mistakes and move on from them.
Yeah, I feel like he's capable of doing it. I don't feel like he's stubborn. I feel like he's a little bit smartest guy in the room and kind of talks down to people, but I don't feel like he's stubborn. I don't really get that sense from him. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Adam Aronis, Fantasy Life on Sirius XM, runs the Dub Club. He's going to get you ready to go for your fantasy football weekend. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.
All right, guys, but before we go to the break, it was another good night of playing NBA Pick'em games on Underdog Fantasy for your boy. Made some money thanks to their flex options, which allow you to still make money even with 1 or even 2 incorrect picks. That's right. You can miss 2 and still cash out because Underdog Fantasy has your back. Last night, I played a Pick'em entry with 5 players to get a double-double, and all but Wemby came through, although he still went off. So I doubled my entry. Join me and make money with Underdog Fantasy playing their Pick'em games where all you have to do is choose higher or lower on players' stats like points, rebounds, or assists in the NBA. It really is that simple to make money with Underdog Fantasy. So what are you watching tonight? A big NFL game, obviously, between Washington and Philly. That's what I'll be watching, and I'll be adding to that fun with a 5-player Thursday Night Football pick'em entry. How do you see this game going? I mean, that's going to dictate where you go with your pick'em entries. I think this is a bad night for the Washington passing game against the tough Eagles defense. So give me lower than 249.5 yards passing for Jaden Daniels and lower than 79.5 receiving yards for Terry McLaurin. And don't forget, while you're on Underdog Fantasy, that playing streaks with Underdog Fantasy is also a great way to have fun and make some money. Where if you get up to 11 picks right in a row, you'll win up to 1,000 times your money. My current streak is up to 5 correct picks after I hit on higher than 19.5 points for LeBron last night. And I'm jumping back in tonight with Thursday Night Football with Jalen Hurts to score at least one non-passing touchdown. He's got 6 in his last 3 games, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. And with Streaks and Pick'em, you can cash out a winning entry early by just tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Fantasy? So, right now, go download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line. It is a Thursday. That means it is time for Adam Ronis to get you straightened out and how you're going to win your fantasy football matchups this week. At Adam Ronis on Twitter. He is, of course, the host of Fantasy Life on SiriusXM. And you got to get in on his Dub Club where he continues to kill it. I like to ask you a local question out of the gates, Adam. Houston doesn't play until Monday night. Getting Nico back. What do you make of the Texans offense with Nico Collins and his return? Who's safe to play in that Texans offense?
It is massive for the Texans offense. Nico Collins has been missed in a big way, and
more importantly, they get to face the Dallas Cowboys, who are just a embarrassment right now. I'm a Cowboys fan, so I haven't felt like this in a long time. Now I know what Giants fans feel like for the last 10 years. It is not fun. I like making fun of them, but it's been rough. But yeah, it's a good spot here for the Texans. You know, it's a get-right situation. You could easily hand it off to Mixon 20, 25 times in this game, and he'll produce. But I do think you want to get C.J. Stroud right. He was very good in the first half last week against Detroit, then fell off. So this is a game to kind of get the passing game going, get some confidence for C.J. Stroud. And, you know, Collins has just been so good this year. He had at least 86 receiving yards in his 4 full games. And then even the game he got injured, which is, I think it was actually in the first quarter, he was 2 for 78 and a touchdown before leaving that game. So it's been a massive difference. So this is huge for those that have Nico Collins on your fantasy team, because if he picks up where he left off, I mean, this is a guy that's going to help people to a lot of championships.
Adam, let's stay with your favorite team and their best player in C.D. Lamb, and the fact that he's one of 2 players I've got my eyes on to see what you have to say about their availability and productivity, and that would be C.D. Lamb against the Texans with that shoulder injury that he sustained and how he gets through the quarterback situation, and then Tyreek Hill, who gets hurt from OBJ in a touchdown celebration and is questionable this week.
Yeah, so with C.D. Lamb, he is off the injury report, so we don't have to worry about the shoulder. What we do need to worry about is the quarterback, because Cooper Rush was awful last week. Somehow, C.D. Lamb turned 10 targets into 6 catches for 21 yards, and that's actually an accomplishment considering the situation there. At least he gave you 8.1 points in a full-point PPR, but the longest reception he had was 6. So you clearly have to lower expectations for C.D. Lamb. You know, he's now more of a wide receiver 3 at this point. And I would look, if someone is going to bite on the name, I would do it. Like, for example, if someone said, hey, I'll give you George Pickens for C.D. Lamb, I'd say, here you go. So you definitely have to lower expectations for him. Tyreek Hill, this whole thing is perplexing because I just don't understand how he's not getting the football more. They keep saying that the wrist injury is not an issue, and it doesn't look like it is. He caught the ball fine when it was thrown his way this past week. But how do you get 4 targets? I just don't understand. 5 targets the week before, even when Tua was out. Like, I thought McDaniel was supposed to be a genius. How are they not designing short throws to Tyreek Hill on slants to get him in motion, catching the football and using his speed, end around, doing something? It just doesn't make any sense here. So that was definitely a disappointing game on Monday against the Rams, but they get a good matchup this week against Vegas. So I think if you have Tyreek Hill, you're putting them out there. I mean, again, how many better, unless you're in a real shallow league, how many teams have a better option than Tyreek Hill right now? Even if you move him down the depth chart, he still has the ability to break a play at any time. So you just lower expectations. But I just don't see how you're benching Tyreek Hill unless you're absolutely loaded at wide receiver.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. And speaking of lowered expectations, I'm kind of lowering my expectations for the Commanders side in tonight's big Thursday night football matchup, especially for the receiving game with Terry McLaurin, because the Eagles' defense has just been elite this year. I mean, I believe they're top 5 against every position in fantasy football and been really good against the pass after they invested heavily through the draft this last offseason. Where are you at with the Commanders' skill players tonight against this Eagles defense?
Yeah, look, if you have Terry McLaurin, I think you're putting him out there. He has the ability to put up numbers anytime. Yes, the Eagles secondary has been really good, a couple of rookies back there, but, last week it wasn't impressive that they, limited Dallas. The week before, it was Jacksonville. Cincinnati, they did a good job on. I'll give them a lot of credit there. Held them to 17, and Jamar Chase, 9 catches for 54 yards. But then they had the Giants. So, give them credit. They've turned the defense around, but it's not like they've gone up against top-tier teams. So, McLaurin, I'm going to start. I think Brian Robinson being back really helps them as well. So, there could be some points in this game tonight. So, yes, Philly's defense has been awfully impressive, but Washington's offense has produced all season long. So, McLaurin's a guy, maybe you're not expecting 100 yards tonight, but he's the guy that's tough to bench for me because he can have that big game at any point. And he has at least 98 receiving yards in 3 of his last 4 games. And he's had 4 100-yard games this year. So that's a player that, even in a tough matchup, I'm going to roll out there.
What do you think of Audric Estime? And, of course, we're catching you after the waiver wire run, but do you think he's the truth?
A lot's going to depend on whether this was a changing of the guard or was this a hot hand situation, because he didn't start last week, but we have heard talk for the last couple of weeks that Sean Payton was heading in this direction where they really give Estime more of a chance. So I did pick him up in leagues where he was available. A couple of leagues I am really hurting at running back, and I need to take a chance somewhere. He was okay last week, nothing impressive, but it was a tough matchup against the Chiefs. Their run defense is really good. You just can't run on them. So 14 carries for 53 yards. The one issue is really not going to be involved in the passing game. That's probably still where they're going to use Javonte Williams or Will McLaughlin. So that's the only issue, where he's going to have to get it done with yards and touchdowns. But to me, he's in that like RB 25 to 30 range this week. And it always comes down to what your team looks like. So I have a couple of teams where I am starting him. I have another team where I'm not.
Adam, I'm curious with the Bears situation, the OC change. We know everything seems to be in flux. All their skill position players at the start of the year looked really, really good, and it looked like a lot of people could capitalize on a lot of weapons, getting a lot of points. It looks like it's just the opposite now, regardless if Caleb is in there or not and how they play. Their weapons don't seem to be what we thought they were going to be.
Yeah, this has been embarrassing, and it's been awful now. It's 3 straight games that they don't have a touchdown, and the worst part is the last two games are against the Patriots and Cardinals, who don't generate much of pressure on quarterbacks. Caleb Williams got sacked 9 times last week. Yes, I know there's injuries on the offensive line, but some of those sacks are on him. This team is just dysfunctional right now. You can see the body language of DJ Moore is not positive. He's not happy. It's just a complete mess. And I don't know if a change in offensive coordinator is going to help immediately. There's a lot to clean up here. And I had Caleb Williams on a couple teams going into here to see if it will work out, and I'm completely done. And remember, too, here's the thing with the Bears. Their schedule is absolutely brutal the rest of the way. They have yet to play a division game. This is the first week that they're playing a division game against Green Bay. They have Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, San Francisco, Minnesota, Detroit, Seattle, and Green Bay. I don't know if they win another game.
Adam Ronis joining us here on the Killer Bees. Adam, the Colts have flip-flopped back to Anthony Richardson. We've seen that be a problem for Colts receivers in the past with his low passing volume. What is the fantasy impact of this decision by the Colts?
Yeah, it's pretty massive because I had picked up Edie Mitchell a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't have him in the lineup last week, and he had that good game. And I said, oh, yes, I think I might have found a free agent waiver wire gem. And then they announced Anthony Richardson was the quarterback. And I said, oh, no, I don't think I can play him now. So I want to wait and see. Look, Mitchell is getting open consistently. And we know Richardson can't throw a deep ball. The problem is half the time it's overthrown, it's underthrown, and once in a while he connects. But we just haven't seen it consistently enough. So for right now, Josh Downs would be the only one I feel comfortable playing. We did see a little bit of a rapport between them. It looks like Michael Pittman's going to return this week, but I don't think that's beneficial for Pittman with Richardson at quarterback. It obviously helps Jonathan Taylor. His numbers have been better, and you have to worry about Richardson running, so it throws the defense off. So I'm hoping that this little break here maybe opened the eyes of Richardson, realizing, hey, I got to pay attention to detail. I have to work harder. But we kind of need to see it first. And as disappointing as the Jets have been, they're not awful against the pass. They're really more susceptible against the run. And their 2 outside corners haven't been what we thought, but they're not bad. So I am only going to play Josh Downs of the receivers and just hoping that Richardson can show some improvement. We saw it last year. Now, I know it was only 4 games, and he left 2 of them early due to injury, so we are dealing with a small sample. But sometimes people need a little jolt to wake them up, and I'm interested to see how Richardson rebounds after watching Flacco destroy the team.
Adam, what you got cooking up with the Dub Club this week?
Yeah, we got a play on tonight's game. We'll have a lot of NBA action tomorrow. I did have a losing week in the NFL last week. I went 2-3. I thought last week was a rough week, but 42-29 on the season for NFL. So you can, on my Twitter, at Adam Ronis, or Instagram at ARON88, you can find links to my Dub Clubs. And if you guys listening, if you want to message me, tell me that you heard me on the show, I'll send you a link for a discount.
Good stuff. Appreciate that, Adam. Thanks for taking care of the listeners.
Oh, no doubt, man. I got to take care of the people, right? We all trying to beat the book.
That's right. That's Adam Ronis, at Adam Ronis on Twitter. Send him a message. Say you heard him right here on the Killer Bees. He'll throw in a little love for you. Adam Ronis on Twitter. We thank Adam for his time from the Fantasy Life on Sirius XM. The Dub Club, though, is what you're really interested in. All right, Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. No, you can't say that. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. These you see these internet trades, they're usually all very bad, especially if they're organized by Bleacher Report. There was a few that included the Rockets. How about this one? Phoenix Suns receive Tari Eason, 2025 first-round pick, and then the Houston Rockets receive this guy. I don't even know how to say his name. Josh Okogie. You ever heard of him?
Okogie, yeah, he's bounced around a little bit with a couple of different teams. He played with Minnesota, I believe. No.
And then a first-round pick, a 2031 first-round pick. So Tari Eason, a 25 first for Josh Okogie, and a 23 Phoenix first.
Yeah, hard no.
That's ridiculous.
That is stupid. And, again, I know that a lot of people, and then they have a relationship. They've traded back their picks and these, and all these different things. That makes Phoenix significantly better. That does nothing for the Rockets.
Here's another one. Milwaukee receives Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason, The Rockets receive Chris Middleton in a 2031 first-round pick.
Oh, my God.
What are
no
we
one
doing
wants
here, Bleacher
Chris
Report?
Middleton. Stupidest move ever by Milwaukee, giving him $60 million in an extension.
Here's the last one and the worst one. 76ers receive Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore. The Houston Rockets receive KJ Martin, 2026 first-round pick, and a 2027 second-round pick. Oh, and a 28 first, too. Bleacher Report, stop doing this. It's bad. Bleacher Report, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Here's Aaron Rodgers. This is funny because my friend Brandon, he fell for the same statistic. Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee and was talking about this Jared Goff stat that was literally made up.
The amazing stat, though, is this a true stat that he's done 4 more picks 7 times and he's won every single one of those games? Is that real?
Yep, 7-0.
Oh, and then
That's
McAfee
wild.
falls for it,
Was
too.
that McAfee that agreed with him?
Yeah.
What Big Mike used
It wasn't
to say.
just McAfee, though. It was I
Clay
forget the guy
Matthews.
with the mullet, Boston. I forget his name.
Boston
Yeah,
Connor.
Boston Connor. Yeah, he agreed with him too.
Oh, so all of them did?
Yeah, it was multiple people, not just McAfee.
My buddy Brandon put it in the group chat. I'm like, there is no way. Like, I can look at that and smell a rat. You can smell a rat from a mile away.
Rodgers actually got double got on this because then after that at Jets media, they asked him if he saw the Mike Williams tweet, which was about the same time when he was throwing shade at Rodgers and the Jets. And he said no. And they were like, so you were on social media and saw the stat that was inaccurate, but you didn't see your former wide receiver. You're taking a little pot shot.
That's the other thing. Like, oh, we never see it. Well, then you're making up fake stats that only exist on the internet. No, but Jared Goff has thrown 4 interceptions in a game twice. He's 1-1. This was literally a made-up stat, and Aaron Rodgers fell for it. Pat McAfee fell for it. What do they call them, the goons or whatever? With McAfee, they fell for it, and my buddy Brandon also fell for it. USC. Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
You just made the list.
Brandon, you'll make the list. USC. They were placed on probation for coaching violations. How in the modern day of college football are you breaking rules? I thought rules ceased to exist nowadays in college athletics. USC got placed on probation because they had like a bunch of analysts that were doing on-field coaching, and they're not allowed to do on-field coaching.
6.
6 of
Not
them?
just 1 or 2.
Half a dozen?
6. I mean, at a certain point, it's going to stand out to a whole lot of folks that you got a whole lot of people on the field doing coaching work that aren't coaches.
That's nuts. Like, no one's on probation anymore in college football. Like, you got to be really either idiotic or just not care. Flip it with the entire rule. It's probably both. USC, the Trojans. You made the list.
You just made the list.
What's that?
You think Lincoln Riley runs from this?
He's not going to be punished, but
No, I don't mean punished. I mean like,
what's the actual what are the hits to the probation though? Like I saw they got fined $50,000. Are they losing scholarships or anything? Like, is there anything actually significant?
If it's just a fine, he's not going to run from that. But if they lose scholarships, and we already saw him bail from Oklahoma, I could see him bailing again.
I think that the whole college situation, being in the Big Ten now and realizing that he's got a whole lot of work to do, I bet you he would like to interview for the Bears job.
Yeah, he would make some sense there. I saw Cliff is a candidate.
Cliff is one of the favorites. Yeah.
A 1-year probation, $50,000 fine, a restriction for the special teams analyst. So I think only the analysts that were coaching are the ones who get hit with anything. And it's very, very minor. It's a slap on the wrist. But how do you get placed on probation in 2024? Charles Barkley. He does math very, very poorly, old Chuck.
Hey, if y'all can't afford graphics,
Draymond,
at 453 plus 453, if you bet $5, it's not $22.65, fool.
What is
Come on.
What is it?
I don't know the exact number.
I don't know.
It's more than damn $22.65. Come on, TNT. If y'all can't afford some graphics, I'll get Kenny y'all paycheck.
Give Kenny a paycheck. Like that's very hard math to figure out on the fly. Like $5. What is plus 453 when you bet 5? But to be so convinced that it's wrong when it wasn't, it was actually right, and then not be able to like give you like anywhere near a ballpark number, that's bad.
That's who he is. I mean, we told him forever today when he went from wanting to be governor to wanting to be a general manager. We're like, you better have at least 3 analytics people because you have no chance.
Mm-hmm.
I know analytics has those things out there.
Charles Barkley, you make the list.
You just made the list.
So everyone from Aaron Wilson to Cody's Toots, like everyone thought that Nico Collins was going to play last Sunday. So everybody that was reporting on Nico Collins going to play, convinced he's going to play, all of you, you know who you are, big blanket on all of you, all of you making the list.
You just made the list.
For saying that Nico Collins is going to play against Detroit. How many snaps did he get in that? He didn't play. He was not activated.
I was shocked too because of the fact that I was convinced Friday he wasn't going to play, and we had DJ on. And then Saturday when they activated him, I'm like, oh, he's going to play. And then even Lisa was reporting on it. She goes, wait, did you say he's not playing? I go, yeah, I'm shocked.
See, it was kind of weird that they activated him to the roster.
Yeah.
But I guess it was just all gamesmanship. It was all gamesmanship. Like, he didn't really, it didn't matter a ton, the 53rd guy, whatever, on him, and you were going to activate him the next week anyways. But, yeah, I also thought whenever he was activated that he was going to play. So they get a little bit of grief, but we got to make fun of him anyways. Chewy makes the list.
Ooh.
Earlier on the
You just made the
Twitch
list.
chat, Chewy said he'd much rather see the Atlanta Falcon Denver Bronco game over the Kansas City Chiefs versus Buffalo Bills game. Chewy rather watch Falcon Bronco football than Chiefs Bills football.
Come on,
So
Chew.
Chewy, for your lack of, he is listening to the Killer Bee, so maybe I shouldn't discredit his entertainment desires too much. But Chewy, you make the list for rather
You
watching
just made the list.
Falcons Broncos than Chiefs Bills. And he's an Eagle fan for some reason.
Is he really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
How do you know that?
He talks to us.
Yeah, I know he talks to us.
I listen when people talk to us.
I do too. I also try to give him food.
Who do you think Chewy's favorite team is?
The Cougs.
Well, that's not NFL.
Our beloved Cougs.
Actually, I think he likes Kansas more than Houston too.
Really?
Yeah, he was like trying to get me to give him tickets to the Kansas-Houston game. I was like, who are you pulling for? You're like, Kansas. Like, you're not going then.
Oh, my God.
I'm not going to give you
bad
tickets.
answer.
It was a terrible answer.
At least play the game, Chew.
Appreciate the honesty, but the honesty got you in trouble there. You remember the Bears earlier this week? There was veterans who went to Eberflus and said they wanted to bench Caleb Williams for Tyler Badgett.
Yep.
You know what the rumors are that who the rat is that's leaking that information in the media? Tyler Badgett.
I heard that.
Tyler Badgett, apparently, according to rumors, is the rat that is leaked to the media that Bears veterans wanted to bench Caleb Williams.
He went into business for
He
himself?
went into business for himself, Tyler Badgett.
Oh, my God. That's worse than the Chaz McCormick brother situation.
That's way worse.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, that was, if it is indeed true. If it is indeed true. But Tyler Badgett, if it is indeed true, and the rumors are indeed true, you made the list.
You just made the list.
His dad's a professional arm wrestler.
I remember from Hard Knocks, yeah.
Yeah, it was on Hard Knocks. The Athletic, you know how they do the ads on Twitter and
Sure.
show up on your timeline, all that stuff. This is The Athletic. They have the gold check mark and all that. Their sponsored ad on Twitter today read this: every team but Boston passed on Gunnar Henderson in the 2019 draft. The Orioles had an unusual plan for him. Their paid advertisement on Twitter has the wrong city. Had the wrong city.
Yeah, Gunnar Henderson does not play for the Red Sox.
But it even says the nickname of the team that drafted him in the same tweet. Every team but Boston passed on Gunnar Henderson in the 2019 draft. The Orioles had an unusual plan for him.
How does that even...
How does that get by anybody proofing
really,
anything? Is no one proofing anything anymore?
This is a journalistic thing, an entity.
That's
they
bad.
paid for it. They boosted their ad for this tweet.
It used to be that you had to go through like 3 different levels of proofing before things went to print or got out there. That's pretty bad.
It's awful.
Yeah.
The Boston. It's in Baltimore, and you literally have the nickname right there. The Athletic ticks me off, mostly because they don't have a beat writer for the Houston Texans. Cowboys have them. All these other teams have them.
They're also watering them out.
Yeah, they are.
They're trying to spread them out. I mean, Kelly Eco's covering 3 teams now.
Yeah, they are trying to get a little bit more national than... Yeah, but that tweet's still there. Like, how's the tweet still there? How does that happen?
Anybody comment on it?
They have their comments turned off.
Oh.
But I quote tweeted and I said, you made the list. Boston?
You just made the list.
We had a texture yesterday. My biggest thing is that they did not renovate Yankee Stadium. They tore it down. That was the house that Bruce built. If we can tear that one down, why not the rest? Who the heck is Bruce?
Bruce Ruth. You never heard of him?
Who's Bruce? The house that Bruce built.
Baby Bruce.
Yankee Stadium.
Bruce Mantle.
Oh, so you made the list, texter.
You just made the list.
Joel Sherman suggested that the Astros, if they lose Alex Bregman, they should trade for Carlos Correa.
Oh,
why would you not sign Alex Bregman? Because you don't want to pay a 30-year-old big long-term money. So in turn, instead of doing that, you're now going to trade for a 30-year-old dude on a long, big multi-year deal who is also injury-prone. What are you thinking,
Brutal.
Joel Sherman? You made the list.
Let's throw
You
a
just
monster
made the
deal for
list.
several years onto the roster. Yeah, go ahead.
And then the last one, Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones will not put blinds up, even though CeeDee Lamb wants blinds
He
up.
said it was a home field advantage.
Not for CeeDee Lamb.
Didn't he also say we have a curtain that we just choose not to use?
I didn't see that. No, but I did see that they put up a sunblocker for Mike McCarthy in his press conference the next day.
Did they really?
Yeah, their press conference room has a window to the outside, and they put up a shade blocker to keep the sun out of Mike McCarthy's face during his press conference. But apparently, home field advantage. Leaving it up or not blocking the sun in the stadium, which obviously cost CD a touchdown.
Why is he so hell-bent on not putting up blinds?
Because he's 80 plus and he's stubborn.
But sure,
saying-
but you have to have a rationale. You have to have a reason, a motive.
That's why I think because of the fact when they brought up the curtain and he basically implied that there is a curtain there, but it's the architectural design of the building and the way it looks with that open, like where you can see outside.
So he'd rather have the aesthetics than the desire of his super highly paid number one receiver.
Jerry Jones, man.
They no longer have the hole in the roof. I mean, they got to have the window so God can see him.
It's Jerry's world.
Yeah.
Man.
God can watch his team.
the Dallas Cowboys are so entertaining. I'm so happy they're not my team, but they are so entertaining.
Can you imagine like how much fun they when we had Sad on? Can you imagine every day just the ammo you have of just
it makes it. I mean, not
Jerry
to say his
being the
job is
GM
easy,
and
but
Jerry gonna Jerry and all every day he's just another
Jerry.
quote waiting to be blown up.
content is constantly provided for you.
I love it. I really do. As someone who loves drama, I love what's going on.
Leave him as
in
general
Arlington.
manager.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not rooting for him. I don't care how bad they are. It just keep me entertained. Are you not entertained? What is the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach? Whoops. You're not supposed to ask that. What is the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville right here in the Med Center. Doc Linville working magic on a daily basis for so many people in the Houston area. A lot of people will actually come in to work with Doc Linville because he's good at so many things. Does plastic surgery, Botox, spa treatments. But what he does that I have personal experience with is he does the NeoGraft procedure and he does PRP treatments, all involved in getting your hair back and keeping the hair that you have. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. And it's all your hair. It is not all the gimmicks like the sprays and the creams and the foams that you see on late night TV that just don't get you the results. They just mask the problem. This is actually solving the problem, getting your hair back and making a difference for you for the rest of your life. What I found out when I had a consultation with Doc and his staff is that you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. Therefore, he takes some of that hair and repurposes it where you need it most. Some people need it in front at the hairline. Some people need it up on top and back. Wherever you need it, he can help you to beat the balding problem and the thinning problem with the two things that he offers, the NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments. The treatments, you've heard athletes using them for their knees and their shoulders and their elbows. It can also be done with hair to get the hair thicker, stronger, longer, and back to when it was at its very best. And they can do that quite minimally invasive, and it can be with maximum results. And if you're too far gone and you don't have the hair on your head anymore, he can actually get that hair back through the NeoGraft procedure, where he just repurposes the hair like resodding your lawn from those areas where you do have hair and never going to lose it, sides and the back. 99%, up to 99% of the follicles that he moves are going to be there for the long haul for you for the rest of your life. They're going to stay, grow, be longer, stronger, same color, growing in the same direction. Unbelievable results. And as listeners to us that want to talk to him, you get that consultation like I had for free. Everybody else off the street pays $150. You get it at no charge with no obligation. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and set up your first appointment. Go in, set up the appointment, ask questions, get answers, have them explain everything to you, and see if it's something you might consider. If you do, I'm telling you, you're never going to regret it because you're going to see the results, and they're going to be fantastic. But at least you get the free consultation to see what you actually could consider. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go see Doc Linville, 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 3918. How many views does your viral post have? How many? Or which one? Which viral post? There's so many of them.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Just posturing. 475,000 views. I was really hoping it would get to 500,000. There's still time. It always exists. It is the internet. But 475,000 to answer your question. Josh from Seabrook, Bad Take Boulevard, people on Texans Twitter advocating for Houston to sign Nate Davis, the only guard in the NFL quite possibly worse than Kenyon Green. What do you think about that, Lakers?
We'll say that one more time.
Nate Davis, Josh from Seabrook says people on Texans Twitter advocating for Houston to sign Nate Davis, the only guard in the NFL quite possibly worse than Kenyon Green.
We don't know that. How do you know that? Look,
Kendrick Green could be as bad.
Yeah, I think that I suggested you kick the tires on Nate Davis because I suggested that if it was going to cost you a 7th-round pick, you should explore trading for Nate Davis. It's because the rumor was the Bears were willing to pick up a majority of what was left on his contract for the rest of the season because he might be better than what you have. If it costs you nothing, if he clears waivers and he's out there, why wouldn't you kick the tires just like you had Lyle Collins in a week ago? Why wouldn't you kick the tires on an offensive lineman that has played in this league and played at a higher level than the guys that you currently have in your backing up your offensive line and in some degrees, maybe even playing on your offensive line to where you might be able to get better after the trade deadline? I don't see where there's any negative in at least seeing if he's got anything left in the tank.
Yeah, I wouldn't have claimed him off of waivers, and he cleared waivers earlier today because you'd be on the hook for like $3 to $4 million, and I don't think he's worth that. Now, if you think that he's an upgrade over Kendrick Green and he can give you some depth, why not?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him in, kicking the tires, see what he has. But I don't think that he's like a game changer or anything like that.
And a couple guys at ESPN had said when he was being kicked around before the trade deadline that the Bears were willing to absorb when he was still, their property to try and pick up a majority of his salary. But if you don't have to pay his salary, I mean, you should be bringing in everybody that's played guard in the NFL in the last 2 years to see if there's anything left in anybody's tank.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing him in. Now, I would have been opposed picking up the remainder of his salary, and I'd be opposed to just making him your automatic starter. But see if he was a product of the dysfunction in Chicago. Like a lot of times, you have these players who are good prior to places that are dysfunctional and they're bad there, and then they get out of the dysfunction, and then all of a sudden they're okay again. So I think it's worth doing on a veteran minimum. I don't want to pay him any significant money. And then what's the worst case scenario? Well, okay, you learn in 3 days that he's not good. You learn in 3 days that maybe he doesn't have this great attitude, and then you literally cut him for nothing. So it's not there's no risk here. 713-780-ESPN. So Paul's being taken to task for talking about the ceiling of D'Amico Ryan. So we'll play the clip here, let you know what we're talking about, and then we'll react on the other side. But here's what Paul said about D'Amico's ceiling, and people are losing their mind about Paul suggesting this.
I don't think any of us thought that 10 games into this year with the Texans having the exact same record as they did last year, that we would already be starting to wonder about the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach. But how can you not? You have to a little bit. It's not to say that you think he sucks right now or anything like that. It's more to say, how good will he be as a head coach? Are we going to look at D'Amico Ryans and ever put him in the same conversation as Sean McVay or different style, Dan Campbell, which we're all doing all of a sudden, Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin? Because that's what you want. Having a coach like that, plus a quarterback like that, means you should get a chance at multiple Super Bowls. Andy Reid, can't believe I didn't say his name off the top of my head. There's a lot of coaches that we hope he will be in the same category as someday. And the gaslighty stuff does make you wonder, because if the same things are happening every single week, it makes you wonder about his approach behind the scenes.
All right, I think there are two layers you can take from this. The first one, are you allowed to question the ceiling of D'Amico Ryans after a year in 10 games into his head coaching career? And then the second layer, what is his ceiling? 713-780-ESPN. We'll discuss when we return. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, so Paul got into a little bit of hot water for questioning the ceiling of one DeMeco Ryans. He got, I guess he got lumped into the Fire Dusty crowd with this. He was labeled by mentioning DeMeco Ryans' ceiling as being one who kind of sparked the whole Fire Dusty thing. Okay, what's the parallel there? I don't really see a whole lot, but there's two layers. First one being, is it fair to talk about the ceilings of DeMeco Ryans, or the ceiling of DeMeco Ryans as a head coach?
It's always fair to pose the question. I don't think that Paul was saying fire DeMeco Ryans. It's
not even close.
Yeah, it's more, but I think a lot of people took it that way. And I think that the realistic thing is that, especially doing what we do, what Paul does, is the fact that we're out there to stimulate conversation. And it's a conversation that you can have at any time. You can have it when he's on top of the world and he's coaching really well, like a season ago. You can have it this year when they've had their ups and downs, and more downs than ups, except for their win-loss record, to where it's a fair conversation to have.
Quite frankly, I think it's ridiculous to even propose that you should not be talking about the head coach's ceiling. Like, we talk about the ceiling of literally every sports figure that exists from the moment that they pop onto the scene. We do it with players whenever they're going to be drafted, right? Like, well, what's this guy's ceiling? What is his floor? It's literally happening to players before they even play one professional snap, minute, at bat, inning pitched. We do it with coaches too. Like, do we not remember the whole Josh McCown thing?
Yeah.
Like, what are the Texans doing? They're idiots, given even the time of day for somebody who's never even coached in the NFL. You're, by saying that he doesn't deserve a job, is saying that his ceiling as a head coach is not very good. How about when you want to fire a coach after their first year? How about when everybody wanted David Culley fired after a season because he looked a little bit lost on the sideline? You're calling for the guy's job after a year, but you can't talk about the ceiling of another guy after over a year and a half?
See, I was going to bring up both Lovey and Culley, and from the Culley perspective, the one thing that you want to refresh everybody's memory on is, even when Culley was hired, he's a bridge coach. He's only going to be here for a year or two, or 2 years. He's here to get through the embrace the suck period until they start to win. And when they start to win, they'll get another coach in here. So even when he was just hired, the conversation was his life expectancy as the Texans coach is probably 2 or 3 years at best.
Yeah, I think that the ceiling conversation exists for every sports figure the moment that their name pops onto the scene. And I also think it's kind of ridiculous where, they shouldn't talk about the ceiling of, it's too early to talk about the ceiling of a head coach a year and 10 games into their career. Again, whenever you want guys fired after a year. And then secondly, when you're talking about stripping play calling away from offensive coordinators, it's the same sample size. Like, if you're saying that Bobby Slowick should be A, fired, B, have his play calling duties removed, then you could also talk about the ceiling of the head coach who has that exact same sample. Now, to be very clear, I love DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco Ryans is a model citizen. In fact, I look up to DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco Ryans lives his life in a way that I try to live my life. So I look up to DeMeco. I think DeMeco is a great head coach. I think what you've seen from DeMeco taking over a team and an organization that had won 11 games in 3 years and making a playoff team in year one speaks to the type of leadership that DeMeco Ryans has. It speaks to the culture that he's instilled into that locker room. I think DeMeco Ryans has done a tremendous job. I think DeMeco Ryans is one of the better coaches in the entire NFL, to be very, very clear. But I think it's very, very fair to talk about the ceiling of a head coach. And then DeMeco was actually asked this by Sarge today about criticism as a head coach and getting that in the NFL. And DeMeco Ryans, I'll paraphrase, flat out said that comes with the territory. Mm-hmm. As a head coach, you know that's going to come, and you just block out the noise. So yes, even the head coach is telling you, yeah, that's something that happens whenever you're an NFL head coach.
All of this is on the table in any market where there's an NFL or any professional sports team, but it's specifically going to be on the table here because of what you've endured and what everybody has dealt with and lived through when it comes to coaches in this city. Dusty was questioned, but more so as it relates to the Texans. The last two coaches that I mentioned that we were talking about when it comes to Culley and it comes to Lovie Smith, whether you like it or not, within a year's time, their tenure was over. And when their tenure was over, there was a whole lot of discussion going on about them from the time they were hired to the time they were fired, about how long would they be here and what kind of job were they doing. That's what happens when you're in professional sports, college sports, and you're in sports, period. You're going to be scrutinized and analyzed on a daily basis. And part of that is going to be whether it's your job that's going to be analyzed or it's going to be how much progress can you make and what are you going to do before your time is done here and you're through with this specific team. It's what everybody does, to your point. And when you look at it from a D'Amico perspective, no one is calling for his job. I personally am like you. I believe in D'Amico Ryans. I believe as bad as they were and how they got it completely wrong with the first two guys that Nick Caserio hired, you got your guy for the long term now. That's not just a coaching guy. He's a franchise guy. He's involved in talent evaluation. He's involved in every aspect of this organization that from a football perspective to where you want that guy being your commander-in-chief going forward for the foreseeable future. But it's ridiculous if people, I saw Kim Davis, because she was dealing with a lot, saying it's ridiculous today that you guys should be talking about D'Amico Ryans being fired. Those are two separate conversations. You shouldn't be talking about D'Amico Ryans being fired, but even that conversation is on the table because of what this franchise has done over the last 3-4 years. From the standpoint of what's D'Amico Ryans' ceiling and Paul's question, it's completely on the table, fair, and a discussion that every team and every market in this country has, depending on how their team's performing.
Yeah, I haven't really seen anybody credible. I haven't seen anybody credible that has suggested that D'Amico Ryan should be on the hot seat or is coaching.
I saw
for his
Kim
job.
Davis.
I saw it too. I quote
tweeting
tweeted that.
Yeah.
I too have not seen that. Like, I've not seen a single credible person that has said that. Like, are there a few people on Texans Twitter when they're blowing a 16-point lead that are randos that fire off a tweet that said D'Amico Ryan should lose his job? That exists. Yeah. Like, that's not credible. That exists in sports. That is not credible. 8807, it's Sports Talk Radio, so you can question anything you want, but I'm not putting a ceiling on a first-time head coach less than 2 seasons into a massive rebuild turnaround that's poised for back-to-back playoff appearances. I think it's a solid take there. 8807, 3426, his ceiling is the roof. Great point. Not sure why people were upset. Paul simply asked how high the ceiling was, not bashing anyone, didn't hear anything derogatory. They said LeBron needed to be one of the GOATs or else he would be a bust when he was still in high school. Exclamation point. You start talking about ceiling the moment you arrive on the sports scene. So yes, it is completely fair, and it sounds like we're on the same page, that you can talk about the ceiling of a head coach. So the second question now becomes the second layer of this. Well, let's talk about the ceiling. Now that we've laid down the fact that it's perfectly acceptable to talk about the ceiling of a head coach in the NFL, and D'Amico Ryans today addressing the media knows that it goes with the territory. Paul mentioned like McVay and the Reeds and the Tomlins, the Harbaugh brothers, as coaches that have like the chops to be a Super Bowl winning head coach. What do you think the ceiling is for D'Amico?
I think D'Amico Ryans is a Super Bowl head coach. I think that whether you look at a Kyle Shanahan, who a lot of people anoint as this great head coach, he's never won a Super Bowl. He's gotten to one, so he's gotten one as a coordinator as well. But when you look at it, McVay has won the Super Bowl. I think that Matt LaFleur is the guy under that same kind of coaching tree that hasn't got to a Super Bowl yet, but I fully believe he could do the same thing because of his coaching chops, as you mentioned. I think D'Amico's the exact guy that you want for this job that's going to take a team to the Super Bowl because of the fact that he's got so many things in place. He's got the quarterback. He's got an organization that believes in him that's going to empower him. He's got a defensive mind that coaches a defense that is above average, that excels, that does a lot of great things that people lose sight of as well. And he's a leader of men, because when you go back and look at last year all the way through the playoffs, and specifically in those late games like Indianapolis, when you looked at how much his team bought in and his team was completely behind every word that came out of his mouth before, during, and after games, you realize this is a guy that has leadership in the locker room. This is a guy that has the belief of his players. That's what we haven't seen in the past, in the last recent years with the Texans, that you want with a guy like that. Offensive coordinators can come and go. The offense can change. The coaches' names on the door can change. But the leader that's at the top, that's going to be responsible for those jobs and doing the things that a head coach does, I believe that's why D'Amico Ryans is a Super Bowl coach.
Yeah, I can absolutely envision a scenario which D'Amico Ryans hoists the Lombardi Trophy. I can see him winning. I think his ceiling is a Super Bowl winning head coach. Paul mentions the offensive-minded geniuses like McVay and Andy Reid, and D'Amico's on the other side of the ball. But D'Amico's calling plays for the defense he was the number one defense in San Francisco the final year that he was there. But the Texans are currently number 3 in total defense. They're top 3 in defensive DVOA. And I don't think D'Amico's like this wonderful, great, brilliant schemer. I think he's really good at it, but I think he's really good at getting his guys to play the style that he wants. And that's why the Houston Texans have a top 3 defense in the NFL. So if you're going to say McVay and Andy Reid because of their offensive genius, and they've done it, they've been there, they've won, you can say the same thing about DeMeco for his defense. But then, like, you throw out the Harbaughs and the Tomlins, and, like, Tomlin doesn't call plays. The Harbaugh in Baltimore doesn't call plays. I don't believe the other Harbaugh in L.A. calls plays either. They're there for, like, their leadership. I think that DeMeco Ryans has every bit of leadership that they have. They might not have done it longer, but I have faith in the DeMeco Ryans leadership. So I actually think that DeMeco Ryans does have a ceiling of being a Super Bowl winning head coach, and I love the fact that he's in Houston. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Lamont, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Lamont?
Hey, man, I'm hearing you guys talk about DeMeco Ryans and what Paul asked. Paul didn't do anything wrong, and it just really upsets me about this market with the media and the fans. They did the same thing with Kubiak. They did the same thing with O'Brien. If it's a coach that the fans and the media is on, you can't say anything about him. I listen. I'm a P1 listener. I listen all day, man. Multiple shows at different times, and it seems like everybody is, walking on eggshells, not to say anything about DeMeco or anything. I like DeMeco, but all this, you got to preface everything that you say by, praising DeMeco. No, man, you can ask questions about DeMeco. I don't see it being a problem asking questions about DeMeco. Well, they don't agree with it, but I don't see asking questions about him. But everybody, all of the fans, and all of the media is always prefacing their questions, almost like you, Jeremy. He's a person I want to live up to,
Well, that is true. I would never say that about David Culley. Like, I would never say that about Steven Silas. Like, I wouldn't say that about Ime
I don't know
Udoka.
anything about David Culley lifestyle. I don't know anything about DeMeco's lifestyle.
I do. I do know stuff about DeMeco's lifestyle. I know stuff about Ime Udoka's lifestyle. DeMeco's a model who I would want to follow, whereas Ime is not. So, like, that has nothing to do with it, Lamont. What?
Baseball. Okay, never mind that, man. I ain't going into all of that, man, because I'm not a cat that's out here living my life through, professional athletes or players or whatever. I look at them on Sundays to entertain me, but I don't think that Paul did anything wrong by just posing a question or anything like that. At the end of the day, it's almost looking like DeMeco is kind of trending like this. His mentor up there in the Jets that ended up there with the Packers. I can't think of his name. Robert Saleh or some kind of Saleh. A great defense, but the offense looks like crap. And that's all I have, man.
Appreciate the call, Lamont. Look, I think that you need to look no further than social media to hear that people are looking to hear what they think they hear, so that it can be the narrative that they can attack when they feel like, especially when their team is less than or they're underperforming. We will criticize DeMeco when he is worthy of criticism, but we're not saying, and Paul isn't saying and asking the question, should DeMeco Ryans be fired? Paul asked a legitimate question about what's the ceiling of DeMeco Ryans to do exactly this, to generate dialogue on both sides of the equation. And it's simply just that.
Yeah, we bring up scenarios where DeMeco Ryans is questioned all the time.
Yeah.
Like, we were bringing up game management last year. I blasted them for leaving the starters in the game when they were down by 27 against Minnesota.
The game earlier this year when they didn't, when the referee started the clock again and they didn't even get the field goal off, and then they questioned him coming off the sidelines. We were questioning that the next day, going, how does that happen? What's the line of communication? What's going on with that? That can't happen. You learn from that, yes, but that's something that there's all kinds of times we question DeMeco when it's worthy.
6502, I feel like it's a sophomore slump for the Texans coaching staff more than anything else. DeMeco has the defense on lock, but he has to find the right mixture for the offense. Look, there's just a lot of variables with the offense. The offensive line's been dreadful. Your top two skill position players have only played one game with each other. Stroud hasn't looked as good as he did his rookie year. Is that because of the offensive line? Has him playing on his heels? I personally think so, yes. Has Slowick been as good as a play caller this year versus last year? How much of all those other variables are factored into Slowick looking lesser as a play caller than he was a year ago? So there's a lot of things with the offense that lead to what has been kind of a less than expected offense. They're also 17th. Like, they're 17th in total offense. Like, that's not 28th. You know, like, yes, it's lesser than expectation. Yes, it's not what you expected. All of those things. But to act like it's one of the worst offenses in the league is not true.
Well, when you factor in what we talked about earlier in the show, when you have your best running back and your best wide receiver, they've only been on the field for one game this entire season together. That should tell you that in a nutshell already that you were behind the eight ball in terms of what your offense could achieve when those guys who you were relying on heavily, and then you factor in Diggs and the fact that you lost them for the season earlier in the season, you look at all those factors alone and say, this offense is probably not going to perform to the expectations that people had at the start of the season. That's not to say that it can't get better, that it can't do a lot of good things, that it can improve in where it's ranked even right now. But you have to factor everything in before you just start pointing fingers and wanting guys' butts on the line.
713-780-ESPN 0979. If D'Amico was a white boy, he'd be celebrated, and that question would have never occurred. The white boy that is calling plays for the Houston Texans offense is the dude that everybody wants fired.
He's getting
crushed.
crushed.
That's not accurate. 0979. Joe Espada was getting dragged this year for winning the American League West, but doing it in a way that Dusty Baker did not. So, like, you're not being accurate as you try to create this narrative that does not exist. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dave from Pearland, you're in the Hive. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, man? Listen, I listen to you guys, and I'm trying to determine who decides what a coach's ceiling is. Because I understand if you're looking at an athlete, you go, hey, you only weigh 150, you can't play center. You're only 4 feet tall, you can't do it. So we get that. But
Let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in real quick, Dave. Let me jump in real quick. After watching a year of David Culley, how many games do you think David Culley can win in a single season?
Well, we knew that he had been in coaching for 100 years, and we knew what was going on. Everyone knew what was going on when they put him there. He had never done anything for 25 years.
I completely agree. And for that answer, you've now created what you think is the ceiling of David Culley as a head coach.
I know, but what we're talking about is a real hire, not a shady hire. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about a real hire.
Yeah, I feel you. It's personal opinion. It's personal opinion. It's what you think of the guy. It's how good you think the guy can be. And look, we said that we think that D'Amico Ryans can win a Super Bowl. Our opinion of D'Amico Ryans is pretty high. Now, I wouldn't say that about David Culley. Like, I wouldn't, and it's like to switch it over to the NBA. You have Ime Udoka, who's been to the finals with the Boston Celtics, or did he make it? Yeah, he made it to the finals. So they lost in his first year. Yep. If you have Ime Udoka, what do you think is the ceiling of an Ime Udoka coach team? You think you're capable of winning it all if he has the roster that's capable of also winning it all. If you gave Steven Silas that same roster, is he capable of winning it all? No. So your opinion of a guy's coaching chops is how you define your ceiling, Dave.
And to answer your question, Dave, the other thing is when you look at a coach, you can determine pretty early on in the way he handles every situation what that ceiling could possibly be, because you look at with all these guys that have gotten jobs recently, and I'll look at Nathaniel Hackett as one that was an offensive coordinator that everybody thought should be a head coach. He goes to Denver. He doesn't even realize when to call timeouts, when to do a lot of things with the challenge play. They need to bring in a coach that needs to come in to try and help him get through that. And basically the writing started to be on the wall even then, that you're like, well, this guy's probably not going to have a long-term head coaching job in this league if these are the kind of mistakes he's making, and this is how over his head he is. You can get a feel early on for what looks like the trend is going to be for a guy. Can he buck the trend? Sure. More times than not, though, he is who we thought he would be after a certain point.
What else you got, Dave? All right. Okay. Appreciate the call, Dave. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 9806, the ceiling question has to be asked. If the Bills could go back to the 90s, would they fire Marv Levy, and would the Browns have kept Belichick? That's super.
Those are two separate questions because of the fact that Belichick didn't have a lot to work with, but it did not look like no matter what, that if you think Belichick staying in Cleveland would have turned into the Belichick that was with the Patriots, personnel matters too. And I don't know that was a success story waiting to happen for Belichick if he stays in Cleveland.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things that have to happen right for you to win it all. Like it's very, very difficult, as all of you know. To win a championship, you have to be really, really good. Your roster has to be really, really good. You better be very well coached. You better have the luck with the injury bug. You better stay healthy. Like, so many things have to go right. But for anybody who watches a good amount of ball, and all the Hive does, everybody that's listening to us does, all of you know what a good coach is, what a good coach isn't. But you could, and it's different in different sports too. Like, I think that Brian, if you hand Brian, the 1927 Yankees, I think Brian could win the World Series there. Like, it's different in baseball. There's not a whole lot of X's and O's as there is in football, as there is in basketball. But you watch a guy enough to get an idea of their feel as a coach, whether it's calling plays, whether it's game management, whether it's handling the team from the entire season. That guy's capable of being a championship winning coach. This guy over here, you're not winning a championship with that guy. That's the kind of guy that you're firing after a year. This guy over here on the left, that guy gives us a chance. We all know what a guy's ceiling is. Let's not act brand new.
No, we saw what DeMeco could do right away and early on with the way that he took control of the locker room, with the way that he had buy-in from his players, with the way that you could see there was a synergy already developing with he and Nick Caserio, and the fact that from ownership down, everybody was believing in DeMeco. From the Marv Levy part of that equation, too, did he kick the field goal that Scott Norwood kicked that missed? Mm-hmm. Or, because at a certain point, your players still have to perform. You could be well coached, well prepared, and have everything right there for you. Yeah. And at the end of the day, the players, if they don't perform, you don't have the results.
Yeah, Marv Levy never won one. He could have won one. Marv Levy was capable of winning a championship. DeMeco Ryans might not ever win a Super Bowl. He is capable of winning a Super Bowl. Sean McVay, capable. Kyle Shanahan has not won a Super Bowl. He's capable of winning a Super Bowl. There's way more coaches that are capable of winning a Super Bowl that have never won a Super Bowl. It's just the way that it is. But how many coaches have you seen that have been fired in a single season where you watch them after just 1 year? Oh. All it takes you is, like, it didn't take David Culley 1 year. You saw 6 games for David Culley. You hand David Culley the best roster in the world. That team ain't winning a Super Bowl because you can tell the chops that a coach possesses. Dave Campo. Dave Campo. Not Dan Campbell. Dave Campo. Lovie Smith, his second tenure, although he went to a Super Bowl. Like, I think he was capable of winning a Super Bowl. David Kelly, not capable of winning a Super Bowl. Who are some of the other jokes that are head coaches in the NFL currently?
He's gone through 14 coaches in less than 2 years, and everybody thought because he was a defensive coordinator, he was going to be the ideal head coach. And he's been way less than anybody could have expected. And right away, you said with that, coupled with bad game management and a lot of different bad hires, you go, he's probably not a good head coach in the NFL. It's just not his thing. Where Nathaniel Hackett is another one. Adam Gase, supposed to be an offensive guru. Adam Gase in 2 different spots has failed miserably as a head coach.
9806, Belichick won Super Bowls. Marv Levy didn't. Belichick didn't win Super Bowls whenever he was with the Browns, though. Whenever the Browns fired him, he was yet to win Super Bowls. 3338, the best coach in the world ain't getting the Cowboys this year to the Super Bowl. Facts. Like that, again, that goes into where it takes so much to go right in order for you to win it all. You better have a good coach. You better have a good staff. You better have the roster that is capable of beating really good teams. You better get a little lucky with the injuries. Heck, you better get a little bit lucky in the games. Like, we look at Kansas City as this dominant back-to-back championship team that is currently undefeated. What happens if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble in the red zone last year? We're not talking about back-to-back champion. It takes good fortune as well. Mm-hmm. Like, there's so many things that have to go right. And you need to be good in all the areas. You need to be well coached. You need to have a good roster. You need to get lucky. You need to stay healthy. You have to be able to check all of those boxes. 0979, it's only his second year, and he is winning. How long did it take Andy Reid? See, you're barking up the wrong tree. Blankers and I both think that DeMeco Ryans is more than capable of eventually winning a Super Bowl. He's a great leader, and I think he's a great defensive mind. He can win a Super Bowl.
The same way that we're sitting here now having this conversation, and the reason why we're having it is because DeMeco did what no one thought could be done this soon with the Houston Texans a year ago. Because when he took over, we were having expectations of 5-6 wins, an improvement, trying to make progress as a franchise. Instead, they won the division, they won a playoff game, and suddenly everything was elevated in terms of what their goal was, what their ceiling was, what they were going to do this season. Now, because we knew the schedule going in, we knew it was going to be tougher, but because they also bolstered the roster, now he's going to be in the crosshairs because they haven't had those same kind of meeting expectations type to this point in the season as they did a year ago. It doesn't mean it can't change. It doesn't mean that we lost faith in DeMeco Ryans. We're trying to have the conversation because people were attacking Paul for asking a legit question.
It's so funny he got attacked for asking what the ceiling is for D'Amico Ryans. Look, I think there's a better than 1% chance the Texans can win the Super Bowl this year. It's not a very high chance, but I think there's a better than 1%
What's the ceiling,
chance.
Jeremy, of the
Super
if it's
Bowl.
better than 1%?
I think that they could win the Super Bowl this year.
All right, what's the ceiling on that?
The
You said the better
the
than 1%.
ceiling is the Super Bowl.
Okay. No, you said I think there's a better than 1% chance they could win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But what's the highest percentage you would give them to win the
Like
Super Bowl? Okay,
2%.
There you go.
But I mean, they have an elite defensive line.
Yes.
They have a top 3 defense in the NFL. They have a quarterback with tons of potential. And they haven't had their skill guys healthy all year at the same time, with the exception of one game. And you're not getting Diggs back. Like, that's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And your offensive line does stink. But, like, there are some things, like the AFC, like, you're not the best team in the AFC, but is the AFC this dominant conference that has unbeatable teams? No. Like, yes, I know the Chiefs are unbeatable. They're so beatable that they're unbeatable. And I know that they have a perfect record, but they look like they can get got. The Ravens defense is not very good.
No, their pass defense sucks, and it's thinned out in the AFC. For all the teams we thought were going to be contenders at the start of the year, it has been watered down and thinned out by a lot of less thans, which opened the door. And we know injuries happen because you just mentioned Diggs. Those teams have been relatively healthy. Everybody's got to stay healthy or things change in a heartbeat.
2180 tried to say the ceiling is the room, Branham, and he said he tried to say the ceiling is the roof.
And he said
the ceiling is the room. 2180, you made the list.
The house that Bruce built.
8807, who cares? Coos just got the number 1 point guard. I cannot confirm nor deny that. 8807. But yes, it is a good day. I got to dip out here a little bit early. If you had to do it all again as of today, would you change your season-long prediction for the Texans? Did the Lions game alter that prediction at all? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, look, we got a Thursday night football game, and it's a good one tonight. If you're feeling a certain way or you're rooting for a certain team and you want to put some money down on it, I always tell you to go to mybookie.ag because it's the site that's always got your best interest at heart when you're looking to find a spot that's going to be the one that you want to put money down on games with. They love to have new customers. They're looking to take care of you right now and show you how they like to take care of their customers as frequently as they can. They have a match your first deposit bonus going on right now. If you use our promo code BET975 and go to mybookie.ag, when you sign up and use our code, whatever you put in, they'll put in up to $1,000 to get you off to the right start when you want to start betting on games and playing casino games. Yes, I said casino games because live dealers are always standing by so you can play casino games too. But the most important thing is when you go to mybookie.ag, you're looking to play some sports. You're looking to put some bets down. You're looking to win some money. More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. That's why I give you that promo code and tell you to use it because you're going to cash in whether you win or lose the games you bet on. It's fantastic. And they also have a tiered rewards program called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you're going to move up the tiers in the system, the better rewards you're going to get. They take care of you, and they like taking care of you because they're loyal to you guys because you've made them stay in business for over a decade. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag and do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's out for the rest of the show. Back tomorrow. Brian McDonald and I are going to take you up until 6 p.m., where Jeremy is chasing down his ever-loving Cougs. BMAC and I are going to be chasing down listenership between now and 6 o'clock, and then Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis, the one, the only, the elite in soccer, Glenn Davis at 6 p.m. BMAC, I'm curious because I caught something that I mentioned to you from DJ Bieneme with Paul the other day as it kind of relates to what we were talking about with D'Amico and the ceiling and then the criticism, and rightly so, of Bobby Slowick and how quickly it can change. Because it's crazy how a year ago, Bobby Slowick was the hot name amongst NFL potential, coaching candidates, that he was going to be one of the two guys that are going to be highly sought after across the league because of his prowess as a play caller. Now people are calling for his ass, and it's changed so overnight. And DJ made a comment with Paul about the fact that within the locker room, that there was some commentary about, were they getting out coached? And Paul said, did you mean D'Amico? And no, it wasn't because Paul was headhunting D'Amico. It's a legit question. Are you talking about the head coach? Or are you talking? He said, no, from an offensive perspective. That's clearly on Bobby Slowick. And it's interesting to me because how quickly everything can change. You went from a guy that was one of the top two candidates, along with Ben Johnson, probably as an offensive mind for a head coaching job in this league, to a guy that no less than a year later, you want his ass on the firing block and on the hot seat, and you want a change made at the end of the year. How do you do that?
First, ass on the firing block is a new one for me.
Oh, you can use it.
The phrasing there. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I mean, what do people always joke about? What's the old line about what the NFL stands for? Not for long.
Yeah.
And it's never been, or perhaps never been, truer than it has been for the future coaching hopes of Bobby Slowick, or at least the everyone was pumping him up to be like this can't miss next head coaching candidate from what he did in year one, turning a horrible Texans offense and then obviously pushing CJ Stroud, or helping push CJ Stroud towards rookie of the year. But I think it's fair. Look, I mean, it'd be interesting. I don't think DJ will give us like who the names were.
Yeah, I don't want the names.
I mean, at least he's not going to give it on the air. Maybe he'll tell us off the air, but I wouldn't expect him to, but I think it's fair, not only for fans and media on the outside, but for guys to the inside to be looking at Slow like, could we be doing any better? I mean, what did we hear yesterday about the offensive line calls as far as Ricky or what was it, Ricky or Louie,
Larry,
or Ricky or Lewis? I mean, and how easily it was for Zadarius Smith on the sideline for the Lions to pick up. It's like, well, if they say a name with an L, if they say Larry, they're sliding left, so then bring an extra guy to the right, and then vice versa for the left and the right. So you're seeing that. You're seeing the offensive line struggles persist week after week after week, all the way up to week 10. And even then in week 10, it was still a little bit of an issue. We've obviously seen problems with the consistency of the Texans passing game at times. Maybe when you don't have a guy like Nico Collins still relying too much on the deep passing game, when you don't really have the wide receivers to do that, and being slow to adjust to more of a quick passing game. So I think it's fair to be critical of Bobby Slowick, and I don't think it's unfair that his stars fall a little bit.
Here's the thing too, Brian, when you think about it, when everybody's saying, when and if and can you, be scrutinizing and strike when the iron's hot. Look, the players are doing it. That's when you realize everyone's doing it and it's fair game. If the players are questioning, they hear what we hear. They see what we see. They know what the numbers state about how putrid they've been in the second half of every game but the Patriots game. They know that as well as we do, as well as everybody on social media does, that they haven't scored a touchdown in 4 second halves. They didn't score a point in the second half of the Lions game, and that it's easy to point a finger there and then make the correlation to the coaching staff and say, why aren't we making adjustments? Why aren't we doing more? So if we're doing it and social media is doing it, and now we hear that the players might be doing it, it's fair game.
Well, it's fair because, look, I mean, when you see the same things persist week after week after week, I mean, you talked about the second half struggles. They've only outscored one team this year in the second half. They played 10 games. Only team they've outscored in the second half was the Patriots. I mean, a bottom 5 team. I mean, week after week after week, we got told, well, we understand what's going on with the communication issues, not picking up the stunts and the twist. We've got this. We can figure this out, and it would come back week after week after week. It was the same issue every single game. So I think it's natural and fair to lose confidence when you're seeing the same things week after week, and the guy in charge of fixing those issues doesn't seem to have a grasp or a handle on how to get that done. And if you're going, I mean, obviously we're seeing it from the outside, and maybe that. I mean, we heard about I think 3 players meetings in the last few weeks.
3. Paul got on Pat McAfee for it.
Right, exactly. So we obviously they're talking about a lot of things in those meetings, not just the offense. But I think it's fair to speculate based upon what DJ Bieniemy told us, and based upon the fact they've had 3 players meetings, and obviously what we see on the field with their offensive struggles and repeating the same mistakes every week, that there's probably some unhappiness right now with the direction of the offense and the play calling. And obviously that falls under Bobby Slowick.
And I want to go so far as to say that I think it was the Mixon meeting that he called. He wanted the coaches in it, and he wanted the coaches to listen as well, because I'm sure that, Joe's a very outspoken guy.
Yeah, he's been a vocal leader in this team.
And so as a vocal leader, you want to throw it all out there and say, look, I don't want to be messy. I don't want to do what the Colts are doing right now and imploding from the outside in by questioning guys' work ethic and the coaching staff and everything that goes with it. I want to keep it internal, but I think we all deserve to have the conversation of we're underachieving. We have a ton of talent on this roster. We know it in this locker room, no matter what everybody says outside of here, but everything should be on the table to try and fix it, which is coaching staff. What are we doing? And what can we do better? As players, we know, and we can have examples given to where we've either got to practice harder, or to your point, from an offensive line standpoint, we realize as professionals that have played, for the most part, most of these guys on the offensive line have played, 5-10 years in the league. We know that we should already be better, and we shouldn't be in season having to adjust to twists and stunts and the things that we're struggling with. But let's get it right and get it fixed before it does get out there and blow up like the Colts situation and the Bears situation right now.
Well, good for the Texans coming up. Obviously, they've got, I don't know if this is, I would say, the softest part of the schedule, but it's pretty damn soft. You have the Cowboys coming up, obviously, this Monday without Dak Prescott, a team that's completely wounded and limping into this game. And then you have the Titans and the Jaguars. I don't remember what order that is, but the next 2 games after the Cowboys are the Titans and the Jaguars. So I think you combine that with getting Nico Collins back, the Texans, on paper, in theory, should get 3. I don't know if I want to say convincing wins, because even when they face teams like the Bears, they still end up in 1-score games. But I think they should get 3 wins, and I think they should get 3 wins where it never feels like they're going to lose. And maybe even if the problems aren't actually fixed because they're facing lesser than teams, and they'll obviously face much bigger tests after that with games against the Chiefs and the Ravens in December. Maybe that confidence from, hey, we got Nico back. Hey, we put three in a row on the board. Maybe they even beat Miami. Maybe it's 4 in a row. You have a bye. You get a little bit healthier. It'd be interesting to see what confidence can do for a team that seems to be obviously making the same mistakes over and over again and sparring a little bit. I think you get a few wins on your belt. You get the bye. You get to rest up. You get to see the W's on the board, see your record go up to maybe 9-4. And maybe that confidence is something that could carry them forward into the tougher part of the schedule.
It's a very, very slippery slope, though, Brian, because you're right. It's a softer part of the schedule. But you can't afford now to look past any of these opponents, because all it takes is last season when you looked at the schedule and said you were supposed to beat the Jets, you were supposed to beat Carolina, you were supposed to beat Atlanta, and you lost to all 3 of those teams. You'd like to have a little bit more of a cushion in terms of the overall big picture. Sure, it looks like you're still going to win the division. But because of the fact that we had those high expectations, and for a lot of us it hasn't changed, you look at it and say, but if you slip up again, now how bad is it going to get? We think this is rock bottom. We think they're supposed to win their next 3 games.
Oh, this isn't rock bottom. Rock bottom's losing on Monday.
Right. What if they don't? Right. What if there's an extra motivation because throw the records out the window? Dallas wants to beat Houston. The Cowboys still want to make a statement on national TV for as bad as they've been. Hope to God they don't lose on Monday night, because now you're going to see a whole hell of a lot of things questioned that maybe a lot of people didn't think were on the table right now.
I don't really want to live in that hypothetical, because if they lose to the Cowboys, or they lose, let's say they lose 2 out of 3 to the Cowboys, Jags, and Titans, then this conversation doesn't really matter, because they're not the team we thought they were. And they're not going to be a team that wins the division.
And everybody's going to be held accountable, because at that point, the winning the division's in jeopardy. and getting in the
if you lose
playoffs
to the
might be in
Cowboys,
jeopardy.
you lose to the Jags and the Titans, everything's in jeopardy.
So now it's going to be that everybody, the way they're coming at Slowick, they're going to come at everybody. They're going to come at CJ. They're going to come at D'Amico. They're going to come at Caserio. Everybody is going to be on the table to be.
Well, they're not on the table. I mean, they'll catch criticism.
That's what I'm saying. To get scrutinized.
But on the table makes it seem like there's changes afoot. There's no
no.
changes
What I'm
with
saying
D'Amico
is,
and Stroud.
Most people have said CJ and D'Amico, they're free of the blame for now. But if they lose one or two of these games in the next three they're supposed to win, everybody's going to get the scrutiny.
I mean, context matters. It matters how they lose. I mean, if it's
sure, it always does. But at the same time, the losses are the losses.
Sure, but let's say if they lose a shootout where Joe Mixon has 2 fumbles, I don't think C.J. Stroud is catching heat for that. So context matters a little bit. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if they find a way to lose to the Cowboys or lose to the Jags or Titans, then that opens up a whole new reality where the division is no longer viewed as a lock. I mean, I thought they were going to win 11 games this year. If they were to lose, really even one of these next 3, then the expectations have to be severely adjusted.
But yeah, to your point though, Brian, if D'Amico's defense suddenly gives up a ton of passing yards to the Cowboys or to the Titans or the Jaguars,
yeah, context matters. So I mean, I don't want to say just because they lose D'Amico and CJ automatically get heat. I mean, they definitely could. I mean, and he will be coming from that loss, but it depends on how they lose.
Caserio is going to catch it too, if they play less than no matter what, because it's all going to be correlated to the offensive line with the offensive struggles, and then it's going to be, why didn't you do more? Why didn't you have backups? Why didn't you be honest with yourself about Kenyon Green before we all had to find out what we already kind of knew, which was that he can't play in a pass protection game, and he can't protect the quarterback the way you drafted him to do. So yes, context matters, but at the same time, all it takes now in this softer part of the schedule is one more hiccup, and there's going to be a whole lot more names that are going to be scrutinized heavily in terms of the negativity that's going to keep raining down on everything that's happened with the Texans.
Yeah, and I think to your point with Caserio, obviously it's fair to criticize to criticize Caserio about holding on to Kenyon Green for as long as he did, for not spending this offseason trying to get some depth or trying to get some pieces as like a plan B, as a fallback if Kenyon Green didn't progress as they'd hoped. But the answer, and we'll never get it, to the question who was the guy pushing for Kenyon to still keep his starting job going to the season is something we'll probably never find out. And I get why Caserio will get probably 99% of that blame, but is it completely
D'Amico
impossible?
went to bat for him too, remember?
Exactly. I mean, is it completely impossible that D'Amico was pushing just as hard for Kenyon to remain the starter until obviously the point where he whiffed on I think it was it was the Colt, one of the Colts defenders, and that was when he got pulled until eventually
Buckner?
Yeah, it was Buckner. He got pulled after that, but had to go back in when Jarrett Patterson got the concussion. So that was kind of the tipping point in week 9 for D'Amico. But leading into this, like what you said, why is he still there? Why is there no depth? That could have been equally a D'Amico decision as it was Caserio, because we always hear that they have a great working relationship, that it's a mind meld.
But look at it. A year ago, I was hyper focused and fired up about the fact that Nick's quote directly on Kenyon Green was, it wasn't an if he was going to get hurt, it was a when.
Sure.
And if it was going to be season ending. But you had George Fant. George Fant signed with Seattle for $9 million for 2 years. If you truly value your quarterback and you're bringing in all these skill position players to make your offense better, and George Fant didn't cost you that much money, either a George Fant or a George Fant type player should have been on your roster as a backup just in case anything went wrong. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that, because, I mean, at that point, Kenyon was 2 years in. He missed all of his sophomore season, and his rookie season, even though he looked, I would say, at least above average as a run blocker, he obviously didn't show you anything as a pass blocker. He was poorly graded there. So to go into this season thinking, oh yeah, we're good at left guard with Kenyon, I kind of screams a little bit of arrogance. To not have a plan B for, oh crap, Kenyon Green hasn't improved is an arrogant take that they obviously have cost themselves a few wins.
And that's my point. As long as you still have a winning record, you're still going to win the division. You're not going to get that kind of scrutinizing, but everything's going to come to fruition and be on the table and come to a head if you lose one of these next 3 and you start being less than even everybody's thought the hiccup of the Lions game could be overcome. So we're going to get to the car wreck of the day next. We still have lots to get to before we end the show. If you got car wreck nominations, please send them our way, 713-780-3776. Text us, call us, Twitch, Twitter, tweets, the deal. Before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Vanderford Air. Look, now it's starting to get cold. The same way I kept telling you about your air conditioning is the same way you need to worry about those times of the year when you need some heat in your house. You got to make sure everything's up to snuff. You need a company that's reputable, that's trustworthy, that backs up everything that they do. That's why I always recommend Vanderford Air, because you can go to vanderfordair.com and find out that they do heating, they do air conditioning, they put in whole new systems, or they fix and do the repair work on what needs to be done in the system in your house. They can do a humidifying system within your entire house to make it more comfortable on a daily basis. And everything that they do is backed up in writing, and everything that they do comes with 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's why I speak for them, because that's what you need when you're dealing with a service company, and that's what they provide for you. It starts with the fact that when you call them, they guarantee within 24 hours they'll be at your door. They're not going to push you to the back of the line and make you wait behind everybody else that's called. They got enough people. They're going to make sure you're taken care of, and you don't have to wait. That is huge, especially when you're talking about heat and AC. On top of that, everything that they do when they diagnose your problem is going to be diagnosed from the parts it would take to fix it to if you want to consider putting in a whole new system. Those two estimates are going to be put in writing for you, and you can choose either one. Whichever one you choose, it's backed up by 100% satisfaction guarantee your money back. That means the work their people are going to do, the parts that they use, the systems they put in place, the temperatures that they achieve. Everything is backed up and guaranteed, and that's why you should save this number in your phone. 281-557-COOL. Put it in your phone because you never know when you're going to need it, or maybe you need to call them before it gets too late and have them check the system and see how it's running and what might be on the horizon. Fantastic to look ahead, but even if it's in an emergency situation, 281-557-COOL gets you to them, and they get to you within 24 hours, and that's huge. Check them out today, vanderfordair.com. You know the deal. Car wreck of the day in just a minute. But before we do that, we want to again remind you, coming up at 6 o'clock, it's Soccer Matters with my good friend Glenn Davis. If you want to talk soccer and all that is football, then you want to talk with my man Glenn. He's going to take you from 6 to 7 o'clock. He'll, I'm sure, mix in some Caitlin Clark if it matters as well.
Dynamo GM Pat Onstad on the show.
Oh, there you go. That's a good get. That's more than enough reason to listen to Glenn, and he comes up right here at 6 o'clock. Car wreck of the day, Brian. I got a couple. You got a couple. What do you got?
First one is, I don't know if you saw this story, but there is just a wonder kid prospect named Bryce Underwood, who apparently has been recruited since the age of 9.
Okay.
Be getting compared to Vince Young, and he's the number 1 QB prospect in this class. He committed to LSU like a year ago. Now Michigan, trying to pry him away, is saying they'll pay him like $10 million
10.5 I saw.
NIL.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I know like Bryce Young at one point was getting $3 million, so this is a pretty big jump. And I get that he's the top-rated prospect and money doesn't matter for these big schools, but $10 million for a guy who's never stepped on the college football field is, man.
Matt, what's his name, was about $8 million off in terms of what a quarterback costs in college football.
I guess so.
Accurate.
$10 million apparently.
Jeez.
I mean, and if Michigan's willing to offer that, you got to wonder these other schools like Bama. I mean, whoever.
Remember, Matt Rule said $2 million to get a good quarterback. Well, that's a whole lot more than $2 million.
I mean, the price is only going to skyrocket from here.
No doubt. I got the Sixers last night.
Yeah, good call.
People, Sixers playing the Cavs. Cavs undefeated. Embiid says he wants to play. George says he's able to play. They hold them both out, and they lose by single digits. That's a horrible look. And by the way, those people in Cleveland that wanted to see and paid for tickets to see Joel Embiid and company got screwed. That's brutal.
Yeah, my next one, I don't know if you saw this, but there's a quote from an interview Deion Sanders had on FS1 yesterday. He's already talked about and telling the world, yes, I'm not going to do it publicly, but I will privately try to intervene if my son and if Travis Hunter doesn't go to the NFL team of my choice. So,
and I'll throw in my final one, Jeff Van Gundy as an assistant coach. Jeff Van Gundy, that's a bad look. He deserves to be a head coach or on TV.
I can't see an alpha like him taking the back seat and handling that well.
All right, what's winning?
I'm
going to go $10.5 million for a quarterback.
Yeah,
I think that's a good
for
one.
an unproven 17-year-old. I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's Jose Abreu-esque. All right, we're going to leave it to Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters next. For Brian McDonald and Jeremy, I'm Joel. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Have a good night, everybody.